Martial Peak, Chapter 55-15, Profound Nether Territory. Even though Mo had reached the creation realm, splitting off 3 soul clones were still immensely taxing on it. Furthermore, it was also affected by the trump card Mu had left behind back then and thus fell into a deep slumber. 2,000 to 5,000 years. Yang Kai silently pondered to himself. 2,000 years from now, he would have to make regular trips to the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction to check on the situation, as Wuquang had no way of getting the word out if something happened there. As Yang Kai was deep in thought, Mo grew impatient and started urging, "It's your turn." Yang Kai chuckled and did not speak. However, with a quick flash of a certain secret technique, large amounts of pure black ink strength poured out of Mo's wound, which Yang Kai then absorbed and refined. Mo's expression hardened. "Sure. It's you." The heaven-devouring battle law was unique, so it went without saying that Mo recognized it at once. What's more, there was only one person in this world who could use the heaven-devouring battle law, the one who created it. Yang Kai stopped using the heaven-devouring battle law almost immediately, a faint smile lingering on his face as he remained quiet. He noticed that Mo seemed to fear Sure, and after giving it some thought, it made sense to him. The heaven-devouring battle law could refine anything, including black ink strength, which made things difficult for Mo too. As it was, Sure's efforts back then greatly contributed to the reason why the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction managed to restrict Mo all these years. He kept devouring black ink strength and refining it to weaken Mo. Among Tsang and the others, Mo showed the most respect to Mu, but the one it was most afraid of was Sure. "I can't believe you're still alive." Mo stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Yang Kai remained silent with a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, over in Wind Mist territory, Xiaoxiao and Wu Qing, the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, exchanged glances with puzzled looks on their faces. They knew about the situation in the barren territory, but they had no idea what the black ink giant spirit god was prattling about. Who was Sure? One of the 10 that included Song? What did Yang Kai have to do with this person called Sure? Although the 2 human Ninth Order masters could not figure out what was happening, the fact that the black ink giant spirit god was noticeably disturbed was great news to them. They quickly formed hand seals to strengthen their secret techniques, and in the next breath, more runes began creeping up the black ink giant spirit god's arm towards its shoulder. The symbols turned into large chains which were about to lock up its entire torso. Mo snapped out of its reverie and swiftly countered. Immobilizing one of the black ink giant spirit god's arms was already the most that the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors could achieve, and while they managed to make a move while Mo was distracted, their efforts were neutralized as soon as it fought back. All at once, the glowing runes began flickering, sometimes advancing, other times retreating. Yang Kai saw what was going on and he swiftly growled, "Stop being so stubborn." Then, with a wave of his hand, a highly concentrated wave of purifying light launched straight at Mo. Wherever the light passed, the darkness receded. The pure light entered the black ink giant spirit god's wounds next in an attempt to move through its body. Mo let out a series of roars, and black ink strength gushed out once more to fend off the purifying light. The 2 lights, one bright and one dark, tangled together as they clashed and neutralized one another. Yang Kai did not use his small stone race soldiers this time, as there was no reason for him to do so. Unlike the situation back at the No Return Pass, Mo was a sitting duck here and could not move at all. All Yang Kai had to do was extract power from the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe and merge them into purifying light. Back at the No Return Pass, using the small stone race army to confront a royal lord was a surefire way to catch the other party off guard, but the small stone race provided a great advantage, and Yang Kai did not want to sacrifice them unless absolutely necessary. The dazzling white light continued to flow out, depleting massive quantities of yellow and blue crystals. Yang Kai was not in a position to feel bad about using them now though. In any case, if he ran out, he could just go ask Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan for more. He had never used purifying light this way before. The two lights continued their struggle in the void, but despite giving it his all, Yang Kai failed to break through the black ink strength's blockade. It was as if the black ink giant spirit god had endless strength. Thanks to Yang Kai's efforts though, Xiao and Wu Qing, the two Ninth Order old ancestors in Wind Mist territory immediately felt the pressure they were facing lighten. While they did not know what Yang Kai did, they could tell that he managed to draw most of the black ink giant spirit god's focus to himself. The two Ninth Order masters naturally did not hold back. World force flowed freely as they worked together, and soon, the chains around the black ink giant spirit god's arm became a lot stronger. This showdown lasted for almost an hour, which was long enough that 2 mountains worth of yellow and blue crystals in Yang Kai's small universe were expended. Even the great sun and great moon marks on the back of his hands became burning hot. Initially, Yang Kai had hoped that he could get rid of this black ink giant spirit god by using purifying light, but now that he tried it out for himself, he realized just how much of a dream that was. The black ink giant spirit god's aura did weaken slightly, but by Yang Kai's estimate, even if he used up all of his yellow and blue crystals, it would still be insufficient to vanquish this opponent for good. Moreover, if things carried on like this, Yang Kai could not be sure whether his great sun and great moon marks could hold out. The burning sensation on the back of his hands was getting stronger and it felt as if his hands were about to explode. Still, his actions were not futile. At the very least, with his help, the two human Ninth Order masters managed to further suppress the black ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai figured this attack would take the black ink giant spirit god at least 100 years to recover from. Perhaps I should come by now and then, to ease the burden of the two old ancestors, Yang Kai thought to himself. Since he could not get rid of the black ink giant spirit god for good, he did not persist any longer. He withdrew his 2 marks and stopped drawing strength from the yellow and blue crystals. The dazzling white light lingered for a moment longer before being completely enveloped by black ink strength. Yang Kai looked over at the black ink giant spirit god, whose expression was gloomy. Darkness swirled around the giant figure that was undoubtedly furious. It could have attacked Yang Kai if it had not been immobilized, but after a moment of silence, Emo simply asked, "Who did you send to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction?" Emo was still hung up on this question. Yang Kai could not be bothered to entertain the black ink giant spirit god and instead turned towards the passage as he called out, "Old ancestors, rest assured, the human race won't lose." He originally wanted to head over to Wind Mist territory to check on the 2 Ninth Order old ancestors, but he did not need to anymore. With the 2 of them together, it was unlikely that the Black Ink clan would try to stir up trouble with them, so there was no reason to be worried about their safety for the moment. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice replied, "Go ahead. As long as Wu Qing and I are still alive, this black ink giant spirit god won't be able to leave the barren territory." Yang Kai nodded before smirking at the black ink giant spirit god. "Stay strong. I'll come back and see you in a few years." Emo glared at Yang Kai in fury without saying anything as it recognized this blatant threat. Yet it could not do anything about it. Yang Kai laughed before his figure flickered and flew off. 2 black ink giant spirit gods were held up inside the barren territory, and the only royal lord alive was standing guard over the no-return pass. Thus, the strongest masters among the Black Ink clan now were merely innate territory lords. The humans suffered heavy casualties throughout the many years of crusades, but the Black Ink clan fared no better. Many of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters had readily chosen to sacrifice their lives for the sake of clearing the way for the next generation. Their sacrifice had given the human race a chance to grow stronger. The younger generation would inherit the responsibility of the older generation, and all would work selflessly towards their common goal. Such was the human race's determination. With such will, how could they possibly lose? Furthermore, Yang Kai now had 2 World Tree clones with him. If he could find a suitable place to plant them, the humans would then have 2 more star boundaries. In the future, the 3,000 worlds would surely belong to the human race. There would come a time when the Black Ink clan was completely wiped out, and order would be restored from chaos. Yang Kai firmly believed this and was eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Profound Nether Territory was one of the dozen or so frontline great territories where the humans were now fighting the Black Ink clan. This great territory was named for Profound Nether Sect, a second-class great force. In the 3,000 worlds, Profound Nether Sect was not a prominent one. In fact, it was not even as powerful as the Profound Abundance Sect that Yang Kai went to previously. The Profound Abundance Sect once had 2 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks, but Profound Nether Sect only had 1 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, based on the way the great forces in the 3,000 worlds were classified, Profound Nether Sect was considered a second-class great force and thus had the right to claim hegemony over a great territory. If a sect did not possess sufficient strength, then the great territory that belonged to that sect would not be much either. Although there were quite a number of universe worlds within Profound Nether Territory, few were suitable for human inhabitation, and those that were did not have very flourishing martial daos. Second-class great force was a general term, and there was a wide disparity between those that fell under this classification. The top second-class great forces would all have multiple 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while the weakest of the second-class great forces might only have 1 4th-order master. Strong great forces naturally claimed the best great territories, so the weaker ones could only choose the places that few others wanted as their base. Now that Profound Nether Territory was one of the frontline territories in the war against the Black Ink clan though, the human race had deployed over 1 million masters to this great territory. This was an alarming number as the over 1 million fighters were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm was simply not capable of fighting the Black Ink clan and did not enter the battlefield. Even if a few overeager Emperor Realm cultivators tried to force their way in, they would only end up becoming meaningless sacrifices. On the Black Ink battlefield, there were usually 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers posted at each great pass, all of them 5th-order masters and above, which was simply incomparable to the Grand Human Army in Profound Nether Territory. Now that the Black Ink clan launched a full-scale invasion of the 3,000 worlds though, the order requirement for Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting back was not as strict as it was once. Even 1st-order and 2nd-order Open Heaven Realm Masters could join the battlefield to kill the enemy if they volunteered to. Naturally, this decision came with its own set of risks as well. The lower the cultivator's order was, the easier it was for Black Ink's strength to corrupt them and turn them into Black Ink disciples, which would only benefit the enemy. However, purifying Black Ink pills greatly decreased the chances of this happening. As long as a purifying Black Ink pill was consumed before one fought the Black Ink clan, then before the medicinal efficacies wore off, even 1st-order and 2nd-order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be corrupted by Black Ink strength. While this meant that the demand for purifying Black Ink pill ballooned, it was still good that more cultivators could join the fight. As of now, the human race were mainly focusing on defending against the Black Ink clan's onslaught, unable to go on the offense. This was the same across all the great territory battlefields. Here at Profound Nether Territory, the humans' forward outpost was set up right in front of the rear territory gate. This way, it was convenient for them to guard the territory gate and prevent the Black Ink clan from sneaking through. Apart from that, in the event of a defeat, the human army in Profound Nether Territory could still retreat through the territory gate and avoid being completely wiped out. It could not be denied that such an arrangement had been done with a sense of sorrow and helplessness. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:16, Unwilling. Alas, such was the situation that the humans were in now. As things became more and more serious on the various battlefields, those at the Supreme Headquarters could not avoid planning for the possibility that the humans might be defeated. Thus, having the forward outpost right outside the territory gate was the best strategy. Among the dozen or so great territory battlefields, the fight between the humans and the Black Ink clan in Profound Nether Territory was not the most intense, but it was still fraught with tension. The 1 million-strong army's defense line had been quite long at first, but as the Black Ink clan army continued to press forward over the recent years, the front shrunk as well. Right now, the region that was under the humans' control was less than 30% of what they once had. Once the human race army retreated to a certain point, they would have no choice but to consider retreating from the territory altogether, regardless of how reluctant the humans in profound nether territory were. It would not be easy to organize the evacuation of over 1 million soldiers. The human race had to prepare their exit strategy in advance, or else, if they showed any signs of disorder, the Black Ink clan would surely pounce and inflict massive losses. Compared to the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the Black Ink clan's invasion now had led to battle between the two sides becoming far more frequent and fierce. Fights big and small broke out at every moment, and during each clash, both sides continued to suffer casualties. At the moment, somewhere less than half a day's journey away from the humans' forward outpost, the humans and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a relentless battle around a large universe fragment. The human race had 300,000 soldiers stationed at this universe fragment, which was covered in countless arrays and artifacts to aid them against the Black Ink clan's attacks. This battle had carried on for 3 months already. Thanks to the arrays and artifacts installed on the universe fragment as well as a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, the human race had managed to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks over 100 times and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. That being said, just like the human race had reinforcements, the Black Ink clan did too, and their numbers were far greater. As of now, the Black Ink clan occupied nearly all of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds and had planted Black Ink nests in all of their conquered land. As a result, the Black Ink clan army had an endless stream of new soldiers to throw into the war. Even though many hunters moved through these great territories and destroyed numerous Black Ink nests, this barely made a dent in the number of Black Ink nests there were. No matter how many low-rank Black Ink nests they destroyed, it was no use if the humans did not destroy their source, which were the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Each time the human race destroyed one low-rank nest, the Black Ink clan would immediately regrow another, so it was merely an exercise in futility that wasted resources. For the Black Ink clan who currently occupied basically all of the 3,000 worlds, they did not lack resources, and furthermore, they were receiving more from the Black Ink battlefield as well. The battle was particularly fierce just outside the universe fragment. Scores of human warships flew about as the light from spirit arrays and secret techniques shot out to push the Black Ink clan army back. Atop the universe fragment, an imposing middle-aged man dressed in a set of golden armor sat cross-legged as he stared out into the battlefield with a look of concern. The situation in profound nether territory did not look good, but the human race could not afford to lose this battle in particular. If they did, then the profound nether army would have no other place to retreat to. They would have to give up the entire profound nether territory, and the human race would lose yet another one of their front lines against the Black Ink clan. This outcome was hard for the human race to stomach, and a defeat here would surely cause a precipitous drop in morale. However, the difference in strength between the human race and the Black Ink clan was clear, so how were they supposed to hold onto profound nether territory? The middle-aged man had no answer. He was not an expert in military strategy. What he excelled at was charging in and wreaking havoc. Yet, the situation was deeply worrying right now. Although he wanted to join the fight, his injuries were severe enough that he needed to rest and focus on healing right now, so he had to quell his itch to fight. All of a sudden, a figure fell from the sky and landed near him. The man stumbled and coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man turned to look, and the newcomer grinned, "Tending to your injuries, old Wei? Isn't that obvious? Why would I be sitting here if I wasn't tending to my injuries?" Wei Junyang snorted to himself, but as they were old friends, there was no reason to stick to formalities. After thinking briefly, Wei Yongyang said, "Brother Ouyang, just focus on healing yourself. Don't force yourself to keep up." The person flashed a stubborn smile. "Don't just pay attention to my injuries. That territory lord isn't having a good time either. I was so close. I nearly bashed his head apart. Alas, what a shame." However, he did sit down cross-legged and stuffed a pill into his mouth. If Yang Kai was here, he would have recognized the person that Wei Junyang addressed as Brother Ouyang. It was Ouyang Lai, the one he brought back from the Black Ink battlefield a few decades ago. They were all well acquainted with each other as their paths crossed numerous times at Great Evolution Pass. The two 8th Order Masters shared a preference for charging straight towards the enemy, thus, they got along well and had been friends for many years. There were quite a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory, as the 1 million-strong human army was made up of the remnants of the armies from over a dozen human Great Passes that fought on the Black Ink battlefield. This included Great Battle Pass and Great Evolution Pass. Wei Junyang was the army commander of the Eastern Army at Great Battle Pass. Over the past 500 or so years, the human race armies of the various Great Passes had gone through battles at the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. These three major wars greatly depleted the human race's reserves. Thus, when the human race retreated to High Heaven Territory and the Star Boundary, the various Great Pass armies were disbanded and reorganized into armies named after the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields. The army here at Profound Nether Territory was the Profound Nether Army. If they failed to hold their ground in Profound Nether Territory, then the Profound Nether Army would be broken up and redistributed to the other armies. Right now, Wei Yongyang and Ouyang Lai were both commanders in the Profound Nether Army. As long as no 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up, the veteran 8th Order Army commanders would remain in charge. They were not the only army commanders here, though, as there were several other 8th Order Masters who held such a rank. After quietly tending to their injuries for a while, Ouyang Lai abruptly said, "It's hard to fight against these innate territory lords." Compared to the territory lords they were used to facing on the Black Ink battlefield, these innate territory lords that came out of the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction were far stronger. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, Ouyang Lai could kill average territory lords if he pushed himself to his limits, though he would suffer serious injuries in the process. However, when facing off against innate territory lords whose powers were on par with his, even his most fervent attacks did not achieve similar results. Earlier on the battlefield, he was clashing with an innate territory lord for quite some time, but in the end, both of them were heavily injured and had to withdraw to tend to their injuries. Ouyang Lai and Wei Yongyang both ranked among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so if this was the case for them, then it was not hard to imagine the pressure the ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters faced. On the Black Ink battlefield, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally stronger than territory lords, but now, the positions had been flipped. "That's to be expected," Wei Yongyang nodded coolly. "It said that the innate territory lords are born straight from the Black Ink nests and possess a trace of Mo's source. They are born with immense strength, but have to sacrifice their future for it. Innate territory lords could not become royal lords because all their potential was exhausted from the moment they were created, but due to this, they possessed great strength from the moment they came to be and could stand toe-to-toe against the human race's most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters." "I know that. I just don't like it," Ouyang Lai grumbled. Humans had to work hard and spend countless years to become 8th Order Masters. Along the way, they had to brave numerous risks and perils. However, the Black Ink clan did not have the same problem. A high-rank Black Ink nest could give birth to numerous innate territory lords. All they needed was sufficient resources. Although Ouyang Lai considered the Black Ink clan his mortal enemy, he had to admit that their method of creating new masters was an unsolvable conundrum. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Lai asked, "What did those at the Supreme Headquarters say?" Wei Junyang sighed. "They said that if the Profound Nether Army can't hold out against the enemy, we need to start making preparations to evacuate." "Retreating again." Ouyang Lai's expression hardened as he snarled, "We've gone from the Primordial Heavens Source Grand Restriction to the No Return Pass, from the No Return Pass to the Barren Territory, and then from the Barren Territory to here. Why are we retreating further still? Will there be any space for the human race to survive in if we keep retreating like this? What are Big Head Me and Big Head Xiang doing? Aren't they supposed to be the best strategists? Can't they think of a way to ease the situation here? Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their heads off and kick them around like a ball." Wei Junyang shook his head, It's not a failing on the army's part if we can't stand against the Black Ink clan. You know the situation that we're in right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the profound Nether army evacuates. The battles in the other great territories are just as intense and worrying. If the profound Nether army breaks up into smaller units to support the other great territories, we might be able to stabilize the situation. My guess is the Supreme Headquarters is considering giving up on profound Nether territory because the other great territories can benefit from it. Xianxia snorted. Is that the so-called making sacrifices for the greater good? Don't listen to that nonsense. If they can give up on profound Nether territory today, they can give up on Heavenly Wolf territory tomorrow, and what about the day after tomorrow? Are they going to give up on Twin Poles territory too? Why don't we just give up on all the great territories? Everyone can just hide inside High Heaven territory and gather all of the human race's strength together. I'm sure the Black Ink clan won't be able to force their way in then. Wei Yongyang eyed him and said, "You and I both know that what you just said might very well happen." Xianxia's expression twitched as he knew that it was a possibility, but still, he was unwilling. After centuries of retreating and evacuating, even their spirits had left as well. He did not want to retreat anymore. What about our reinforcements? The profound Nether army has 1 million people, but there are only 300,000 here. Where is the rest of the army? Xianxia asked. Although he was one of the profound Nether army commanders, he was a man of action and not someone who could be left in charge of strategy and logistics. When the battle started, all he cared about was fighting the enemy. He did not care about plans or the bigger picture. The way he saw it, why make complicated strategies when you can just kill off all the enemies and be done with it? Thus, Xianxia did not know much about what was happening with the overall profound Nether army. Wei Junyang sighed once more. Although there were 1 million of us in the profound Nether army at the start, over the years of battle, many have died. We now have just over 700,000 left. Some of them need to stand guard at the forward outpost at the territory gate, and some need to fend off the Black Ink clan at the various bases, so we won't be getting any reinforcements. Xianxia opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all he could do was curse at the situation. However, I've sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters and requested that they deploy the Divine Spirits to aid us. Judging by how many days it has been, they should be arriving soon. Divine Spirits? Xianxia raised his brow. There were many Divine Spirits who fought alongside the human race now. Apart from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which had stood guard at the No-Return Pass, there was also a large group of Divine Spirits who came from the Divine Spirit ancestral land. What's more, just over a decade ago, some 100 Divine Spirits suddenly appeared outside the star boundary, which gave the human race masters who were on guard there a huge fright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:17, What have you all been doing? These Divine Spirits were strange as they had appeared out of nowhere. They did not come from the No-Return Pass nor the Divine Spirit ancestral land. After making contact, the Divine Spirit specifically stated that they wanted to talk to a woman named Xianxia from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace dared not do anything to slight them, and Xianxia immediately came forward, finally figuring out that it was Yang Kai who convinced these Divine Spirits and sent them over from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to aid them. The human race cheered when they heard this news. They did not have enough combat power right now, so the sudden appearance of over 100 Divine Spirits was undoubtedly a great boost. Everyone thought that they would be a powerful backup for the army. However, no one would have expected that upon arriving at the star boundary, these Divine Spirits were not interested in standing with the human race in battle. Instead, they remained inside the star boundary and threw their weight around haughtily. In the end, Fu Guang, who had been tending to his injuries, had to come out and teach them a harsh lesson before they restrained themselves. Following that, Xianxia acted as a mediator and communicated with the Divine Spirits who came from Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Eventually, they were willing to help the human race, but they refused to listen to anyone's orders. If the humans needed their help, the human race had to discuss the situation with them in advance, and they reserved the right to refuse. While the process had been difficult, the 100 or so divine spirits were still a force that could not be overlooked. Now, all divine spirits had been separated into several teams, not standing guard over any one battlefield and instead being deployed by the Supreme Headquarters to any of the battlefields that needed aid. This way, the divine spirit's utility was maximized. There had been several times when the human race's defense lines in various frontline great territories had nearly been overrun when the divine spirits showed up and managed to turn the tide. Thus, one could say that the divine spirits played an essential part in moments of crises that allowed the human race to maintain their current lines. Therefore, when Ouyang heard that Wei Junyang had already sent word to the Supreme Headquarters to ask for help from the divine spirits, he felt a lot less worried. However, he quickly started having concerns again and asked, "The divine spirits who are coming won't be the ones who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, right? Those divine spirits were a lot less reliable than the ones from the divine spirit ancestral land and the No Return Pass." Wei Junyang shook his head. "I'm not sure. There aren't many divine spirits, only 6 teams in total, and it's those at the Supreme Headquarters who have to decide which one to send to us." The two were still talking when something changed on the battlefield. Although the human race was under great pressure, they were still able to maintain a balance with the Black Ink clan. However, all of a sudden, over 10 incredibly powerful auras burst out on the battlefield. The human race army was caught off guard and multiple warships exploded one after the other. Open Heaven Realm Masters were slaughtered as well, and the Black Ink clan swarmed in from over a dozen different directions. Wei Junyang and Ouyang, who had been tending to their injuries, immediately got to their feet with stormy expressions. "What are those people at the Supreme Headquarters doing?" Ouyang ranted, "Why didn't we get any news that over a dozen territory lords were coming over?" Although there was a disparity in numbers between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the territory lords on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, it was only a slight difference and both parties were fully aware of each other's strength. However, the dozen-plus auras that suddenly appeared were all unfamiliar, which meant that they were new and had not been seen on this battlefield before. While over a dozen territory lords was not necessarily a high number, they were all innate territory lords, and with the element of surprise on their side, it was quite possible for them to break through the defense lines. Wei Yongyang's expression was also dark as he quickly said, "Perhaps they did not come from other territories. Every now and then, some territory lords disappear after suffering heavy injuries. Those at the Supreme Headquarters have guessed that they might have gone back to the No Return Pass to heal, as they have many high-rank Black Ink nests there, which makes it easier for them to rapidly recover. There's a high chance that these territory lords came from the No Return Pass." Both parties were stuck in a deadlock across all the various battlefields, so if over a dozen innate territory lords left any one of the front lines, there was no way that the Supreme Headquarters would not have noticed. Since the Supreme Headquarters did not send out any warnings, it meant that they did not know about the presence of these territory lords either. It was quite likely that these dozen or so territory lords came from the No Return Pass. It was clear that they swarmed here because they wanted to break the profound Nether Territory's defense perimeter and claim the whole great territory for themselves. The 2 8th Order Army commanders could not spare any more time to tend to their injuries and immediately shot off into the sky, each of them heading for one of the newly appeared territory lords. At the same time, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all directions shot out as well. Both Wei Junyang and Ouyang knew full well that this might very well be the end of the battle here in profound Nether Territory. The support of over a dozen innate territory lords was enough for the Black Ink clan to overrun the profound Nether Army's defense lines. Under these circumstances, the profound Nether Army could not even retreat, for if they did, the newly reinforced enemy would surely hit them from behind and inflict heavy casualties. Their only option now was to push back the Black Ink clan at risk of their lives, trying to open up a window to evacuate. This time, it had to be a fight to the death. The human race had encountered this situation far too many times though. Thus, even though the crisis had been sudden, the human army did not panic or back down. In the next instant, masters from both sides began clashing. With the support of a dozen more territory lords, The Black Ink clan army instantly gained the advantage and began pushing into the human lines. Countless flashes of light sparked across the void in bursts of varied colors. In less than half a day, 30% of the 300,000-strong human race army had died, and 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died as well. Although the 2 Eighth Order Masters had given it their all before their death, they only managed to severely wound their opponents. None of the innate territory lords had died. The loss of the 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sent the human race army into a frenzy. Somewhere on the battlefield, Xianxia spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he showed no signs of retreating. He kept attacking again and again. However, he was already injured and could not exert his full strength, so how could he best an innate territory lord? Fortunately, Xianxia's ferocity managed to make the innate territory lord he was facing somewhat hesitant. If that had not been the case, the latter would have killed Xianxia by now. That being said, the territory lord was in no rush. The humans were on the verge of collapse and the Black Ink clan was sure to come out victorious, so the territory lord had no reason to risk his neck in this fight against Xianxia. Even if he just dragged the fight out, his side would still win. Not to mention the fact that there were more territory lords than there were Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage here. After more fierce battling, the territory lord abruptly shot a menacing smirk at Xianxia, whose heart jolted at the sight as he had a foreboding feeling. Just then, a piercing murderous intent came at him from the side, and the territory lord in front of him charged towards him as well. At this life-or-death moment, Xianxia did not choose to back away. He charged forward and spat a mouthful of blood essence on his weapon, which instantly glowed brightly. As the two passed each other, blood spewed out of Xianxia's chest, and at the same time, a deep gash appeared on the territory lord's neck. It was so deep that bone was visible and Xianxia's sword intent lingered around the wound. The territory lord's expression darkened. Earlier, he had nearly died to his opponent's blade. It was true that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be underestimated. Xianxia slowly turned around and looked at his opponent, who had another innate territory lord beside him now. It was the one who had snuck up on him just now. As it was, Xianxia could barely hold his own in a one-on-one fight, let alone if he had to fight two of them. What a pity! Xianxia sighed lamentably to himself. If he had managed to kill his first opponent just now, his death would not have been in vain, but now, it was unlikely that he would have the chance to do so. He looked around and saw Wei Junyang fending off two enemies despite his injuries. He was at a great disadvantage, and many of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in similarly hopeless situations. How many of the profound Nether Army could survive this battle today? Xianxia's vision was blurred by the blood dripping down his face, but he could still see that the two territory lords did not want to waste any more time and were charging at him together. Want to kill me, huh? One of you is coming down with me. Xianxia laughed maniacally as the blade in his hand shattered into a burst of light that exploded across the void. This was an artifact that he had cultivated for many years, and now that it was shattering on purpose, the sudden surge of power it released was quite terrifying. The two territory lords who were charging at Xianxia sensed danger and immediately moved backwards while he seized this chance to go forward. He had his eye on his first opponent and launched a flurry of attacks that left his opponent in tatters. Alas, that was all he could do. After his attack, Xianxia's strength swiftly diminished, and the very next moment, he was a shadow of his previous imposing self. The two territory lords noticed this and knew that their opportunity had come. Both began unleashing their secret techniques, and a series of terrifying divine abilities came straight at him. Xianxia's body moved slightly as he wanted to avoid the attacks but did not have the strength to do so. He could only sigh and resign himself to this. In a way, this was preferable for him. Over the last few centuries, the human race was forced to retreat again and again, driving him to the limit of his tolerance. Perhaps dying in battle was a better option than slinking away in defeat. The constant overexertion had left Xianxia in a bit of a daze, so when a voice called out from nearby, He wasn't sure if he was hearing things or not. Exile. A deep voice rang out, and Xianxia's figure became hazy as if he no longer existed. The two innate territory lords' attacks flew straight through Xianxia's body, and the enormous strength shook the void, causing Xianxia to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. As the territory lords reacted in shock, a dense murderous intent fell over them. A great distance away, a golden light broke through the void like a shooting star, weaving through the battlefield from the rear of the Black Ink Clan army, and wherever it passed, the Black Ink Clan lines collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was right in front of them. Profound and mysterious strengths swirled as the glow of a spear swiftly enlarged within the vision of one of the territory lords. The territory lord was terrified by the murderous intent that enveloped him. He wanted to fight back, but all of a sudden he felt a piercing pain in his head. Pain racked his entire body as his black ink strength no longer circulated properly. In the next instant, the spear covered in multicolored light pierced through the head of the powerful innate territory lord, causing his life aura to immediately swell up before bursting apart and dissipating. All of this only took a single breath, causing the other territory lord's expression to stiffen. He looked over and finally saw a young man with a cold look in his eyes withdrawing his spear. At the same time, the air seemed to quiver, and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had been on the verge of death, immediately disappeared, seemingly sent off somewhere. The territory lord locked eyes with the young man, who snapped icily, "What have you all been doing while I was gone?" While he spoke, space seemed to freeze, and the innate territory lord felt as if he was about to meet his doom. A 9th Order human master? Wasn't it said that the only 2 left were held up somewhere else? Where did this 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master come from? However, upon closer inspection, the territory lord noticed that his opponent only had the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which only confused him further. After all, how could a mere 8th Order human kill an innate territory lord in one blow? Martial Peak, Chapter 55:18, How Useless. Xianxia suddenly appeared on top of the universe fragment at the front lines of profound nether territory, covered in blood and in complete disarray. Even his aura was in total disorder. The intense battles against the innate territory lords seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His mind was dazed and his head felt heavy. He was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, and he figured it would take over a year for him to recover from his ghastly injuries. He should be celebrating his escape from the clutches of death, but he had no clue how he managed to survive and why he ended up here. However, a theory soon formed in his mind when he recalled the familiar voice he heard earlier. Thus, he gathered all the strength he could muster and looked out into the void. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure who was battling the innate territory lord who had snuck up on him earlier. It really is that brat? Xianxia was thunderstruck. Moments ago, he had already come to terms with his impending death, yet in that life-and-death moment, space around him warped. He sensed that he had somehow merged with the void at that instant, allowing him to survive the attacks from 2 territory lords. Space secret technique. He knew that Xianxia was the only one who could do this. Xianxia also had to be the reason why he suddenly appeared on this universe fragment. That brat must have used his space secret technique to move me here. It's good that he came. Xianxia exhaled slowly before collapsing to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up anymore. All his strength seemed to evaporate at that moment. As he watched the innate territory lord scrambling around the battlefield to dodge Xianxia's fierce attacks, a strange feeling formed in his heart. When did I start feeling a sense of relief whenever this brat shows up? It felt as if the humans would surely emerge victorious if Xianxia was here. Xianxia chuckled at the thought of how old men like him seemed so useless. Despite their millennia of cultivation, in the end, they had to rely on a younger generation when it came down to it. Xianxia had saved him twice now if he included what happened back at the No Return Pass. "Honored Master, take this pill." All of a sudden, a voice called out behind Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and saw his treasured disciple limping over to him with a bottle raised, one that contained valuable spirit pills. Gong Lian was severely injured as well. There was a large gash across his abdomen that had nearly cut him in half. He would not have retreated from the fight if it had not been for such grave injuries. Xianxia glanced at his disciple's sorry state before glancing at Yang Kai's magnificence on the battlefield and could not help but exclaim with a sigh, "How useless!" This disciple of his was someone whose talents surpassed many others. He would not have taken Gong Lian in if that had not been the case. Gong Lian was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after Xianxia took him under his wing and put a lot of thought and effort into training him. While Gong Lian was indeed a remarkable talent, that was still nothing in comparison to Yang Kai's achievements. Why did I not consider taking Yang Kai as my disciple? Gong Lian had purposely come over to give his honored master some medicine. He thought that this would lead to a touching moment between the master and disciple, so he did not expect to be criticized in such a manner instead and felt rather aggrieved. "Honored master, the speed of this disciple's cultivation is already fast enough. It took him 200 years to become an emperor, another 100 years to condense his Dao seal, and yet another 100 years to break through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, in less than 1,000 years, he became a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. All in all, he had only been cultivating for about 1,500 years. Few people in all the 3,000 worlds became 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at such a young age. However, Gong Lian's honored master just called him useless. The comment made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Never mind. Not everyone is a freak like that brat. I can't demand it of you." Xianxia sighed once more before taking the spirit pill from Gong Lian and consuming it. If his disciple was considered a genius, then Yang Kai was the most extraordinary genius among all geniuses. Gong Lian eked out a faint smile, but he felt even more crushed on the inside. Just then, they sensed the death of yet another innate territory lord. Xianxia turned to look before loudly exclaiming, "Astonishing!" As expected, Yang Kai had killed the innate territory lord who snuck up on Xianxia earlier. It had not even been 30 breaths of time since Yang Kai's appearance, but in that short span he had killed 2 powerful innate territory lords. Xianxia had a feeling that Yang Kai was even stronger now than he was back when they met at the no-return pass. "Look over there, honored master." Gong Lian noticed something unusual and pointed it out. Xianxia followed Gong Lian's gaze and noticed that the rear of the Black Ink clan army was in chaos. A series of great suns and great moons illuminated the darkness. Under the glare of these lights, countless strange creatures were attacking the Black Ink clan army from the back, which caused their formation to crumble. Small stone race. Xianxia's eyes brightened as he quickly figured out that Yang Kai must have brought these creatures here. In general, the human race masters did know that Yang Kai had many small stone race soldiers with him. After all, the small stone race found in all the various battlefields were handed out by Yang Kai previously. There were even some small stone race soldiers here in profound nether territory, though their numbers were fairly small. After so many years of fighting, a significant number of the small stone race that Yang Kai had given away back then had died. The small stone race was useful when it came to dealing with the Black Ink clan, but they had their weaknesses too. They were hard to control and varied greatly in strength. Based on the fighting prowess of each of the race's armies, when the numbers were equal, the humans were stronger than the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan was a lot stronger than the small stone race. Therefore, although the number of small stone race was tremendous, many were sacrificed in each battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters ran the numbers half a year ago. In total, Yang Kai had given away approximately 40 million small stone race soldiers. However, only about 17 million of them were still alive right now. The remaining 23 million had been slaughtered by the Black Ink clan. The loss of 23 million in just a few decades of fighting was deeply alarming. The human race would have long been driven to extinction if they suffered such casualties. There were just over 1 million small stone race soldiers in profound nether territory. Thus, Including the 1 million-strong human army, there were about 2 million soldiers. That being said, only 400,000 of the small stone race were deployed to the front lines of the battlefield while the rest were spread out across the various auxiliary fronts, including the forward outpost. If that had not been the case, just the 300,000 humans here might not have been enough to hold the front lines of the battlefield. After the fierce battle, it was quite likely that most of the 400,000 small stone race would be sacrificed. Nevertheless, right now, countless great suns and great moons were streaking across the sky behind the Black Ink clan army, their blinding light illuminating nearly half of profound Nether territory. How many small stone race soldiers did it take for such a display? Millions? Tens of millions? Xianxia and his disciple did not know for sure, but they were certain about one thing. The Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory was in serious trouble. Come with me. Let's charge out at our enemies once more. Xianxia's fervor for battle bubbled up once more, but as he stood up, blood gushed out of his wounds. Gong Lian jumped in fright. Don't do anything reckless, honored master. You're severely injured right now and can barely exert a tenth of your strength. How can you possibly join the fight? You should be focusing on tending to your injuries right now. Xianxia smacked Gong Lian across the head. Enough of your nonsense. I know very well what my condition is like right now. I can't kill any territory lords, but I can still kill a few feudal lords. Hurry up. Saying so, he rushed off without a moment's hesitation. Gong Lian was speechless, but since his honored master had rejoined the battle, he could only follow along behind him. The changes on the battlefield, which included the sudden emergence of a massive small stone race army behind the Black Ink clan, caused the entire flow of the battle to change. What's more, the death of 2 innate territory lords in a burst of golden light had caught everyone's attention. With this sudden change of fortunes, the Black Ink clan was fully aware that a powerful master had come to aid the humans, a master who could kill territory lords as if they were random chickens or dogs. The other territory lords were both shocked and furious. The Black Ink clan had been planning this operation in profound Nether territory for some time now and had even secretly sent out the over a dozen territory lords for this purpose. They were right on the cusp of success, but none of them expected a sudden twist at the critical moment. None of the territory lords could accept this outcome. As the streaks of powerful divine sense weaved through the void, the territory lords could not decide whether to retreat or to continue the attack. Before they could discuss what to do though, the aura of yet another territory lord swelled up before vanishing. When they looked at where the aura had vanished, they saw the same 8th Order Master standing tall with his eyes sweeping across the battlefield condescendingly. A 3rd territory lord had been killed. All 3 territory lords had been killed in less than a half cup of tea's time. The territory lords could not hesitate any longer. They were deathly afraid that they would be the next to fall, so they immediately shouted for their forces to retreat. After receiving the order from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army started withdrawing. Naturally, the experienced human race army could tell what was happening, so even without an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the soldiers began chasing down the retreating enemy. All at once, the Black Ink clan army was in the unfortunate predicament of being sandwiched between the human and small stone race armies. Xianxia's figure continued flickering across the battlefield as well. Wherever his spear passed, Black Ink clan soldiers met their demise. He no longer targeted the territory lords, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Xianxia had already reached his limit after using soul-rending thorns thrice in a short span of time. Right now, his soul was cracked and in great agony. If he tried to use another soul-rending thorn, he could very well lose consciousness, just like he had back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. If he did not use a soul-rending thorn, then with his current strength, it would be hard for him to kill an innate territory lord who was determined to escape. Since that was the case, he started slaughtering the other Black Ink clan soldiers instead. Attacked from 2 sides, the Black Ink clan army suffered calamitous casualties, but since the small stone race only acted according to their instincts, while they were courageous on the battlefield, they employed no form of strategy. It was fairly easy for the Black Ink clan army to break through the small stone race's siege with just a few sacrifices. The tides had changed in a flash for the human race who were on the brink of doom just moments ago. The void was thick with world force as the light from all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques blazed across the battlefield. The human race were victorious in this battle. Now, it was only a matter of how many of their enemies they could destroy today. The Eighth Order Masters were truly glad and relieved that victory was theirs. Just an hour ago, it seemed certain that the human race would lose. They were already considering sacrificing all the remaining small stone race soldiers to buy time for the human race's evacuation, but everything changed with the arrival of one person. In a flash, the human race army and the small stone race grouped together as they pursued the Black Ink clan for several million kilometers, slaughtering them as they went. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart jolted and he turned his head as he sensed a familiar aura coming from a certain direction. He swiftly leapt across the void, and in the next instant, he appeared before a certain warship. As he looked up, he was greeted by several familiar faces, including some that looked coquettish, some glamorous, and some dignified. Those on the warship had been alarmed by the sudden appearance of this figure, but once they took a good look at him, their hearts settled back into place. A gentle expression settled on Yang Kai's face as he smiled at these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5519, I'm back. The cultivators on board this warship were all women with not a single man in sight. They were a true female army, and most of them had intimate relationships with Yang Kai. Earlier on, he rushed over because he sensed their auras. All at once, Yang Kai's heart was flooded with yearning. His mind raced with all that he longed to say to them, but in the end, all he said was a simple greeting, I'm back. Yes, he was back. It had been around 1,000 years since he left Black Territory, and now he was finally back. It was nearly 5,000 years since then if he included the time he spent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. While it was a pity that he did not return triumphant, at least he was back. Yang Kai dreamt of this moment countless times during the crusade against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, and at last, his dream had come true. Yu Ru Meng immediately rushed forward in agitation and Yang Kai opened his arms as he waited for her to fly into his embrace. However, the charm demon saint simply brushed past Yang Kai and sent forth a divine ability that battered the fleeing Black Ink clan soldiers in the distance. Yu Ru Meng's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. Enough of that nonsense. Our priority now is to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wore the most awkward expression possible as he stood frozen on the spot with his hands outstretched. This was not what he had been expecting. It has been 1,000 years since your husband left. Now that he's back, shouldn't you all be crying tears of joy and throwing yourselves at me? Shouldn't we be enjoying the sorely missed warmth and loving embrace? What's going on? Why are you ignoring my presence instead? Meanwhile, Su Yen and Ji Yao who were in front of him were frozen as well. Their eyes reddened, but before they could say anything, Yu Ru Meng called out firmly, Su Yen Yao, Luo, come with me. Yuer, Hua Shang, Waner, Qinga, you all will form a team as well. Proceed with caution. The women's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and the others swiftly rushed forward as the 8 women formed 2 groups before charging out of the warship. They formed 2 4-symbols formations, which was the simplest battle formation that was commonly used on the Black Ink battlefield as all it required was sufficient numbers in the same order. Yang Kai had also used this battle formation with other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Dawn on occasion. While it was a simple battle formation, it allowed the cultivators to cover each other's backs and combine their strengths. Thus, it was incredibly useful in the chaos of the battlefield. There were only 10 people on board the warship, so now that 8 of them left, only 2 remained. Greetings, Sect Master. Luan Baifeng, one of the last 2, bowed elegantly. Yang Kai nodded with the sternness that befitted his position as the sect master and waved his hand, at ease. Alas, it seemed his subordinates were more reliable. As for the madams, they seemed to be showing signs of rebellion. However, Yang Kai could understand their reactions. After all, he did basically abandon them for 1,000 years. It was not surprising that they were upset about it. These women had every reason to react the way they did. "Young master, you," he called out with a choked voice. Yang Kai walked over and stroked her head with a smile. "Good. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. I see that you didn't neglect your cultivation." He was not the only one who was now in the 7th Order. In fact, all 10 women aboard this warship were in the 7th Order. It was not unexpected in the case of Yu He and Luan Baifeng. They were already in the 6th Order when Yang Kai left, and during this time, neither Voidland nor High Heaven Palace lacked the resources for cultivation. There was also a World Tree clone in the Star Boundary as well. For those in the Open Heaven realm like Yu He and Luan Baifeng, the clones' feedback effects did not give them any boost to their innate talent, but the environment still boosted their cultivation speed. Yu Ru Meng and Yang Kai's other wives had directly become 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a number had even become disciples of ancestors from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, their cultivation would rapidly increase since they did not lack the resources or guidance they needed. This team of 10 consisted entirely of people Yang Kai trusted implicitly, so it was clear that someone had arranged this on purpose. No other squad could possess such a luxurious lineup. If 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they were even able to face off against a territory lord for some time. This was probably the reason why none of these women showed any signs of serious injury. Of course, there was another reason for this as well. Their warship was a little unique, and Yang Kai sensed it as soon as he came over. Based on age alone, Yu He was much older than Yang Kai. After all, she had already been a veteran 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when she first met him. However, the moment Yang Kai stroked her head, she could not stop her tears from flowing as she stared at him with a teary-eyed smile. "Kill!" Yu Ru Meng shouted fiercely from in front of the warship. She did not hold back at all as she mercilessly slaughtered the Black Ink clan. Smelly man! How can he still be getting all sentimental at a time like this? Does he not know the meaning of the word, death? Yang Kai bowed. "Senior, you must have had a hard time all these years. Many thanks for your care." The warship trembled slightly as an old voice rang out with a slightly teasing tone. "This old master didn't have to do much. You're the one who must work hard from now on." This was not a true warship but rather one of Baishi's soul clones. Naturally, this clone did not possess the full strength of Baishi's true body, but it was similar in strength to a veteran 7th Order Master, so it was not weak by any means. Furthermore, Baishi was most proficient in defense. It would not be easy for Yu Ru Meng and the rest to encounter any form of trouble as they had the protection of such a warship. These 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were paired with one of Baishi's soul clones, and this combination was enough for them to fear nothing on the battlefield if they did not target the innate territory lords. Yang Kai did not know who the commanders were for the army here, but it had to be people who were well acquainted with him and knew about his importance. That was why they made these special arrangements for his family. Thus, Yang Kai made a note of the favor they had done for him. Yang Kai then turned around and said, "We'll catch up later. Please take over, senior." That was all Yang Kai said before he rushed out in a flash. He did not focus on helping Yu Ru Meng and the others and instead charged forward with his spear in hand. Under the looming shadow of this spear, the Black Ink clan who were trying to flee were shredded like paper. Occasionally, some would survive the onslaught from Yang Kai, but Yu Ru Meng and the others who were following behind would easily deal with them. The human race army and the small stone race both chased down the retreating Black Ink clan, turning the once contested battlefield into a meat grinder filled with mournful screams and furious roars. "Withdraw!" All of a sudden, a piercing call echoed across the battlefield. The humans who had been fervently hunting down their enemies finally stopped. They could not continue chasing down the Black Ink clan anymore, lest they stretch themselves too thin and suffer serious losses from a sudden counterattack. Still, they had already dealt a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory, making this a triumphant victory. They could not destroy the Black Ink clan in one blow, and if they forced the Black Ink clan into fighting back out of desperation, the humans would also suffer greatly. Thus, withdrawing after gaining some benefits was the optimal strategy. Ru Meng and the others swiftly returned to the warship, all of them breathing heavily and covered in sweat with visible streaks of blood on their clothes. It was evident that they had suffered some injuries in this battle. No one could guarantee that they would remain unscathed in the chaos of the battlefield, as accidents would always happen. Yang Kai did not return to the warship right away and instead used his Great Sun and Great Moon marks to gather the surviving small stone race army first before rejoining the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. He wanted to talk to him, but a glare from Ru Meng forced her to remain still. All is not well within the family. Yang Kai lamented to himself as he watched these women sitting down cross-legged, none of them showing any signs of wanting to talk to him. He could not help but miss his gentlest little senior sister. If little senior sister was here, she wouldn't ignore me like this. Although he did not see Xia Ningchang, he knew that she would not be here on the battlefield, as her specialty was not fighting. Alchemy was her strong suit. The human race army's need for all kinds of spirit pills was enormous, so alchemists like little senior sister had to remain behind in safety to refine spirit pills for those on the front lines. The human race could not afford to lose such talents, so the higher-ups would never allow them to join the battlefield unless there was no other choice. As the army retreated, numerous 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters passed by, but they merely nodded to Yang Kai in greeting and showed no intention of coming over. It was clear that they knew what Yang Kai's relationship with the women on this warship was. Since it was his first time reuniting with them, he would have a lot to talk about with his madams. They were not obtuse enough to disturb him now. However, they were also puzzled by what they saw. Something was amiss about the atmosphere on the warship. While there was no fighting, it felt as if the warship was a frigid purgatory, causing many of them to shudder lightly. They were also secretly exclaiming over the luck Yang Kai had with love, for he had so many wives who were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were truly envious of him. Bai Shi's quiet chuckle sounded, as if he was enjoying the show. Luan Baifeng was also glancing around at the others as she stood by the side. She was the only outsider among this group, but she did not treat herself as one. Instead, she was taking in the strange atmosphere in amusement. Everyone else was tending to their injuries. Thus, Yang Kai joined them awkwardly by sitting down cross-legged and stuffing a fistful of spirit pills into his mouth. He looked like an injured animal who was quietly licking his wounds, making for a pitiful sight. He felt a pang in her heart, but before she could do anything, Ru Meng's eyes flashed open and shot her a glare. He sighed. Although her heart ached for her young master, Madame Ru Meng seemed to want to teach him a lesson, and it was best for her to stay out of these family issues. She knew that all the other madams followed Ru Meng's leadership and would go along with what she decided. After thinking about it, He figured that it was probably a good thing to teach her young master a lesson so that he would not keep running around all the time. Previously, it was a little better as he only left for a few decades at most, which could not be considered long for cultivators of their realm. Plus, regardless of where he was still within the 3,000 worlds back then. However, this time he left for around 1,000 years and had gone to an extremely dangerous place, constantly putting his life at risk. Amid the void, people were cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving the bodies of the fallen soldiers. This was done in silence as sorrow and grief spread through the area. While Yang Kai tended to his injuries, he checked with Bai Shi about the humans' current situation. After the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai spent several centuries running around without even stopping for a moment. He did not partake in the battles at the No Return Pass and the Barren Territory either, therefore he knew nothing about the human race's present state. Now that he was back, the first thing he wanted to do was get some information. Bai Shi kept nothing from him. A long conversation later, Yang Kai had the gist of what happened with the human race in recent years. Back when the Black Ink clan broke through the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the human race began withdrawing and evacuating with their end destination being High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was located. Martial Peak, Chapter 5520, just some minor injuries. Yang Kai knew about this in a general sense. He had helped the cultivators besieged in Swallowing Sea's territory and several other great territories over the years. Many would not have been able to deal with the Black Ink clan if it had not been for his assistants and the small stone ray soldiers he gave them to aid in their evacuation. This was something Yang Kai often did as he went around refining over 2,000 universe worlds in several hundred great territories. One could tell just how many evacuating great forces he must have run into solely based on the fact that he had given away some 40 million of the small stone race. Most of the cultivators in the great territories had already evacuated, saving those forces in their entirety. However, many had also been set upon by the Black Ink clan army on the way, wiping them out as a result. There was nothing that could be done about this. The Black Ink clan had invaded the entire 3,000 worlds and few great territories could defend themselves from such an attack. The weaker cultivators from the scattered second-class great forces could not put up a fight against a massive and organized Black Ink clan army. All hope for the human race's future depended on the star boundary as it was a true open heaven realm cradle. This was the reasoning behind the evacuation plan set by the human race's leaders. Otherwise, there was no reason why out of all the great territories in the 3,000 worlds, the human race had to head for high heaven territory where the star boundary was. However, not all of the great forces could be housed within high heaven territory. Firstly, high heaven territory did not have a great number of universe worlds that could sustain life. That being said, the new great territory could ease some of this burden as it neighbored high heaven territory and the conditions there were much better, including the cultivation environment. It also had a lot more habitable universe worlds than high heaven territory did. The new great territory could only be accessed from high heaven territory, so Yang Kai had set up a restriction back then to only allow those from Voidland and High Heaven Palace inside. Of course, this restriction was taken down now given the current circumstances. As long as the human race did not lose its hold on High Heaven territory, the Black Ink clan couldn't invade the new great territory. Secondly, the humans could not resign themselves to surrendering without a fight. If they did stop trying to fight back, then all the Black Ink clan had to do was target High Heaven territory. This would put the human race in a far too vulnerable position. Thus, the many leaders of the human race came to a decision. They gathered as many open heaven realm masters as they could and formed over a dozen armies based on the framework of the remnants of the armies from the Black Ink battlefield. These armies were then posted to defend the surrounding great territories with High Heaven territory at the center. Profound Nether territory was one of these battlefields, along with Heavenly Wolf territory, Twin Poles territory, and several others. Profound Nether territory was said to have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, but after many years of fighting, that was no longer the case, unless the surviving small stone race were counted as well. Throughout the past few decades, Profound Nether territory and the other frontline great territories were in a constant state of battle. While the humans did pay a heavy price in the process, they managed to gather most, if not all of their strength in these dozen or so great territories and just barely managed to maintain their current perimeter. However, from the way things were progressing, the situation was gradually deteriorating. Over a dozen territory lords had appeared out of the blue and joined the main battle in Profound Nether territory. The human race army had been caught off guard and suffered significant casualties as a result. Chances were they would have failed to hold onto Profound Nether territory if the tides had not turned following Yang Kai's arrival. If the humans lost Profound Nether territory, it would be a crushing blow not only to their army, but to their morale as well. The human race army in Profound Nether territory was formed from over a dozen remnants of previous armies, including the Great Evolution Army, Great Battle Army, 9 Stars Army, and Purple Jade Army. These armies had previously gone through the 3 major wars at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. Thus, they were truly veterans with a wealth of experience. They formed the core of the Profound Nether army with cultivators from other various great forces making up the rest of the numbers. This was the reason why Yang Kai ran into Yu Rumeng and the others here. Back then, The cultivators from Voidland and High Heaven Palace had joined the fight in the barren territory, and old ancestor Xiao personally recruited them into the Great Evolution Army. Thus, they could be considered soldiers who belonged to the Great Evolution Army. After hearing everything, Yang Kai was secretly relieved. He could have chosen any of the numerous routes that would have taken him back to the star boundary, but as he wanted to get there as quickly as possible, he chose the shortest one, which meant that he had to pass through profound nether territory. He was filled with lingering dread at the thought of how terrible things would have been in profound nether territory if he had not made it here in time. Thanks to your preempting back then, those from Void territory were able to prepare in advance. Therefore, when the order to evacuate was given, all of the great forces of Void territory were able to leave safely. But it's a shame when we think about the other living beings in those universe worlds. She sighed mournfully. The human race could not bring all the living beings in those universe worlds along with them when the Black Ink clan invaded, so they must have been turned into Black Ink disciples by now. I've already refined those universe worlds, Senior. You don't need to feel bad about them, Yang Kai said. Void territory was considered Yang Kai's territory, so he would not stand by and do nothing when it faced this existential crisis. When Yang Kai went to Void territory back then, he purposely checked on Voidland. When he realized that Voidland had completely disappeared, he figured that she must have evacuated everyone. At the time, the Black Ink clan had not invaded Void territory yet, so Yang Kai refined all the universe worlds and took them with him. She froze for a moment, not quite understanding what Yang Kai meant when he said he refined the universe worlds. But just as he was about to ask, he saw Yang Kai turning ashen-faced before coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. His aura swiftly deflated as he slumped backwards. She was alarmed while cries rang out from all directions. However, Yang Kai did not end up falling to the ground as a soft and nimble figure caught him. Yang Kai's eyelids parted slightly and he saw Yuru Meng's anxious expression. The others swiftly gathered around him with similarly concerned looks in their eyes. Husband, what happened? Yuru Meng asked with a trembling voice. The demon saint's previous coldness was now replaced with great fear and worry. Yang Kai opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything he spat out another mouthful of blood that dyed Yuru Meng's clothes gold. Then he rasped, I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries. He tapped his finger ever so gently against the deck of the warship. She was startled for a moment before he quickly exclaimed, How can you call that a minor injury? Your aura's unstable and your world force circulation is a mess right now. Did you get hit by one of those territory lords' final counterattacks? It's all right, it's nothing serious, Yang Kai insisted weakly. The more he insisted though, the more fraught the women around him became. Earlier on, they witnessed from afar the way Yang Kai had slaughtered 3 territory lords in quick succession. It went without saying that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai would have had to pay a heavy price in order to kill 3 territory lords like this. It was just that he had been hiding his injuries and putting up a strong front earlier. Healing pills. Yuru Meng cried out, and Su Yang quickly stuffed a few high-quality spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth. Shanqing Luo quickly kneeled beside Yang Kai and grabbed his hand to check on his injuries, but a moment later, Luo frowned. She did not detect any trace of physical wounds, so she stared at Yang Kai in puzzlement and began to ask, Husband, your injuries? Yang Kai forced out a weak smile, My body's fine. It's my soul that's injured. Soul-rending thorns? Zhu Qing asked grimly. Yang Kai was taken aback as he asked, How did you know? Senior Yang told us about them. He told us a lot about you actually, Shui Yu explained softly. Senior Yang lie? Shui Yu nodded. Yang Kai came to a sudden realization. Since there were remnants of the Great Evolution Army here in the Profound Nether Army, it was not unusual that Yang Lai was here as well. Yang Lai did know about the soul-rending thorns as back then, outside Great Evolution Pass all those years ago, Yang Lai was the one watching over Yang Kai. With just his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai managed to kill and critically wound numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples inside the Black Ink nest space with the help of the soul-rending thorns. From the looks of it, it had most likely been Yang Lai's doing that led to Yu Ru Meng and the rest forming this special squad. Yu Ru Meng noticed that Yang Kai wanted to ask more questions, so she quickly blocked his mouth with her hand. "Stop talking. You should be focusing on tending to your injuries now." Yang Kai paused before nodding lightly and settled into a more comfortable position in Yu Ru Meng's arms before closing his eyes. The women around him were all beside themselves with worry. Meanwhile, on the universe fragment at the front lines, the human army returned in victory and settled down to rest as well. However, the news that Yang Kai was seriously injured spread in next to no time. Therefore, quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to visit him, with Yang Lai and Wei Junyang at the helm. However, Yu Ru Meng and the others stopped them by saying that their husband was too injured and could not see anyone as he had to focus on his recovery first. Naturally, Yang Lai and the others were understanding enough. They asked about the cause of Yang Kai's injuries, and when they found out it was the price he had to pay to be able to slaughter 3 territory lords, they were deeply troubled. One of the 8th Order Masters brought out some special spirit pills he had been safekeeping and passed them to Yu Ru Meng before assuring her that she could focus on tending to Yang Kai. Yu Ru Meng accepted the pills and thanked him. That boy killed 3 innate territory lords in less than an incense stick of time. It has grown too quickly. Wei Junyang turned back to glance at the warship that was formed out of Bai Shi's soul clone with an indiscernible expression. When Wei Junyang first heard about Yang Kai back then on the Black Ink battlefield, the latter had only been a 6th Order junior, yet Yang Kai had the same cultivation as him now. However, Yang Kai was even stronger and more formidable in battle as he could slaughter innate territory lords who were a lot stronger than ordinary territory lords. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that even peak 8th Order masters like Wei Junyang and Yang Lai could kill an innate territory lord. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did just that, though it seemed that he had paid heavily in the process. "Have we grown too old?" Kong Chengde chuckled. He was originally the army commander of the 9 Stars Army's Southern Army. He and the other 8th Order Masters were some of the finest talents back in their day. They had cultivated for many years to achieve the strength they had now, but when they compared themselves to Yang Kai, who was generations younger than them, they could not help but feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. During the last battle in the Barren Territory, this old master didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision. One of the old men spoke up abruptly. It was Fei Yongzhe, who was originally the army commander of the Purple Jade Western Army. "The 9th Order old ancestors are the backbone of our human race, our strongest and most experienced fighters. It's incredibly difficult for someone to become a 9th Order master. Even after all these years, only a handful of 9th Order masters existed. As long as we humans still had them, we would still have hope. And yet, during that fateful battle, the old ancestors boldly and without hesitation chose to sacrifice themselves in a battle to the death. This old master believed that the old ancestors made the wrong decision back then. They had been too reckless in entrusting the future of the human race to the hands of the younger generation. How about now?" Kong Chengde turned to look at him. Fei Yongzhe remained silent for a moment before saying, "Perhaps this old master was too conservative and narrow-minded. Let's see how things go in the future." His opinion had been shaken by the way Yang Kai slaughtered 3 innate territory lords in one go, but only time could tell whether the old ancestors had made the right decision back then. It was not something that he could determine just like that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5521, Divine Spirits have come to assist. While the rest carried on with their conversation, Yang Lai was the only one who kept glancing behind him with a brooding expression, wondering, what the hell is that brat up to? The others might not be aware of how formidable Yang Kai was in combat, but the same could not be said for Yang Lai. Of all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here in profound Nether Territory, he was the one who was most familiar with Yang Kai, as they had fought alongside each other for many years in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai was also the reason why he managed to make it out of the black ink battlefield and arrive at the barren territory. Of course, Yang Kai would not have come out of the battle unscathed after slaughtering 3 innate territory lords in such a short amount of time, so Yang Lai did not even need to check to understand he had used his soul-rending thorns. Injuries in battle were unavoidable, but nevertheless, Yang Lai did not believe that Yang Kai's wounds were as severe as they seemed to be. He had witnessed just how indomitable Yang Kai had been when they stormed the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai's aura was currently as frail as a candle's flame amid a terrifying storm. It was almost as if he would die at any moment. Is he really that wounded? Yang Lai threw a glance in that direction once more, and his eyes flashed perceptively as a thought occurred to him. Soon, he chuckled and snickered, "Crafty brat. What did you say?" Wei Junyang turned to Yang Lai. "It's nothing." Yang Lai slowly shook his head. Although he deduced that something mischievous was afoot, he was not about to expose it as this involved someone else's private affairs. If he did, then he would be offending Yang Kai for no reason. Yang Lai was certain. That brat's injured all right, but his injuries are definitely not that severe. Since Yang Lai did not wish to elaborate, Wei Junyang did not try to pry it out of him. Everyone fought hard in this battle. Let's return and tend to our injuries first so that we can return to our peak as soon as possible, lest the Black Ink clan starts getting ideas again. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The profound Nether Territory army suffered considerable casualties in this battle, including the loss of 2 8th Order Masters. Even though 3 Territory Lords had been killed as well, there were more Territory Lords than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to begin with. The injuries that Yang Lai, Wei Junyang, and the others suffered were fairly serious, so it was true that they needed to hurry up and tend to their wounds. However, before they moved away, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them before cupping his fist as he announced, "Sirs, the Divine Spirit's reinforcement team has arrived." Yang Lai could not resist snapping, "What excellent timing." What was the point if the Divine Spirits only arrived when the battle was over? Were they here to help clean up the battlefield? If they came earlier, the profound Nether army would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Yang Lai could not be blamed for feeling resentful, while the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt the same to varying degrees. There had been no sign of these divine spirits earlier when the battle was at its fiercest and the profound Nether army was on the verge of defeat. That was the time when they needed reinforcements the most. Fortunately, Yang Kai had arrived and managed to drive the Black Ink clan back with his unstoppable strength. Yet it was only now that the divine spirits showed up. However, though they were dissatisfied, they knew the situation could not be helped. There were only so many divine spirits, and the human race needed all the help they could get on all the different battlefields. The divine spirits who had to rush everywhere to offer assistance were under a lot of pressure too. Without the support of the divine spirits, at least 2 or 3 of the humans' current frontline great territories would have been lost. The divine spirits had contributed greatly to the human race's success in holding off the Black Ink clan. Wei Junyang sighed. "They're having a hard time too, Brother Yang, so let's not mention such things." "I know," Yang Lai huffed. No one was having it easy. They were all pitifully fighting in a bid for survival. He was just grumbling for the sake of it. Even under these circumstances, while the divine spirits might have been late, they would not have been too late. If Yang Kai had not shown up, the profound Nether army would likely still be stretched thin, and the risk of defeat would be looming over their heads right now. The divine spirits' arrival would surely have provided them with much-needed help, and if the divine spirits were powerful enough, the profound Nether army might even manage to turn things around and score a victory. "Bring them over," Wei Junyang instructed. The messenger nodded quickly and did as he was instructed. Soon, a group of 50 or so divine spirits who did not bother reigning in their imposing presence approached. All the soldiers nearby backed away from the heavy presence of these divine spirits. Yang Lai frowned as he exchanged looks with Wei Junyang, both thinking the same thing. It's them. Previously, Wei Junyang said that the Supreme Headquarters was sending a team of divine spirits over as reinforcements. Yanglai had asked if these divine spirits were the ones who came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but Wei Junyang did not know the answer. It was those at the Supreme Headquarters who made the arrangements, thus he had no say in the matter. From the looks of it, the divine spirits were indeed the ones from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was easy enough to tell. Although these divine spirits had a domineering presence, they were basically all on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. Only a few of them were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, only these divine spirits would behave this arrogantly. All the divine spirits who sided with the human race came from one of three places. They were either from the No Return Pass, Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, or Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Overall, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were weaker than those from the No Return Pass and the Ancestral Land. It was not because they were weaker by nature, but they had only just left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they had yet to fully adapt to the principles of the 3,000 worlds, meaning their strength was somewhat suppressed. This had been the case with Zhu Jiuyin back then. Her true strength had been on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but once Yang Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it dropped to that of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and it took her many years before she returned to her peak. Thus, upon seeing that these divine spirits mostly had 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations, Yanglai and the others easily figured out where they were from. They belonged to the group of divine spirits who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but this was not all of them. These divine spirits were not all that reliable. When they first arrived at the Star boundary after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they caused quite a bit of trouble. It was Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan who had to step up and teach them a harsh lesson before they reined themselves in. Many unverifiable rumors regarding these divine spirits circulated among the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Apparently, they were cowardly in the face of death and did not do their best in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even though they now allowed the Supreme Headquarters to send them out as reinforcements to various front lines, somehow, they often did things that bungled the human race's chances of winning the battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters would not choose to dispatch these divine spirits unless absolutely necessary. In fact, they considered splitting up the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and assigning them to the other divine spirit teams, but in the end, they could not do so as these divine spirits refused to be separated. If the Supreme Headquarters tried to force the issue, then it would only backfire. Divine Dragon Fu Guang was now recuperating in seclusion, so there was no one around who could exert authority over these unruly divine spirits. Furthermore, they were related to Yang Kai, so even Xianxia and Mi Jinglun did not want to push too hard when dealing with them. The reinforcements came in the form of roughly 50 divine spirits and one 7th Order human master. As a few unpleasant events had happened in the past, a human master was now assigned to accompany the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary whenever they were sent into battle. The human's role was ostensibly to lead the way as the divine spirits were unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, but in reality, their job was there to keep an eye on them. Both sides were fully aware of this. No one knew which cave heaven or paradise this 7th Order master was from, but as he came over and looked around, his expression was as dark as night. Once he arrived in front of Wei Junyang and the others, he bowed and greeted, "Supreme Headquarters Yuzhen greet sirs." Wei Yungyang smiled and reached out to raise him from the bow before nodding lightly at the 8th Order divine spirits who stood in front. "Many thanks for making the effort to come here." Of the divine spirits who took the lead, the one who took the form of a middle-aged man chuckled. "It was no effort at all. Rather, did the battle here end so quickly? I thought you humans were at risk of being overwhelmed?" An unexpected incident occurred and we managed to repel the Black Ink clan, Wei Junyang replied, but he showed no inclination of sharing in further detail. Naturally, the divine spirit did not bother asking either. "Oh," the middle-aged man said in acknowledgement before turning to Yu Zhen, "since there's nothing left to do here, does this mean we can go back now?" Yu Zhen kept quiet, but his expression was icy. By now, everyone else could tell that Yu Zhen did not get along with these divine spirits. However, outsiders would not know what caused the rift between them. Still, it was rather hard to think favorably of the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. They were different from the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. It would have been more surprising if the humans heard that Yu Zhen, the Seventh Order Master who was supposed to keep an eye on these divine spirits, had gotten along with them. Perhaps they had shunned him during the journey over here. We came all the way here for nothing. A young man among the group of divine spirits grumbled in dissatisfaction. What a waste of all our efforts to rush over as quickly as possible. The Black Ink clan here are so weak. They should have held out a few more days. Stop trying to talk big, Hodo. If you really had to fight against the Black Ink clan, you might end up peeing your pants. Everyone knows you're a coward who's afraid to die. A burst of laughter rang out. The divine spirit named Hodo immediately retorted, "As if you're any better, Yenima. During the last battle, you were wailing your head off and begging for mercy when that territory lord chased after you." Yen Mo turned bright red. That was a territory lord. He's even stronger than an 8th Order human. I haven't fully restored my strength yet, you know. Once that happens, why would I need to fear a territory lord? The divine spirits thus continued bickering among themselves. Wei Junyang and the others frowned. They had fought alongside many divine spirits during the battle at the No-Return Pass, and even though those divine spirits were just as haughty and prideful, always looking down on the humans, when it came to actually fighting, they were reliable comrades in arms whose strength in combat could not be denied. This was even the case with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As for the divine spirits in front of them now, were they nothing more than a farce? They were standing on the front lines of a battlefield where the human race had suffered countless losses during the earlier battle, and even more of them were injured, and yet, these divine spirits turned it into a place where they bickered over who was the bravest. Still, despite their discontent, Wei Junyang and the others could not make any comments as these divine spirits had come here as reinforcements. Yu Zhen seemed to be accustomed to the divine spirits bickering, so he just turned to Wei Junyang and asked, "Sirs, is there a need for us to stay here in profound nether territory in case the Black Ink clan mounts a counterattack?" Wei Junyang glanced in the direction where Yang Kai was resting and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. The Black Ink clan suffered significant casualties this time around, so they most likely won't be coming back anytime soon. Even if they did, with him around, it would not be hard to defend profound nether territory. The other battlefields might have a greater need for reinforcements." "Did we achieve a sweeping victory here?" Yu Zhen exclaimed in surprise. This was something that had not happened in a very long time. Though the human race emerged victorious now and then throughout the various battlefields, those were generally hard-fought wins. After all, if they wanted to force the stronger and numerically superior Black Ink clan into retreat, they would have to pay a heavy price in the process. Martial Peak, Chapter 5522, What About Me? Yu Zhen was ecstatic. If the human race achieved a sweeping victory in profound nether territory, the good news was bound to improve the morale of the armies on the other battlefields. Wei Yongyang shook his head and corrected with a bitter smile, "It was a costly victory. It could have been considered a sweeping victory if they had not lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did, so the victory was no longer as sweet." Yu Zhen paled when he heard this. "Did we lose an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Wei Junyang nodded morosely. "2. Yu Zhen's figure rocked ever so slightly. Ever since the human race army established the current frontline battlefields including profound nether territory, they had only lost 10 8th Order Masters in total. Those 10 had been lost throughout the many decades of fighting. However, 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been sacrificed in just this one battle alone. Regardless of how much the human race managed to achieve in return, it was still a costly victory. It was not easy to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Those who did were the most talented cultivators among the human race, and yet it still took several millennia for one to reach such a height. Far too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died throughout the years of battle, so the surviving ones were now the human race's pillars of strength. Yet, 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in the battle in profound nether territory. Yuzhen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His voice quavered as he said, "The 2 sirs need not have died. If we had only arrived sooner." Upon seeing that Yuzhen blamed himself for this, Yanglai went forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Our 2 brothers died honorably. You don't need to let their deaths weigh too heavily on you. It wasn't your fault." Although 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sacrificed in battle, they managed to gravely injure their opponents before they took their last breath. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable way for them to go. Yuzhen slowly shook his head before all of a sudden he glared at the divine spirits with bloodshot eyes. "You were supposed to come here as reinforcements, but all of you kept causing undue delays. Your lack of urgency resulted in the death of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Division commanders. I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters and hope you can give a reasonable justification for your actions when the time comes." "What did you say?" Yanglai and the others were shocked to hear this. Wei Junyang's expression was grim. "Undue delays? What happened?" When everyone heard Yuzhen's statement earlier, they thought he was merely blaming himself for the situation, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that something else must have happened. All at once, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began staring at the divine spirits with sharp, piercing gazes. An undue delay was not something to be taken lightly, and as the one who was tasked with overseeing these divine spirits, Yuzhen's words carried great weight. If it was just as Yuzhen had said and the divine spirits did hinder military operations, then it was a serious matter. Wei Junyang and the others believed Yuzhen's words without any hesitation or doubt, and they had a good reason for this as the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary had done this in the past. It happened during the first time they were sent to aid the humans in battle. They took so long on the trip over that, by the time they arrived on the battlefield, the fighting was nearly over. As no human was keeping an eye on them at the time, there was no way of confirming whether or not the divine spirits had done this on purpose. Due to that incident, there was now always a human race master who accompanied the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary whenever they were deployed as reinforcements. Meanwhile, despite the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters' gazes, the divine spirits were unperturbed. Some of them were on par with 8th Order Masters, so they were not afraid of Wei Junyang and the other humans. Furthermore, the human race needed their strength. Even if the human race discovered anything in their investigations, they could not do anything about it. The middle-aged man who was in the lead chuckled as he began releasing his divine spirit presence to its fullest. Wei Junyang and the others were fairly injured in the first place, and now they became even paler. He looked at Yuzhen and retorted coolly, "Watch what you say, boy. Ever since we received the command, we have done our best to rush over as soon as possible. How did we cause any undue delays?" The pressure from a mature divine spirit was directed fully at Yuzhen, and it made him feel as if he was being crushed under a mountain. He could barely keep himself upright, let alone speak. Yuzhen and the middle-aged man were an order apart in terms of cultivation. "What are you doing?" Wei Junyang fought back with an imposing presence of his own as he eyed that middle-aged man coldly. "Are you trying to start a revolt in front of the army? See if I don't cut your head off." The middle-aged man glanced at Wei Junyang before snorting, "As if you could." The two locked gazes as their imposing presence clashed, but it was clear that Wei Junyang was having a harder time as his complexion grew even paler. The middle-aged man looked around before declaring, "You should be honored that we divine spirits have come to help. However, not only did you not thank us, you even have the gall to spew such nonsense. Unbelievable! The losses you've suffered on the battlefield here have nothing to do with us. It's all because of how useless you are. Even if we did arrive sooner, so what? If you're useless, you're useless. You should just die and move on to your next life instead of sticking around and embarrassing yourselves." Everyone immediately flew into an uproar. Yanglai was on the verge of throwing fists, But he knew that he was in no shape to fight another battle right now, so he forced himself to hold back. Still, he roared in fury, "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds. Both the humans and the divine spirits have to fight together to survive. If we humans are driven into extinction, do you think the divine spirits will be any better off?" "Well, we're here, aren't we?" The middle-aged man smirked. "We're only a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not as if they lost profound nether territory anyway. Just a bunch of ants whining incessantly." He would have attacked them by now if it had not been for a few things he had to be wary of. Yuzhen spoke up from behind Wei Junyang. "Either way, I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters. They will decide what's right and wrong." One of the divine spirits snorted, "Your Supreme Headquarters has no control over us. It's up to us whether or not we're willing to help the human race fend off their enemies." In other words, no one could do anything to them if they did not wish to fight. The humans were vexed to no end, and the veins along Ouyang Lai's forehead were throbbing. 100+ divine spirits came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, and quite a number of them were now as strong as 8th Order masters. What's more, within a few years, these divine spirits would only continue to grow stronger as even more of them regained their true strength. With the way things were going for the humans right now, no one wanted to offend a powerful group of allies. Even if this news reached the Supreme Headquarters, there was a high chance that nothing would come of it. Many of the divine spirits were snickering, while the middle-aged man in the lead stared at the humans haughtily. He dared to behave this belligerently because he was certain that the humans would not do anything to them, but suddenly, a cold voice sounded, "Even if those at the Supreme Headquarters can't do anything, what about me?" The divine spirits all froze when they heard this voice, and their expressions changed as they swiftly turned towards the direction where the voice came from. They saw a familiar figure approaching. The middle-aged man frowned. "Why is this little bastard here?" He did not detect Yang Kai's aura when he first arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he realized why that was. Yang Kai was heavily injured and his aura was quite feeble. It was no surprise he had overlooked him when he was in such a state. As Yang Kai came closer, the divine spirit's expressions kept changing. It had been some 20 years since Yang Kai sent them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and delivered them to the star boundary, but during that time, they heard nothing from Yang Kai and no one knew where he went. There were only 2 individuals that these divine spirits feared, Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan and Yang Kai. The former was strong, so strong they could not afford to offend him. As for the latter, well, they had sworn a bloodline oath with him that they had to abide by. A group of women were gathered beside Yang Kai, with Yu Ru Meng and the others looking on in concern. They knew how serious their husband's injuries were. He should be focusing on his recovery right now, so why was he running over here and involving himself in this mess? That being said, it was not as if they could talk Yang Kai out of it, so they came along to protect him. Soon, Yang Kai stood in front of the divine spirits as he eyed the middle-aged man frigidly. The latter forced himself to smile as he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." The divine spirits quickly followed suit, regardless of whether or not they were doing so willingly. After all, their bloodline oath was in place. They could leave the great ancient ruins boundary because they pledged their service and loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. After that, Yang Kai would grant them their freedom. Since they had to serve Yang Kai, it meant that there was a clear hierarchy. The divine spirits were under Yang Kai's command. At the time, Yang Kai wanted them to acknowledge him as their master, but the divine spirits were too proud. Even though he was of the Dragon Clan, the divine spirits were unwilling to bow their heads. They were only willing to pledge their loyalty and be of service to him for a fixed duration. Yang Kai did not mind this. As to him, there was no difference whether they merely pledged their loyalty or considered him their master, as long as they helped the human race fight the Black Ink clan. At the time, Yang Kai assumed that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary would be a huge help to the humans, as a lot could be done with 100 mature divine spirits. He never thought it would lead to such aggravating matters instead. As a result, he was beginning to regret bringing them out. He witnessed this today, but what about all the things that happened without him knowing? Yang Kai stared at the middle-aged man. He did not say anything, but he recognized that this was the human form of the divine spirit Tao Wu. Tao Wu could be considered an ominous beast like Tao Tai and Xianxia. The ancestors of these ominous beasts had done things to harm the 3,000 worlds in the past, so that was why the old tree caught them and kept them locked up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. Most of the ancestors of the divine spirits inside the grand ancient ruins boundary were those who had committed great evils. They were lawless and bloodthirsty, and although the crimes of the ancestors had nothing to do with the current generation, the divine spirits that Yang Kai had brought out had more or less inherited the callousness and brutality of their predecessors. These divine spirits were completely different from those that came from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who came with the divine spirits before nodding at him. "Greetings, Brother Yu." "You are?" Yu Zhen queried doubtfully. "Great evolutions. The star boundaries Yang Kai." The Great Evolution Army had been dissolved and was now part of the Profound Nether Army, so he could not introduce himself by his previous title anymore. "So it is Sir Yang," Yu Zhen exclaimed in realization. He had long since heard about the immensely talented human from the star boundary who took less than 1,000 years to go from 5th Order to 8th Order. He initially thought it was just an exaggerated story, but upon seeing Yang Kai now, he realized that it was true after all. He's really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, though his injuries seem quite serious. Yu Zhen knew that Yang Kai had to be a lot younger than him, but he addressed Yang Kai respectfully anyway due to the latter's higher cultivation. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-23, for those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Brother Yu, I heard you saying there were undue delays along the way. What happened?" Before Yu Zhen could answer, Tao Wu quickly cried out, "That's just a misunderstanding, sir." Yang Kai glanced at him. "I didn't ask you." Tao Wu tried to explain himself anyway, but Yang Kai cut him off with a cold stare. "Say one more word and I'll relieve you of your head." Tao Wu turned red with fury, but he dared not speak up again. The divine spirits behind him became restless too. Yu Zhen was shocked. Sir Yang possesses such authority. Tao Wu is the strongest of all the divine spirits who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. He is as strong as our 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which is why the other divine spirits follow his lead. Even those at the Supreme Headquarters dared not impose on these divine spirits too much. Yu Zhen could not believe that Tao Wu did not fly into a rage even though Yang Kai showed such disdain for him. Furthermore, the divine spirits had addressed Yang Kai respectfully as Sir when he first came over. What's going on? Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the one who brought over the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but none knew what their true relationship was. Tao Wu and the others did not go around talking about it either. They were divine spirits, and it would be a huge loss of face for them if others knew that they pledged their loyalty to a human. No one looked into the matter either, as divine spirits were proud and arrogant beings, so it was already a blessing that they were somewhat willing to help the humans in battle. Talking about these unnecessary things would only serve to offend the divine spirits. Thus, everyone was taken aback by what they now saw happening. "Brother Yu, please speak freely." Yang Kai turned back to Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen pursed his lips before cupping his fist and recounting. "Supreme Headquarters issued orders for us to immediately make for the Profound Nether Territory battlefield to aid the soldiers here. If we stuck to the original schedule, we could have reached here a day earlier and joined the battle, but on the way over, they spent half a day resting after claiming that both their physical bodies and their spirits were drained. After that, we encountered a few scattered Black Ink clansmen and they insisted on hunting them down, which caused even more delays. That's why we only arrived here today." Physically and spiritually drained, Yang Kai scoffed. The divine spirits were the epitome of strength and health. Even though they had not fully restored their peak strength yet, how could it be possible for them to be physically and spiritually drained just from traveling? He eyed Tao Wu and the other divine spirits coldly. Many of them had sheepish expressions as they probably felt that the excuse was too flippant as well. Were there any territory lords among those scattered Black Ink clansmen? Yu Zhen shook his head. There were only a few Black Ink clansmen reserves who were led by some feudal lords. Yang Kai nodded lightly. By now, Wei Junyang, Yang Lai, and the others gathered around were livid. If what Yu Zhen said was true, then the team of divine spirit reinforcements could have arrived a day earlier, and if they had, the profound Nether Territory army would not have suffered nearly as many casualties. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not have had to sacrifice their lives either. Earlier on, when Wei Junyang and Yang Lai spoke while tending to their injuries, Yang Lai asked about the reinforcements and Wei Junyang said that they should be arriving soon. However, neither one of them would have thought that the reinforcements should have already arrived by then, but had purposely delayed themselves. Why would they need a group of divine spirits to hunt down scattered Black Ink clan reserves that were only led by feudal lords? The divine spirits' task was to aid the humans on the front lines of profound Nether Territory. The main battlefield would have been the highest priority even if they did run into a territory lord along the way, let alone a few enemy scouts. Their most important mission was to aid the humans on the profound Nether Territory battlefield. They did not have to bother with anything else. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with rage and couldn't help cursing the Supreme Headquarters for assigning the wrong team to this task, though they knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters would not utilize these divine spirits unless they had no other choice. Chances were that no other reinforcements could be sent over, so that was why they had to deploy these divine spirits. Yang Kai's expression remained neutral. After hearing what Yu Zhen said, he turned to Tao Wu. What do you have to say for yourself? Tao Wu remained silent, not even trying to claim it was a misunderstanding anymore as he still had his own sense of pride. It was one thing if no one exposed what had happened, but since his deeds had been brought to light, he did not stoop so low as to deny them. After a while, he declared, "The humans at the Supreme Headquarters only told us to come and aid the humans in profound Nether Territory, and it hasn't been lost." He did not say anything else, but it was easy enough to decipher what he was implying. Since profound Nether Territory had not been lost, then even if they did cause unnecessary delays when coming over, it was not a big deal as it did not change the overall outcome. Yang Kai nodded. That means you admit to delaying your arrival on purpose. Tao Wu frowned. Why are you harping on this? Even if I admit it, so what? Are the humans going to kill us divine spirits? You wouldn't dare. The humans were already having a hard time holding their front lines and were stretched thin as they tried to fend off the Black Ink clan. They were not in a position to make new enemies. Regardless of everything else, the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary provided indispensable combat strength. Very good. Yang Kai's icy gaze fixed on Tao Wu before all of a sudden he growled, "Senior Yang, what are the rules of the human race army?" Yang Lai stepped forward and rattled off. When the army is in battle, the punishment for desertion is death. For those who disrupt morale, the sentence is death. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. He spat out the last few words venomously. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear. With the tip of the spear nearly pressing against Tao Wu's head, Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth, "Do you understand now?" The air was filled with murderous intent. Yu Ru Meng and the other women began circulating their world force in preparation for what was to come. They would take their husband's side no matter what he did, even if he chose to join the Black Ink clan, so there was no need to hesitate at this juncture. On the other hand, Wei Junyang and the others froze in shock. Although they found these divine spirits reprehensible and deserving of death, it would not be easy to settle the situation if it got too far out of hand. After all, the human race still needed these divine spirits' help. The 8th Order Masters had long since outgrown the age of holding on to grudges. They held important positions and had to act in the human race's best interests. What's more, it was not just 1 or 2 divine spirits here, it was 50 of them. There were also another 50 on a different battlefield. The divine spirits were alarmed by Yang Kai's aggressive approach and could not help but unleash their divine spirit pressure as well. In a blink of an eye, the atmosphere grew tense. Many of the human race masters who had been observing in secret noticed the change and quickly flew over from all directions. They too began exerting their presence to challenge the divine spirits. Yu Zhen was dumbstruck as he never thought things would come to this. He resented these divine spirits and was going to report their misconduct to the Supreme Headquarters, but he knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters could not do anything about it. At most, the Supreme Commanders would reprimand the divine spirits, but in the end, they would have to smooth things over without making a huge fuss. Division Commander Yang is so brave and decisive. His spear is almost stabbing into the divine spirit's face. It could not be denied that the sight the humans saw now was incredibly satisfying. The anger that welled up inside them previously was now appeased. However, after a momentary bout of gratification, they started worrying. How were they going to settle the situation if it went any further? We can't let it come to blows, right? The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary are firm about sticking together, so if a fight breaks out, it's our side that will suffer losses. How ironic it would be if they survived the onslaught from the Black Ink clan army only to die at the hands of these divine spirits. Many others shared Yu Zhen's worries, and a few veteran 8th Order masters were frowning hard as well. Yang Kai's still too young. Doing this may feel satisfying for now, but it won't resolve the issue. If things went too far, it would fall on them, the older ones, to clean up the mess, so why even bother? With such thoughts in mind, they started communicating with Yang Kai as they reminded him to focus on the bigger picture. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, as if he did not hear them. Tao Wu seemed to have noticed their transmissions. Just moments ago, his expression was grim, but now he abruptly laughed and said to Yang Kai, "Do you want to execute me, sir?" "Why wouldn't I execute you?" Yang Kai replied, "You're their leader, the one who decides what they do, so you should take responsibility for everything." Tao Wu shook his head. "If you insist, sir, then I have nothing to say. However," he paused and chuckled, "if you're going to attack me, sir, then I will respond in kind. This does not go against the oath." They were not in the grand ancient ruins boundary anymore. While there, the divine spirit's strength had been suppressed and they could not stand against Yang Kai, resulting in Zhu Jian and the others being soundly defeated. As Yang Kai was able to take them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, they willingly made a bloodline oath to pledge their loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. No one could break a bloodline oath, so they had to abide by its conditions, but if Yang Kai tried to kill them, they had the right to defend themselves. After all, they had pledged their loyalty to him, not their lives. It would be far too unreasonable for them to have to die at Yang Kai's whim. So what if this brat is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Is my strength not equal to his? Tao Wu thought. Furthermore, Tao Wu was certain that Yang Kai was merely trying to scare him, for if Yang Kai did want to go through with it, he wouldn't need to make such a grand spectacle of things. He would have just thrust his spear out and been done with it rather than wasting his breath on all this nonsense. Tao Wu actually readily welcomed the possibility of Yang Kai attacking him. That way, he would no longer have to abide by his oath and would have the chance to rid himself of the need to serve for 3,000 years. Many of the divine spirits shared the same thought as Tao Wu. 3,000 years was a long time, so if this was their chance to break the chains that shackled them, then it was a good thing as they would be able to regain their freedom. Go ahead and fight back. See if I manage to kill you or not. Yang Kai retorted coolly. Quite a number of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were still secretly trying to dissuade Yang Kai when all of a sudden, a powerful force was unleashed from Yang Kai's spear as it thrust towards Tao Wu's head. "If any of you want to attack, then go ahead," Yang Kai bellowed. "Let's see whether it's you or me who dies." The human race masters were thunderstruck. The divine spirits were stunned as well. Even Tao Wu gawked in disbelief. Yang Kai did make the first move, and it was a deadly blow. "It's not an act. He wants to take my life." Tao Wu was enraged. He was a mature divine spirit on par with an 8th-order human master. Without a 9th-order old ancestor around, he was one of the strongest beings in all the 3,000 worlds, yet this brat wanted to kill him just because he was a bit tardy today. Tao Wu hated being constrained by the bloodline oath to begin with, so now that Yang Kai was attacking him, while he did feel angry, he was also thrilled to have the chance to obtain his freedom. Although Yang Kai's attack was sharp and powerful, Tao Wu knew it was not enough to take his life. After all, he had been keeping his guard up as Yang Kai's spear had been pointed at his head the whole time. Thus, as soon as Yang Kai launched his attack, Tao Wu reacted by unleashing his strength as a divine spirit and moved to dodge the spear. At that exact moment, though, a piercing pain coursed through his head, like his soul was being torn apart. He felt dizzy and his vision grew hazy and even his movements became sluggish. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-24, really killed. It would not have been as bad for Tao Wu if that was all. The force unleashed by Yang Kai's spear was brutal and relentless, but it was still not enough to kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured. Yet, all of a sudden, a mysterious force shrouded Tao Wu, causing over half of his strength to instantly be suppressed. He was already in agony over his soul being ripped apart, and now his divine spirit strength was nullified as well. It meant he could not withstand the menacing blow from Yang Kai's spear. A muffled sound rang out as the Azure Dragon's spear pierced right through Tao Wu's skull, his eyes still wide with fear and disbelief. His strength diffused into the air as his blood essence spurted out, filling the void with a heavy scent of metal. The human race masters gasped in shock while the divine spirits showed a similar reaction. He really killed him. Tao Wu, a divine spirit who was as powerful as an 8th-order open heaven master, had been executed on the spot. Before this happened, both the humans and the divine spirits thought it was unlikely that Yang Kai would follow through with his threat. They assumed he simply wanted to intimidate Tao Wu, otherwise, he would not have exposed his murderous intent. Tao Wu was not weak by any means, and any sane person would have their guard up when they sensed such potent murderous intent being directed at them. Wei Junyang and the others had already prepared what they were going to say. They were going to wait until Yang Kai had finished with his threats before they came in and smoothed things over. That way, Yang Kai would have a valid reason to hold himself back and the divine spirits would not feel too offended. Everyone would still be able to work together in the future under such circumstances. It never crossed their minds that Yang Kai would kill Tao Wu just like that. However, Wei Junyang and the other humans were even more confused as to why Tao Wu seemed so weak. It was not the same when Yang Kai killed the innate territory lords. Although Yang Kai had killed those innate territory lords swiftly and decisively, one could consider it a sneak attack of sorts due to the soul-rending thorns. Firstly, Yang Kai was powerful, and he was also willing to sacrifice pieces of his soul to use the soul-rending thorns. Even an innate territory lord would be caught off guard by such an attack, and therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Kai could seize the opening to kill them off. In return, Yang Kai had to pay a heavy price. After all, they saw that Yang Kai stopped attacking any other territory lords after killing 3 of them. They knew it was not because he did not want to continue, but because he could not. If innate territory lords could be killed off that easily, then Yang Kai could have dealt with all of them by himself and the human race would not have to be in such a difficult predicament. But then, what happened to Tao Wu? Yang Kai kept his Azure Dragon spear pointed at Tao Wu's head for several breaths of time, but even so, Tao Wu still died after a single blow. Weren't divine spirits supposed to be as strong, if not stronger than humans in the same realm as them? Did that not apply to the divine spirits who came from the grand ancient ruins boundary? The human race masters were confused, but they were still quick to react. All of them began condensing their world force as they warily eyed the divine spirits in front of them. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were a closely knit bunch who stuck together no matter what. Now that Yang Kai killed Tao Wu, there was no way of guaranteeing that these divine spirits would not rebel. However, even after a few breaths, the divine spirits showed no signs of acting, still just stuck in their state of shock. Tao Wu's dead. Yang Kai said he would kill Tao Wu, then he did just that. In an instant, the divine spirits were filled with trepidation after witnessing Yang Kai's merciless act. The human race masters saw Yang Kai killing Tao Wu with ease and assumed that Tao Wu was too weak. They did not notice much else, but the divine spirits did. At that very moment when Tao Wu was killed, a strange force emanated from Yang Kai that suppressed all of their divine spirit bloodlines. When that happened, the divine spirits felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of an entire universe world, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What kind of power was that? Most of the divine spirits had no clue, but a few of the strongest seemed to have sensed something and stared at the back of Yang Kai's hands in shock. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious imprints that glowed momentarily, but they disappeared too quickly, so none of them got a clear look at them. Was that the source of that suppressing power? The divine spirits were shaken. If Yang Kai had the power to completely suppress their bloodlines, it was not a shock that Tao Wu died. Nevertheless, what was it that enabled him to do so? Even a master as strong as Tao Wu could not resist it. These divine spirits left the grand ancient ruins boundary not too long ago, so they had no clue that Yang Kai possessed the great sun and great moon marks. As it was, not many people knew about these two great marks, only the human race's highest authority figures did. They knew that these two great marks gave Yang Kai the ability to use purifying light. Without them, it was impossible to extract power from the yellow and blue crystals and then merge them to form purifying light. However, only one or two others knew that purifying light was not the only thing these two great marks were capable of. After all, these two marks were personally bestowed upon Yang Kai by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer and were formed from those two supreme beings' source strength. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan denied being the progenitors of the divine spirits, they were still connected to them somehow. On top of that, their bloodlines surpassed those of all divine spirits, so their source auras alone were enough to suppress divine spirits by force. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression. Those of the Dragon Clan with pure dragon veins had the natural ability to suppress those whose bloodline wasn't as pure. Back then, when Yang Kai headed for the no-return pass on old ancestor Xiao Zhao's orders, Ji Lao San showed up to challenge him. In just 2 strikes, Yang Kai easily managed to subdue Ji Lao San. Even when Ji Lao San assumed his dragon form, Yang Kai was able to smack him back into his human form with just a casual slap. What Yang Kai relied upon at the time was not his strength or his dragon vein, as Ji Lao San's dragon vein was not any weaker than his, but rather the great sun and great moon marks. Even Ji Lao San's Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back, so how could Tao Wu fare any better? How could Tao Wu possibly survive a sudden attack in the form of a soul-rending thorn combined with the suppression from the source of the two great marks? Yang Kai withdrew his spear and turned to the other divine spirits. Earlier, when he attacked Tao Wu, a few divine spirits surged their strength as if they wanted to help the latter, but the two great marks nullified everything, and before they could come to their senses, Tao Wu was dead. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing them coldly, the divine spirits turned pale and held their breaths in fear that Yang Kai would attack them next. Even Tao Wu had died without being able to fight back, so the rest knew they were no match for Yang Kai. Thus, a strange scene played out in front of everyone. The humans were grim and alert as they were afraid that Yang Kai's act of executing Tao Wu would lead to a frenzied response from the divine spirits. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and many more humans might die. If that was indeed what was to come, then the irony of the situation could not be missed. However, the divine spirits showed no signs of wanting to avenge Tao Wu. Rather, they were cowering in fear and did not even dare to speak up. Why did they look so terrified? Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai exchanged nonplussed glances. Were the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary that afraid of Yang Kai? Though it was their first time interacting with these divine spirits, they heard a lot about them. These divine spirits were a lot haughtier than the ones from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. During their time in the star boundary, they stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and High Heaven Palace had to keep cleaning up the mess they left behind. Thankfully, they were not completely lawless and never did anything that led directly to the death of others. Otherwise, the human race would not be cooperating with them now. In contrast to the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary only had a loose relationship with the humans. They aided the human race to secure the front lines of various battlefields, but they did not come under the human race's command structure. This was the reason why those at the Supreme Headquarters were reluctant to send out these divine spirits. There was no way of guaranteeing what they would do. The Supreme Headquarters would not have sent them over this time if it had not been because there was literally no one else they could send. However, the human race masters exhaled in relief. They were thankful that a fight did not break out and there was still the chance of peacefully resolving this situation. They now waited to see how Xianxia wanted to settle the matter. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the divine spirits stared at Xianxia with complicated expressions. They were fearful and cautious, but they were also on guard lest Xianxia attacked again. Zhu Jian. After a long time, Xianxia finally spoke up again. A burly, pot-bellied man who was one of the divine spirits standing in front mustered up the courage to step forward. He cupped his fist and called out, "Sir. Tell me what all of you swore to me when we were still in the grand ancient ruins boundary." Xianxia stared at Zhu Jian with a neutral expression. Zhu Jian was the first divine spirit that Xianxia subdued in the grand ancient ruins boundary. He came along with this team of reinforcements, and even though he was now in his human form, Xianxia recognized him right away. Zhu Jian started quaking when he heard Xianxia's question, as he still remembered that Xianxia had originally wanted to roast him alive before eating him. He would not still be breathing now if he had not choked down his pride and surrendered back then. He had already been fearful of Xianxia before, and now that Tao Wu was killed so easily, he was even less inclined to behave insolently. He respectfully replied, "We swore a bloodline oath that pledged our loyalty to Sir for 3,000 years. The human race masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was their first time hearing that such a relationship existed between Xianxia and the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. Pledging loyalty was no joking matter, especially when it involved these haughty divine spirits who were all masters in their own right. No one of such strength and pride would easily serve another, even if only temporarily. The humans were filled with curiosity as to how Xianxia managed to make the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary submit to him, as this was not something strength alone could accomplish. "I thought you'd all forgotten," Xianxia sneered. Zhu Jian lowered his head. "We wouldn't dare to. No one would dare to desecrate the sanctity of a bloodline oath." "But now, what were my orders when I sent you all out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian instantly replied, "To head directly to the star boundary, find Xianxia, and obey her commands." This was the command Xianxia had given them, so naturally, Zhu Jian still recalled it clearly. In fact, all the divine spirits present remembered these exact words. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Did you tell her that?" "Well," Zhu Jian mumbled awkwardly. After noting Zhu Jian's hesitation, Xianxia knew that he guessed correctly. Xianxia probably had no idea that he had sent these divine spirits over to be under her command. Otherwise, why would the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary be able to act in such an unbridled manner? "Do you want to die?" Xianxia's eyes filled with murderous intent again. Sweat flowed down Zhu Jian's forehead as he shouted. Tao Wu and the others said to Manager Hua that, "We've been sent over to help them, sir." It was true that Xianxia had indeed sent the divine spirits over to help the humans, but the divine spirits had only relayed this information to Xianxia in a vague manner. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-25, Punishment. The divine spirits did not tell Xianxia that they were supposed to be under her command. By only saying they were sent to help, they were able to decide what they wished to do. Their original orders were to be under her command, which meant they had to do whatever they were told to. It was clear that these were two vastly different situations. They had clearly twisted the truth on purpose. It was probably the result of their pride. Due to this, Hua Qingxi misunderstood the situation. As the human race were now dealing with a powerful team of reinforcements who were supposedly helping the human race of their own volition, the humans would compromise and put up with a lot of things. This allowed the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary to behave even more wantonly. That was why they could establish a so-called collaborative relationship with the human race's leaders, rather than one of subordinates and superiors. "You're all quite shrewd, aren't you?" Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai knew he was partly to blame for this too. He had been in a rush to take Wu Kuang to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, so he opened a passage with the help of the old tree and sent the divine spirits to the star boundary without going along with them to ensure things went smoothly. None of this would have happened if he had just taken a moment to return to the star boundary and explain the situation to Hua Qingxi. Still, it was impossible for him to have predicted these divine spirits would act so shamelessly. "What did Manager Hua instruct you to do?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian was sweating. "Manager Hua told us to join the battlefields and work together with the human race army." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Is this how you work together with them?" The battle in profound nether territory rapidly intensified when the Black Ink clan snuck in a large number of territory lords, causing the human race army to fall into a critical disadvantage, but you lot purposely delayed your arrival. Profound nether territory might have been lost to the enemy if I hadn't returned by coincidence. Now it was Wei Junyang and the others who looked ashamed. Yang Kai was right. If it had not been for his sudden appearance, they would have most likely decided to abandon profound nether territory and retreat in order to preserve as much manpower as possible, though the efficacy of such a strategy was questionable at best. Yang Kai's cold gaze swept across the group of divine spirits, but none of them dared to speak. Yang Kai was boiling with rage and wanted nothing more than for one of them to jump out and refute him, which would give him the chance to set another example, but none of them dared to come forward. Tao Wu said that the Supreme Headquarters had no control over your actions, but since Manager Hua told you to work together with the humans, it very much meant they have the right to command you. As your leader, Tao Wu hindered military operations and caused the human race army to suffer heavy casualties, so I executed him for his crimes. Do any of you have a problem with that? This was a redundant question, as who among them would have the gall to protest now? After hearing what Yang Kai said, not only did the divine spirits not voice any dissatisfaction, but many of them even relaxed. Although Yang Kai had not stated things clearly, his words implied that he was only going to punish their leader, Tao Wu, for this. Now that Tao Wu was dead, Yang Kai was unlikely to execute the other divine spirits. Sir has made a wise decision. Zhu Jian cupped his fist. Yang Kai slowly continued. As the leader of the Grand Ancestral Ruins Boundary Divine Spirits, Tao Wu's death is justified. Although the rest of you do not deserve to be executed for your misdeeds, that does not mean you can be absolved of responsibility so easily either. Instantly, the divine spirits started fretting once more as they did not know what Yang Kai would do to them. Senior Wei. Yang Kai abruptly turned to Wei Junyang. We lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this battle, correct? Yang Kai had not known about this earlier, but he found out after overhearing the conversation between Wei Junyang and Yu Jin earlier when he was tending to his injuries. Wei Junyang's expression was grim as he nodded. Indeed. The human race had lost 2 8th Order Division commanders, while the Black Ink clan lost 3 territory lords. It seemed as if they were not the ones who lost the most, but in reality, all 3 territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. If it had not been for Yang Kai's serendipitous arrival, the profound Nether army would have suffered a devastating defeat. Yang Kai turned back to Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits. You heard that, he snarled coldly. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died because you were late. Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits felt aggrieved, but they dared not refute him. Within 3 months, I want to see the heads of 2 territory lords. I don't care how you do it, where you do it, or when you do it. The method is up to you, but if you fail to do so, Yang Kai eyed them once more, it will be your heads that start rolling. The divine spirits paled. Don't think I'm joking about this, Yang Kai continued icily. There are a total of 49 of you, and 3 of you have reached the level of 8th Order human masters. It should be easy enough for you to kill 2 territory lords. Of course, feel free to try and run. If you flee, then perhaps I won't be able to find you in the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. We wouldn't dare. Zhu Jian replied bitterly. Who would dare to run when their bloodline oath was still in effect? Would it even be possible for them to run? But, to kill 2 innate territory lords. Even though the divine spirits were fairly strong, it was not easy to kill a territory lord. All the territory lords were accompanied by Black Ink clan armies which were at least 100,000 strong. If they wanted to kill a territory lord, they would first have to deal with the army under their command. Zhu Jian was livid as he thought to himself. Tao Wu didn't just smash open his own head, he dragged us down with him too. Why did he have to cause those delays anyway? He's dead now, but we're being punished in his place. However, despite grumbling on the inside, Zhu Jian knew that the divine spirits had been caged up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary the whole time, and now that they finally had a chance at freedom, none of them wanted to risk their lives in any way. They valued their lives more than anything. This was why the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were even more cowardly than the divine spirits from other places. Maybe you can surrender yourselves to the Black Ink clan and support them instead, Yang Kai suggested with a smile as he surveyed the divine spirits. Not a peep was heard from the divine spirits. After all, there was no way they were going to do that. If they chose to side with the Black Ink clan, that would mean offering themselves up to be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Even though they had a lot more resistance to Black Ink's strength than humans did, they wouldn't be able to withstand being corrupted forever. I'm tired. I will take my leave now, sirs. Yang Kai waved at Wei Junyang and the others before heading back to Baishi's soul clone. He kept coughing up blood as he walked, looking like he was on the verge of death, and this brought even more heartache to Su Yen and the others. He was already injured. Even though it looked as if he easily killed off Tao Wu, who knows what kind of price he had to pay to do so. Soon, Yang Kai was back inside the warship that was made out of Baishi's soul clone. He looked deathly pale as he sat down to rest while Su Yen sat behind him so that he could lean against her. The other women crowded around, expressing their concern and fussing over Yang Kai as he wheezed and gasped. Yu Meng on the other hand stood back and watched the scene unfold with a clear gaze, scoffing on the inside. Yang Kai managed to fool her earlier, and as a result, she had been on edge for quite some time. However, she realized that he did not seem like an injured person at all when he killed Tao Wu. No physical injuries, but an injured soul instead, was it? She knew very well that he had the soul-warming lotus. She had been too concerned earlier, and it had been around 1,000 years since they last met, so it did not occur to her then, but it did now. No matter how injured his soul is, nothing will happen because he has the soul-warming lotus to protect and heal it. He will recover sooner or later, but there he is, acting as if he's about to die. Yu Meng snorted when she saw the looks of concern on Su Yen and the other women's faces. Naive women, fawning all over him like that. It's really true, the longer the hair, the shorter the wits. Have you all forgotten how he abandoned us for 1,000 years? Get a move on. Do none of you have any injuries to tend to? Meanwhile, Wei Junyang ordered the human masters to disperse. They were still in a daze over the shocking turn of events, but after hearing Wei Junyang's order, they finally snapped out of it and moved away as they gleefully celebrated on the inside. They had long since heard about the abhorrent behavior of these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The latter's delayed arrival had also led to the sacrifice of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well as many lower order soldiers, resulting in a great deal of frustration and anger. Thus, they felt particularly gratified when Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. It was as if he had vented all their rage on their behalf. Yang Lai smacked his lips as he secretly lamented the loss of an 8th Order divine spirit. Why kill him off just like that? It would have been better to throw him at the Black Ink clan army and have him kill them instead. With luck, he might have even taken down a territory lord. We could have extracted that divine spirit's blood essence and source and let the humans refine them too. It would have been a great help. Oh, Yang Lai thought Yang Kai was being too wasteful. He's never been an army commander, so he doesn't know how to make the best use of such resources. Once the crowd cleared out, Wei Yongyang looked at Yu Zhen and said, "Now that the battle in profound nether territory has calmed for the moment, we have a lot of things to attend to here. You should report back to the Supreme Headquarters first. I don't think we'll be seeing any battles here in the near future." "Yes, sir." Yu Zhen cupped his fist and carried out his orders, turning to leave without paying any attention to the divine spirits. However, he had not gone very far away when the divine spirits caught up to him. Zhu Jian even went over to Yu Zhen with a sheepish smile. "Brother Yu, Sir Yang has asked us to kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, but it's not easy to kill them. Do you have any advice for us?" Yu Zhen eyed him coldly and said, "How could I possibly dare to give you advice? Aren't you divine spirits supposed to be so high and mighty? On the way over, when you weren't ignoring me, you were insulting me. Even when I urged you to focus on our mission, Tao Wu just berated me for it. Yet, here you are being so courteous with me." Everyone knew that it was hard to kill a territory lord, as all the surviving territory lords were innate territory lords. Every single one of them was powerful, not any weaker than a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why would we need you if those territory lords were easily killed? Yu Zhen was appeased by the fact that Yang Kai had given the divine spirits a challenging task, so the anger and contempt he felt had mostly dissipated. Zhu Jian sighed and said, "We were wrong, brother Yu. This old ox apologizes on behalf of all my fellow divine spirits. Sir Yang is angry now, so if we don't kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, I'm afraid we might not be able to keep our heads. Sir Yang cannot be underestimated." He had noticed this during his initial encounter with Yang Kai back at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This incident just reminded him how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai executed Tao Wu without even the slightest hesitation. As Zhu Jian thought about it now, he began to think that Yang Kai was not just trying to scare him when he said he would slaughter him and eat his meat. Zhu Jian was certain that if he had refused Yang Kai back then, he would have ended up in Yang Kai's stomach. Zhu Jian felt chills, as if he had survived a narrow brush with death. "What does that have to do with me?" Yu Zhen retorted coolly. He was only there to keep an eye on them. When it came to actual strength in combat, he was a lot weaker than these divine spirits. Zhu Jian sighed. "Brother Yu, although what we did was wrong, having us around benefits the human race too. Otherwise, Sir Yang wouldn't have brought us out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the first place. Wouldn't it have been fine to let us live there in peace? If Sir Yang does kill us because we failed to accomplish the task he gave us, it will only benefit the opponent instead. Don't you think so?" Yu Zhen glanced at Zhu Jian in surprise. This old ox looks like he's nothing but a musclehead, but it seems he does have some wits about him. Even though Yu Zhen did not want to bother with these divine spirits anymore, he knew that Zhu Jian was right. The divine spirits could be a great help to the human race, and it would be a waste if Yang Kai just killed them all. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had given them 3 months to kill 2 territory lords was something to be taken seriously. If the divine spirits managed to do this, it would be wonderful news for the human race and all past grievances between them could be considered settled, but if they failed to complete this task, then Yang Kai would be put in a difficult situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-26, From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. Yang Kai had given the ultimatum in front of an entire crowd of human masters, but was he truly going to kill all the divine spirits if they failed to meet his demand? The divine spirits would not take such an act lying down, and after seeing what happened to Tao Wu, they might very well choose to rebel to defend themselves if they had no other choice. If that happened, it would be extremely detrimental to the human race and only benefit their common enemy, the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though Yu Zhen was somewhat reluctant, he softened his tone and said, 3 months isn't very long, and it will be hard to kill 2 territory lords in that time. I'm just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so I can't help you with it. You don't need to help us with the act, Brother Yu. Zhu Jian quickly said. However, you're aware of our situation. We don't have much information about the different battlefields. We didn't pay much attention to the battles back then, but now that Sir has given us an order, we'll surely do our best to meet his expectations. How's this? When you go back to the Supreme Headquarters, please put in a good word for us, Brother Yu, and find out which battlefield requires the most assistance right now. We'll head over at once, and we won't stop until we kill a few territory lords. Yu Zhen stared at Zhu Jian in surprise, as if he was startled to find that Zhu Jian had a brain after all. Zhu Jian just flashed him a simple-minded smile. It was indeed a good strategy. The human race were clashing with the Black Ink clan on over a dozen different battlefields, and the fights were getting more intense by the day. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had overall command of the war, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening on all the fronts. If Yu Zhen could find a way to get some information from the Supreme Headquarters and give the Divine Spirits a few pointers, then it would be fairly easy for the latter to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months. After all, these Divine Spirits could not be considered weak, and there were many of them. Yu Zhen was laughing happily on the inside. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had been extremely resistant to sending out the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary because they were too unreliable. The human race would not have sent these Divine Spirits to profound Nether territory as reinforcements if they had other options available. Even though Yu Zhen was sent along to supervise the Divine Spirits, they were still able to play a few tricks. Well, now that Yang Kai has set an example by executing Tao Wu, I bet the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary won't have the gall to disobey orders again. Yu Zhen nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'll help you get this information." Zhu Jian quickly cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Brother Yu." Zhu Jian finally exhaled, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. With Yu Zhen's help, they would most likely be able to overcome this challenge. But, in the process of killing 2 territory lords, who knows if we might suffer any casualties? Zhu Jian shuddered when he recalled the way Yang Kai executed Tao Wu. He made up his mind to talk to the rest of the Divine Spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and warn them to do as told, lest they follow in Tao Wu's footsteps. "Brother Ouyang, how do you feel about all of us coming together and submitting a request to the Supreme Headquarters for Yang Kai to become the army commander here and oversee profound Nether territory?" Wei Junyang abruptly asked from his spot on the universe fragment. Ouyang Lai was taken aback. Let him be the army commander of an entire battlefield? He's strong enough, but not experienced enough, don't you think? I can't believe Wei Junyang would even suggest that. No one could deny Yang Kai's strength. Even after killing 3 territory lords in a row, he could still kill the Divine Spirit Tao Wu with a single thrust of his spear despite being heavily injured. Based on strength alone, none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory were his match. However, Ouyang Lai did not think it was a wise decision to make Yang Kai the army commander of the profound Nether army. Yang Kai was too young, still a rising star by all measures. There were many more experienced people above him, including 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were even more experienced in strategy and command than Ouyang Lai and Wei Junyang. Although there were quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the profound Nether territory battlefield, none of them was the actual army commander who presided over the entire situation. Wei Junyang was considered the leader, but he, Ouyang Lai, Fei Yongzhe, Kong Qingde, and 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all currently shared that responsibility among them. Whenever a decision needed to be made, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come together and form a joint plan of action based on the directives set by the Supreme Headquarters. As it was, Ouyang Lai was mainly a silent member of this team of commanders. All he ever cared about was charging at the enemy, so he did not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the army. Even so, Ouyang Lai was shocked that Wei Junyang suggested having Yang Kai assume full command of profound Nether territory. Wei Junyang was a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and would not easily defer to someone else's authority, Though this was not because he was wildly ambitious or power-hungry, it was simply because it was hard to be convinced by someone's leadership if that person was neither powerful enough nor experienced enough. Do you think so highly of him, old Wei? Wei Junyang eyed Ouyang Lai a little helplessly. Everyone else liked saying that he and Ouyang Lai were two peas in a pod, so that was why they considered each other confidants. Still, why would the Supreme Headquarters feel it was safe to let him be in charge at profound Nether territory if he did not have some wits about him? Brother Ouyang is the only one who doesn't think at all. Why do you think Yang Kai executed Tao Wu? All of a sudden, Wei Junyang asked an off-topic question. Ouyang Lai stared at him blankly. He killed a divine spirit who hindered military operations. What other reason could there be? I knew you wouldn't have picked up on anything else. However, Ouyang Lai seemed to have an epiphany. That brat is young and impulsive. He doesn't have much tolerance and can't hold himself back. It wouldn't be good if he was put in charge of the profound Nether territory battlefield. Wei Junyang smirked and shook his head. What you saw was only the surface intent. Don't tell me you think there was a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's decision to kill Tao Wu, Ouyang Lai retorted, frowning before asking, what was he considering? Wei Junyang glanced at Bai Shi's soul clone and said, it's true that he's young and impulsive, but I think he executed Tao Wu more to send a warning to the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and to open up an opportunity for reconciliation between them and we humans. Ouyang Lai paused in thought. He was reckless, but that did not mean he could not think. He just couldn't be bothered to spend time mulling things over. However, now that Wei Junyang pointed this out to him, he had a vague idea of what Yang Kai's motives had been. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary have a pretty bad reputation. However, they haven't committed any grave mistakes thus far, so those at the Supreme Headquarters can't be too harsh on them. This time around though, their delay led to the deaths of two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If word of this got back to the Supreme Headquarters, Xianxia, Mi Jingluan and the rest wouldn't let it slide so easily. According to the rules of the army, Tao Wu would have to be executed, but could they do that? Perhaps it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Tao Wu, but it would mean offending all the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, and they're a group with significant strength. Yet, if the Supreme Headquarters did not punish Tao Wu, how would they appease the rest of the human army? They would have had to choose between two extremely difficult decisions if Yang Kai hadn't executed Tao Wu. Ouyang Lai nodded in agreement. Yes. That's right. That's what I thought too. As if you can think of this with that dull head of yours? Wei Junyang ignored him and continued, once the news got out, it would have caused a rift between the humans and the divine spirits. Now that the Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds, the humans and the divine spirits need to stand together, but this rift might even affect the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass since at the end of the day, they're also divine spirits, just like the ones from the grand ancient ruins boundary. With how things are going in the 3,000 worlds, who knows when the tides will turn against us? If the humans and the divine spirits can't work together to fend off our common enemy, then it'll lead to endless troubles. Ouyang Lai nodded fervently, that's just what I was thinking. That's why Tao Wu had to die, and Yang Kai had to be the one to kill him. That way, the human race wouldn't bear animosity towards the divine spirits even after the fact. Ouyang Lai slapped his thigh. That brat takes after Big Head Xiang and Big Head me. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. He turned around and eyed Gong Lian who was right behind him and admonished him sternly, you should learn from your senior brother Yang. Don't rush into the battlefield like a fool, use your brain more often. Gong Lian was so exasperated he could only feel tired. I'm not the one who rushes into the battlefield like a fool, that would be you, honored master. Also, when did Yang Kai become senior brother Yang to me? He's a lot younger than me. Well, he's stronger than me now, so I guess it's not wrong to call him senior brother. Naturally, Gong Lian dared not refute Ouyang Lai aloud. Yes, this disciple will remember, thus, he just respectfully replied. After telling off his disciple, Ouyang Lai began discussing with Wei Junyang, I don't mind if Yang Kai becomes the army commander here, but I'm not sure how Old Fei and the others will feel about this." Wei Junyang chuckled and said, "What's there for them to think or feel about it? The old ancestors are tied up in wind mist territory and can't leave, and all the battlefields lack capable people who can take charge and be the pillar for others. Yang Kai is powerful and has an enormous small stone race army with him. If he assumes command over profound nether territory, then he will be the rock that everyone can depend on. Old Fei and the others would want nothing more than that." "That's true." Yang Lai imagined what the situation at profound nether territory would be like in the future and grinned. "It's decided, then. Let Yang Kai be in charge of profound nether territory. We'll be his subordinates and run his errands for him." He did not care about prestige or glory. Even though Yang Kai was younger than him, he believed that the profound nether army would be blessed to have Yang Kai as their commander. Out of the blue, though, a thought occurred to him. Would Yang Kai be willing to take up the role? "He will," Wei Junyang declared with full confidence. "And even if he isn't, he will have to." Aboard the warship made from Baishi's soul clone, Yang Kai closed his eyes and focused on recuperating while Su Yen and the others gathered around him as they did the same. In reality, if Yang Kai heard Wei Junyang's analysis about appeasing the human race army and mending the rift between the humans and the divine spirits, his response would have been simple: "What the hell are you talking about?" He did what he did without considering anything else. He executed Tao Wu simply because the latter disobeyed orders. In Yang Kai's mind, it was all very straightforward. "I brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary to help us kill off our enemies, so why would I keep you around if you don't put in the effort to do just that?" Of course, he did mean for it to serve as a warning to the rest of the divine spirits, and he was fairly certain that they would not have the courage to behave impudently again. Right now, however, Yang Kai was facing a far more difficult challenge. Even though he was focusing on his recovery, he could sense that Ru Meng was glaring at him. "Ru Meng, your beloved husband is truly injured." In total, Yang Kai used 4 soul-rending thorn in quick succession, and his soul was heavily damaged. Thankfully, it had not been 4 times in a row, as there had been a short break before the last one was unleashed. He was fairly certain he would be unconscious right now if he had used those 4 soul-rending thorn all at once. While Yang Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which meant that the core of his soul would not be affected, ripping out 4 large pieces of it within a few days was by no means easy. It would take him quite some time to recover. Ru Meng needs to be taught a lesson. Yang Kai fumed to himself, swearing to spend many long, arduous nights with her doing just that once he recovered. The human race army was busy tending to their wounds and other cleanup tasks after the battle. Though the profound nether army suffered significant casualties in this battle, the Black Ink clan did not have it any better. After such an intense battle like this one, it was likely that profound nether territory would experience a long period of calm. If nothing unexpected occurred, then it was unlikely that a huge battle would break out for many years, though smaller skirmishes were inevitable. This was not only true of profound nether territory, but also of all the other great territory battlefields. Martial Peak, Chapter 5527, Xianxia's Arrival. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Kai's condition had stabilized. Though the injury to his soul hadn't fully healed, he had the soul-warming lotus continuously nourishing it, so all that was required was time. He had used soul-rending thorns many times by now and was used to getting injured in this fashion. Moreover, after having torn apart his soul countless times, his soul had become more robust and resilient than before. When he thought about it, this was something that happened often because the path of martial Dao usually followed the principle of tribulation before success, so the process of constantly tearing apart his soul and restoring it could be considered a type of cultivation. It was just that such a cultivation method wasn't widely usable by others. At this moment, Yang Kai was summoning purifying light and sealing it into a purifying black ink battleship. Now, all the battlefields were strained because there were a large number of troops but limited logistical resources. When fighting against the Black Ink clan, the first hurdle the humans had to cross was the corruption of Black Ink strength. Purifying black ink pills could solve the greater half of that issue. However, with over a dozen battlefields and more than 10 million troops almost constantly engaged in battle, there was a huge demand for purifying black ink pills. Even after gathering all the alchemists in the 3,000 worlds and having them work without rest, there still weren't enough pills to satisfy the demand. Without purifying black ink pills to suppress the corruption of black ink strength, soldiers wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting the Black Ink clan and would lose about 30% of their combat efficacy. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, the soldiers from all great passes had purifying light, but after so many years of battle, the purifying light from all those great passes had been depleted. Fortunately, Xianxia had returned, and there was an abundance of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe, so they could have as much purifying light as they wanted. Moreover, Xianxia was no longer the only one who could use purifying light, Sun Yen could as well. In the chaotic dead territory, Xianxia asked Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to bestow him more great sun and moon marks because he was preparing for this moment. Previously, he was the only one who could summon purifying light, which was very inefficient, but now that Sun Yen also had the great sun and moon marks embedded on the back of her hands, she could help Xianxia share the burden, so summoning purifying light had become less stressful. Not only that, but Xianxia was preparing to pass out the remaining 9 sets of marks because once that was done, almost all the battlefields would have someone who could summon purifying light, which could greatly relieve the pressure the human race was facing. Of course, if one wanted to take on the great sun and moon marks, one had to have a divine spirit source and bloodline. The source strength from the burning light and serene glimmer was too powerful, making it impossible for those without bloodline ties to them to withstand, so only divine spirits could accept the 2 marks. Xianxia had let Wei Junyang relay this message to the Supreme Headquarters. There were now more than a dozen battlefields, so the 9 remaining marks naturally couldn't be distributed evenly among them. As for how to allocate these personnel, that was a problem the Supreme Headquarters had to solve. After a long period of being constantly busy, Xianxia finally had some time to rest. Since Xianxia was now proficient in many grand daos, whether it be alchemy, artifact refining, or arrays, he had some attainments in all of them. As the saying goes, those who were able could do more, so he naturally wouldn't have time to rest. Today, Xianxia was repairing a warship when a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flew over and landed in front of him before cupping his fist and said, "Sir, someone from the Supreme Headquarters has arrived. Senior Wei and Senior Ouyang have asked that you head over there and join the discussion." "Why do I need to head over there?" Xianxia was a little taken aback. Though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and could count as a division commander, he hadn't received any official appointment from the higher-ups, so he was still quite free. However, Wei Junyang and the others asked him to head over to join their discussion, which meant they might have something planned for him. Xianxia knew that very well because 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now the mainstay of the human race, so each 8th Order Master had to take on a leadership role. The main reason Xianxia was reluctant to go over was that he felt he had the strength and ability but needed more experience, so if he was officially appointed as a division commander, it would be very stressful for him. Moreover, he still had something important he needed to do. If he were appointed as a commander, he might not have much time to do that. Cough. Xianxia covered his chest and coughed a few times before speaking with a pale face. "Go back and tell Senior Brother Wei that my injuries have worsened, so I have returned to rest." While saying so, he didn't even bother about repairing the warship and turned around to leave in the direction of his temporary accommodations. Having just reunited with his many wives, Xianxia had many things to say to them, so Yu Meng and the others had transformed a small universe fragment near the front lines into a temporary palace. No one had said anything about their actions either. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master let out a bitter laugh before dashing over and stopping Xianxia in his path. He bowed and said, "Sir, it's an order from the higher-ups, so please don't make things difficult for me." Meanwhile, he was thinking, could this sir have discovered something? Otherwise, why is he trying to flee? With a bitter expression, Xianxia persuaded the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I'm not making things difficult for you. My injuries have indeed gotten worse. Saying so, he coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was speechless. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? But seeing that Yang Kai had gone to such lengths to avoid going there, he couldn't say anything else. Just as he was about to leave, a majestic voice boomed from the main conference hall. "Smelly brat, get your ass over here." Stunned, Yang Kai looked at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Who is the person that came from the Supreme Headquarters?" With a slight smile, the Seventh Order Master replied, "It's Senior Xianxia who personally came over." Yang Kai felt frustrated. Damn big head Xiang. Can't that bastard stay at the Supreme Headquarters to just oversee everything? Why come all the way here? While he was complaining inside, his pale face gradually returned to normal as he sighed and beckoned to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "Come on, let's go. Since Big Head Xiang has arrived, I should at least give him some face." Thus, Yang Kai decided that he would go over, but would only listen and not make any comments during the discussion. After all, his goal was to have freedom, so they should just forget about appointing him to a post in the army. If I had known this would happen, I would have returned to the Star Boundary for a visit because little senior sister is still there. "Sir, please." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master gestured with a smile. His expression was obviously implying, why waste all the effort playing sick when you could have just complied? Soon, Yang Kai arrived before the main conference hall and looked up at its entrance. This main conference hall was also temporarily built, so it didn't have any strong defensive abilities. After all, they were at the front lines and might have to face an attack from the Black Ink clan at any moment. There was no telling when this front line would be broken through, so building a sturdy conference hall was unnecessary. This conference hall was built so that the higher-ups had a place to hold discussions, so even a tent would do. "Senior brother Yang." A familiar voice sounded from beside Yang Kai, so he turned to look over and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. Or, to be more precise, a divine spirit he knew. It was Ji Lao San from the Dragon Clan. This guy had stopped Yang Kai in front of the no-return pass, but was then humiliatingly defeated. However, since Yang Kai's disappearance after saving him, Ji Lao San no longer held a grudge against Yang Kai. Now, Ji Lao San greatly admired Yang Kai, but his admiration had nothing to do with Yang Kai's life-saving grace, because after spending some time with Yang Kai, Ji Lao San had seen Yang Kai's full abilities. Not only was Ji Lao San there, but there were also 8 other figures, of which all looked quite familiar. Amongst them was a colorful-robed young woman who was squinting her eyes at Yang Kai, making her look quite playful. Huang Xinyang, the one from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass. She was the one who gave Yang Kai one of her tail feathers. Standing beside Huang Xinyang was the stern-looking Feng Lu Lang. It seemed these two were inseparable and went everywhere together. However, Yang Kai didn't know if they were a real couple. All 9 of these familiar faces were divine spirits. More importantly, most of them were from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having understood the situation, Yang Kai knew that the Supreme Headquarters had chosen the divine spirits who would be receiving the Great Sun and Moon marks. Also, it seemed like Xianxia coming here personally might have something to do with this as well. These divine spirits did not join the humans in the conference hall but chose to wait outside. "Brother Ji." Yang Kai bowed and then proceeded to greet Huang Xinyang and Feng Lu Lang. Since he was unfamiliar with most of the other divine spirits, he only nodded at them as a greeting. It seemed like the divine spirits also knew why they came, so they were naturally polite to Yang Kai. After exchanging some formalities, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Ji, how are Senior Fu Guang's injuries?" There were originally 2 divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, but the current Dragon Clan leader had died in the battle on the barren territory, so only Fu Guang was left. Now, not only was Fu Guang the pillar of the Dragon Clan, but he was also the leader of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had long since heard that Fu Guang was injured, but he didn't know how serious his condition was. Hearing that, Ji Lao San sighed. After the battle in the barren territory, our clan leader died in battle while senior Fu Guang sustained heavy injuries and almost didn't make it. He has been restoring his health all these years, but at his level of strength, it is just as hard to heal as it is to be hurt. Yang Kai nodded. It was true that cultivators with great strength were not afraid of minor injuries, but if they sustained heavy injuries, it would be even more difficult for them to restore their health. Moreover, judging by Ji Lao San's words, it seemed like Fu Guang was injured by the black ink giant spirit god and almost didn't survive. Is he recuperating inside the dragon pool? Yang Kai asked. Ji Lao San nodded. The dragon pool was the origin of the dragon clan, so it wasn't strange for Fu Guang to be restoring himself in there. Back in the day, the divine spirits that came from the grand ancient ruins boundary were causing so much chaos in the star boundary that it actually alerted Fu Guang. In the end, Fu Guang came forward and deterred them from making trouble, which made the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruin boundary quiet down. Otherwise, those divine spirits would have stayed in the star boundary and continued to cause chaos. Although the human race now had Fu Guang as one of their strongest masters, they wouldn't disturb him unless it was the last resort. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai could only sigh as he couldn't do anything to help. Turning to look at Huang Xinyang, he took out a tail feather that had lost all spirituality. Many thanks for giving me this tail feather, Xinyang. It has now returned to its owner. Huang Xinyang chuckled. I, too, wanted to take a look at the view outside, so there's no need to thank me. While saying that, she reached out and took the tail feather. The dragon and phoenix clans took a bloodline great oath, so they couldn't easily leave the no-return pass. When Huang Xinyang took advantage of a bet with Feng Lu Lang to give Yang Kai her tail feather, which in truth was a type of soul clone, she did so with the thought of wanting to head outside the Great Pass and take a look at the scenery. But now that the no-return pass had been lost, the dragon and phoenix clans no longer had to abide by their oath anymore. The two clans had mixed feelings about the no-return pass because they had been guarding it for eons and now saw it as their home. However, the no-return pass was also a cage to them. Though they wanted to leave the no-return pass, they didn't want to be forced out in such a way. Sooner or later, they would storm in and snatch the no-return pass back from the Black Ink clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5528, Enormous Announcement. It was all laughs at the entrance of the main conference hall. Whether they were people Yang Kai knew or not, they all swarmed over to talk to him. This couldn't be helped, because they all knew the reason they were gathered here. Yang Kai had received 9 pairs of marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer and was about to give them out, so now they owed Yang Kai. Moreover, the divine spirits were guessing that the source marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer might not only allow them to summon purifying light, but it might also have the effect of purifying their bloodline. Before today, the divine spirits had gone through a selective trial because of the matter of who would receive the marks. In the end, it was these 9 who prevailed. Stop chattering. Yang Kai, get inside. Xianxia's voice came from the main hall, obviously knowing why Yang Kai was staying outside with no intentions of coming in. With a bitter laugh, Yang Kai cupped his fist at the divine spirits and announced, "Let's continue our conversation another day. Please make yourselves comfortable." The divine spirits didn't object. When Yang Kai stepped inside the main hall, he felt several dozen pairs of eyes instantly fall on him and look at him as if he was some kind of strange being. Inside the main hall were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with no exceptions. There were a few that Yang Kai recognized, but more that he didn't. Sitting upright at the end of the table was Xianxia. Yang Kai didn't feel nervous, because he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master too, and all of them might not be his match when it came to strength, except for Xianxia. He didn't know how strong Xianxia was because they had never fought each other, but Big Head Xiang had climbed back up after having fallen once, so his ability might have increased even more. He could be considered one of the most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alive today. While facing the crowd, Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." "That's right. I'm just a junior with abilities but no experience, so I can't take up any huge responsibilities." His intentions naturally couldn't escape Xianxia's eyes. Big Head Xiang looked at him with a faint smile but didn't make any comments. Instead, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out laughing. Junior brother, you're too modest. You are now also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and have the same cultivation as all of us, so you shouldn't be referring to us as your seniors but as fellow brothers. Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded before adding, we cultivators only care about strength, not age, unless you're from the same sect, that is. But since you've already reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at such a young age and even recently killed 3 innate territory lords at once, I'm sure you're going to have a very promising future. Not bad for a person so young. We older ones have high hopes for you. Following that was a wave of compliments from everywhere. The only words that weren't said were that Yang Kai was the future of the entire human race. Yang Kai felt defeated and looked at Xianxia grimly. He wouldn't believe it if someone said Xianxia hadn't colluded with these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do this. This group of 8th Order Masters had even begun spouting utter nonsense, so it was obvious that they had some kind of hidden intentions. At that point, Yang Kai felt even more stressed. After secretly sighing, he knew he couldn't go against so many of them, so he complied and cupped his fist. Senior brothers, you are all too kind. It was just pure luck, so I can't accept your praise. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries later. Yang Kai, find a seat and sit down. It was then that the crowd stopped chattering. Yang Kai looked around the room and saw Yang Lai beckoning him over, so he immediately went and sat beside him. Today was just another ordinary meeting between human race higher-ups. With over a dozen battlefields, the masters at the Supreme Headquarters would personally head over to each battlefield and gather intel from time to time. When profound Nether territory was almost lost, the higher-ups at the Supreme Headquarters didn't dare take the situation lightly. Moreover, Xianxia personally coming here also had a sliver of such meaning. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here were the mainstays of the profound Nether army, who were responsible for guarding this place. Therefore, they knew the Black Ink clan in the profound Nether territory very well. So now, they would proceed with reporting to Xianxia about the situation on the battlefield. As time passed, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns giving their reports, and Yang Kai now knew more about the situation in profound Nether territory. However, what shocked him the most was that these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely detailed, including how many battles each army had gone through, how many enemies were killed, how many casualties they had, how many troops they had left, and where they had placed arrays and other arrangements. Yang Kai felt curious. Shouldn't these basic details already be known? Why do they need to report such trivial things to Xianxia? Turning his head to look at Xianxia, Yang Kai found him sitting upright while seriously listening to every word while nodding occasionally. The human race needed leaders like Xianxia to be able to band together when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although Yang Kai had decided to only listen but not speak, it turned out that there weren't many opportunities for him to get in a word. He had recently arrived at profound Nether territory, where he would either spend time at the palace fooling around with his wives, casting purifying light, fixing warships, or patching up spirit arrays. There was indeed not much for him to say as he was fairly ignorant of the general situation. There was an infinite joy in the activities done inside the bedroom. After spending over 1,000 years in celibacy on the Black Ink battlefield, 5,000 if the years in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon were counted, Yang Kai felt as though he had finally been set free and returned to the time when he could do whatever he wanted. All his wives were constantly blushing every day, and Ru Meng wouldn't lose her temper that much anymore, behaving in a gentle and considerate manner most of the time. Yang Kai, do you have anything to add? Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Waking up from his thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. No. If so, why are you smiling so happily? Xianxia frowned. Yang Kai coughed lightly. I was just thinking about something interesting. Feeling awkward, he gestured towards the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was currently speaking. Senior brothers, please continue. Has Big Head Xiang come all the way here just to make things difficult for me? Can't I even smile discreetly? The conference continued, and the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters narrated the comprehensive situation in profound Nether territory. Half a day passed just like that, and the report on matters in profound Nether territory had finally ended. The group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt like their mouths had dried up from all the talking. It was then that Xianxia nodded and looked towards Yang Kai. Have you understood the situation in profound Nether territory? Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Why is he asking me that? But he still nodded, yes. Very good. Xianxia got up and took a step forward before he boomed, Star Boundaries Yang Kai, come forward and receive your orders. Stunned, Yang Kai froze, so Yang Lai yanked him to his feet and kicked his butt, causing Yang Kai to stumble forward. When he looked up and saw Xianxia's stern face, he felt his heart sink as he cupped his fist and quickly said, Sir. While looking at him, Xianxia quickly said, Previously, during the critical battle of profound Nether territory, Yang Kai killed 3 innate territory lords on his own and turned the tide of war, successfully saving profound Nether territory from its end, making a huge contribution to the human race. In the following battles with the Black Ink clan, he led the charge in every battle and killed numerous enemies, which has won him many military merits and demonstrated the spirit our human race must follow to obtain victory in his war. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters has decided to appoint Yang Kai as Profound Nether Army's army commander. From now on, he will command the Profound Nether Army and stand guard over Profound Nether territory to defend it against the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai was shocked and gawked at Xianxia with a blank expression, seemingly wanting to see if the latter was pulling a bad prank on him. Back when Yang Kai received Xianxia's order to attend the conference between Profound Nether Army higher-ups, he had already mentally prepared himself, thinking that he was about to be assigned some formal posting. After all, he was also an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and according to the rules, he was capable of assuming the rank of Division Commander. He was thinking of a way to get out of it despite knowing that the chances of that happening were slim, and he had almost accepted his fate and thought if he were appointed as a division commander, he could accept it. It was better to have subordinates than to fight alone after all. However, he never expected that Xianxia would make such an enormous announcement. The Profound Nether Army commander was the person responsible for overseeing the entire Profound Nether territory. It was a position completely incomparable to the trivial post of division commander. If Yang Kai accepted the position of army commander, all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here would become his subordinates. Moreover, Profound Nether territory now had about 600,000 human soldiers, a number that would increase in the future. How could Xianxia just leave all of them to him? No, it wasn't Xianxia making this decision. Yang Kai turned to look at both his sides of the room and saw the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters smiling as they looked at him, especially Yang Lai, who was even winking like he was doing him some big favor. This was the decision made by all the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Nether Army. Without agreement from the ones actually leading the Profound Nether Army, it would be impossible for the Supreme Headquarters to implement such orders. It seemed like Wei Junyang and the other Eighth Order Masters had long since agreed to let Yang Kai become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. At this moment, Yang Kai had no words to describe what he was feeling. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, the highest post he held was squad leader. He had never even experienced being a battalion commander, much less a division commander, but now he was suddenly promoted to army commander. The difference was too big to fathom. It now made sense why the Eighth Order Masters here were being so detailed with their reports. Those matters weren't for Xianxia to hear, they were for him. They knew that Yang Kai had just arrived in Profound Nether territory and wasn't that knowledgeable about the army situation, so they used this chance to tell him in detail. This was clearly a premeditated plot. Xianxia using this chance to come here and appoint Yang Kai as army commander might be the real reason for his visit, while everything else was secondary. Bunch of old foxes. Never would Yang Kai have expected that all these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had kept him in the dark about this until the moment they sprung the trap. He was already a little reluctant to take up the position of division commander, but now he thought being a division commander seemed quite reasonable. Compared to overseeing the entire army, looking after a mere division seemed like a breeze. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's head before he quickly declined. Sir, this junior is still young and has insufficient experience. The army commander of the profound Nether Army is a critical position, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it, so please choose someone else, sir. Xianxia replied calmly, although you're still young and inexperienced, no one can compare to you in regards to military merits. What's more, you have all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here today to support you, so what's there to worry about? Unless you're unwilling to take up this role. That was indeed what Yang Kai was thinking, and he immediately nodded. Sir, please understand. This junior is unwilling to accept this position, and he does not dare to accept it. Once he became the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he would have to stay in Profound Nether territory for a very long time, possibly until the war here was settled. He felt that his talent wasn't in leading an army or in devising battle tactics. His talent was in killing Black Ink clansmen and relieving the pressure on the human race. That was something Xianxia knew, so why was he so insistent on having Yang Kai become the army commander? Frowning, Xianxia asked, "Are you really unwilling to accept this position?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice while looking at Xianxia with sincere eyes. With a light sigh, Xianxia said, "You can't force someone to do what they are unwilling to do. If you're unwilling to take up that position, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the Profound Nether Army, the Supreme Headquarters will have another discussion about it." Yang Kai cheered, "Sir is wise. Why have I never noticed how easy Big Head Xiong is to speak with?" Martial Peak, Chapter 5529. Do your consciences not hurt at all? Report. Following a shout, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soldier ran into the main hall and cupped his fist at Xianxia. The Black Ink Clan army has been sighted advancing from 10 million kilometers outside the Eastern Front. They appear to be rallying for another attack. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone barging into the higher-ups conference, but an urgent military situation was an exception. Obviously, the Black Ink Clan on the Eastern Front pressing in on them was an urgent military situation. Bold! Wei Junyang bellowed, "Those Black Ink clansmen must be courting death." While he spoke, he exuded his majestic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Oh, Yang Lai also exclaimed, "It seems like they haven't learnt their lesson yet." Not only were these two cursing the Black Ink Clan, but the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all joined in, causing the main conference hall to instantly fill with all kinds of voices. Meanwhile, Yang Kai frowned. What is the Black Ink Clan up to? They have just lost a major battle and 3 territory lords. How could they come back for another attack after such a short amount of time? Looking back at the 7th Order soldier who came to report the news, Yang Kai could see that he was from Great Battle Heaven because he was wearing distinctive golden armor. Undried blood still marred his armor, which seemed to indicate that he was injured. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Nether Army were too calm. Since the Black Ink Clan army are rallying to attack, shouldn't they be discussing a plan of action and dispatching troops to consolidate the Eastern Front? It's highly improper of them to just be acting loud and rowdy at this moment. While he was lost in such thought, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist to Xianxia before saying, "Sir Xiang, I request permission to fight off the enemy." Xianxia nodded lightly. "It's rare for you, Division Commander Chen, to be so eager to fight. You have my permission. How many troops are you preparing to bring with you?" Division Commander Chen answered proudly, "I don't need much. A single division will suffice." Then, Xianxia warned sternly, "The war between the two races is not child's play." After coldly snorting, Division Commander Chen replied, "It's just a motley group of weak Black Ink clansmen, what's there to be afraid of?" If we don't deter the enemy, this Chen will offer his head up to you. Good. Xianxia nodded unceasingly to show his approval. Although we humans are at a disadvantage, we do not lack the thirst for blood and bravery. Division Commander Chen is still so enthusiastic at such an old age. You are a role model to all of us. Therefore, I'll permit. Wait a moment. Yang Kai hurriedly interjected. He was beyond shocked as he listened to this conversation. In such an urgent situation, you old Eighth Order masters made a snap decision just like that, and Xianxia actually agreed to it? What about the difference between the enemy's army and ours? What about the number of enemies coming over? With such a lack of information, how could you reach a decision so quickly? More importantly, Yang Kai knew Division Commander Chen personally. In regards to age, he was one of the eldest Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but when it came to power, he wasn't the strongest and would not stand a chance against an innate territory lord. Under such circumstances, how could this old man have the confidence to say he would only bring a single division out to fight the enemy? Was he just bluffing? However, the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters showed no signs of wanting to stop him. Yang Kai, do you have something to say? Xianxia turned around to look at Yang Kai. Feeling his head pulsing, Yang Kai cupped his fist and suggested, Senior Xiang, if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers in a single division of the Profound Nether Army is about 20,000, right? 20,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was no small number. One had to know that back at the Black Ink battlefield, a division only had 500 to 600 troops. However, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. The Profound Nether Army even had soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm, so when comparing the two types of divisions, although 20,000 soldiers was a lot more than 500, the overall difference in strength wasn't that large. Indeed, Division Commander Chen nodded, my division now has 23,651 soldiers enlisted in it. Though the old man was up there in age, his memory had not deteriorated and he knew his troops like the back of his hand. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai looked at him and asked, Do you know how many troops the Black Ink clan has brought over to attack us? Division Commander Chen snorted coldly, Who cares how many troops they have? We will kill them all. Once he said that, he didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before cupping his fist to Xianxia and announcing, Sir, this Chen will be off then. This mission to defend our homeland will either end with victory or us dying in battle. If the situation comes to that, I would have to trouble all of you to help us gather our corpses. Nodding, Xianxia promised, we won't let our soldiers' corpses rot in the wilderness. Division Commander Chen, please wait. Yang Kai shouted again. He couldn't let Division Commander Chen run away because the squad his wives were in just happened to be under Division Commander Chen's jurisdiction. It wouldn't matter to Yang Kai if Division Commander Chen decided to deploy in force to push back the enemy, but if he was going with his division alone, Ru Meng, Su Yan, and the others would get dispatched too. Yang Kai, how dare you continuously interrupt us when we're discussing sending troops to defend our front lines? Are you trying to disrupt military order? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly cupped his fist. I dare not do such a thing. But what? Xianxia looked at him coldly. But something isn't right here. Yang Kai looked at Xianxia and then at the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What he saw was Wei Junyang looking up at the sky as if nothing concerned him, while Yang Lai was looking down at the floor as if a flower was growing between his feet. Meanwhile, the other 8th Order Masters were either huddled together and discussing something or sitting there calmly with their eyes closed as if everything was under control. At that moment, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. So, this is how it is. He knew these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had all fought in no less than 1,000 battles, so there was no way they would act this foolishly under normal circumstances. Even if Division Commander Chen was a reckless glory seeker, it was impossible for the rest of them to just let him race off to his death. Moreover, Xianxia was a man with incredible tactical insight. The strategy he came up with to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, and the skill with which he executed it were both extremely shocking, so it was impossible for him to immediately agree when Division Commander Chen asked to lead a single division off into battle with no idea about the enemy's composition. If he did, he wouldn't be Xianxia but someone like Ouyang Lai. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, "Senior brothers, you have all lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Do your consciences not hurt at all, working together to trick a junior like me?" Snorting, Division Commander Chen insisted, "Junior brother, whatever do you mean? I'm getting on in years and my mind is not quite what it used to be. Please speak plainly." Yang Kai gave him a sorrowful look. "You're clearly the most enthusiastic one in this plan." Meanwhile, Xianxia still had the same cold expression. "Speak up if you have something you want to say. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense." "Haven't I made myself clear enough? It's you old farts that are playing dumb. I guess it's true when they say the older a person, the more cunning they are. Judging from this situation, the Eastern Front probably isn't under threat at all. It's only been about 10 days since the Black Ink clan suffered serious losses. They wouldn't dare launch a full offensive so soon. This was all just a big show. The 8th Order masters in this room and even the 7th Order soldier who came to deliver the report were all in on this matter. They were acting out a play with Yang Kai as the only audience member. These old farts are obviously trying to force me to do something I'm incapable of. It's a fake emergency this time, but what about next time? If there really is a next time, this Division Commander Chen will definitely lead his division to charge the enemy." Yang Kai sighed internally. It seemed he couldn't avoid this matter. While he was lost in his thoughts, the 7th Order soldier shouted again in a voice filled with grief and anger, "Sirs, this situation is urgent. Please come to a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Eastern Front might not be able to hold." Cough. Star. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. "Really? Really?" Yang Kai glanced at the soldier who was looking straight ahead and had a pale complexion and a depressed aura. Xianxia glared and muttered, "Yang Kai, stand down. Since you don't want to be appointed as the army commander, you have no right to speak here. Division Commander Chen, head back and lead your division to reinforce the Eastern Front. If you cannot defeat the enemy, I'll head over there and behead you myself." While cupping his fist, Division Commander Chen replied, "This Chen accepts the order. We will not let you down." After that, he turned around and strode towards the door, but he still stared into Yang Kai's eyes, seeming to say, "If you don't speak up, this old master will really lead my force into battle. It doesn't matter if there were no enemies at the Eastern Front this time, because there were enemies in the Black Ink clan's camp. Are you afraid now?" How could this junior be qualified for this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. However, he was honestly quite touched inside. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had worked together with Xianxia to act out such a performance for him just so that he would take up the position of the Profound Nether Army's army commander. This was a kind of wholehearted trust that was rare to see. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai cupped his fist and boomed, "Since all of you senior brothers think so highly of me, this junior is willing to take up the position of army commander and guard Profound Nether territory. This junior will risk his life to make sure Profound Nether territory is never lost." "So you've changed your mind?" Xianxia's lips curled up ever so slightly as he teased. While looking at him with a blank stare, Yang Kai didn't say anything. "Do I have a choice? Old Man Chen is halfway out of the main conference hall, so if I don't change my mind he will really leave. His leaving is not that concerning, but my wives will definitely have to follow him to the battlefield." Then, Xianxia stopped playing with him and spoke sternly, "Overseeing Profound Nether territory is a very heavy task. If this territory is lost on your watch, you'll be punished according to military law." "Understood. Yang Kai, receive your orders." Xianxia roared before taking out a token. "The Supreme Headquarters hereby appoints Yang Kai as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. This is the Army Commander token. With this, you will assume full command of all soldiers in the Profound Nether Army. If anyone dares to disobey or rebel against you, they will be sentenced to death without exception. We accept the order. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison. Yang Kai accepts the order. Yang Kai came forward and raised both hands to receive the Profound Nether Army's Army Commander token, which suddenly felt quite heavy. This wasn't just a token, it was a physical representation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were being entrusted to him. At that moment, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have changed and become even more profound and mysterious. Noticing this, Xianxia watched with amazement as the words, "Heaven's Will," appeared in his head. "Greetings, Army Commander." Wei Junyang chuckled and cupped his fist before bowing. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters copied him and did the same. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very harmonious. Division Commander Chen ran back as well and no longer shouted about racing off to kill the enemy. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't take what happened just now to heart and exchanged pleasantries with the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would be overseeing Profound Nether territory in the future, so he would need these old foxes' help. Report. Another 7th Order soldier dashed into the main hall and cupped his fist. "Sirs, there is news from the Eastern Front. The Black Ink Clan army has retreated. It seems like their previous actions were just a feint. There is no imminent attack." Nodding, Xianxia replied, "It's good that the Black Ink Clan has retreated. Division Commander Chen, you may take a rest as well." Division Commander Chen laughed. The Black Ink Clan retreated before the news about junior brother Yang taking up the position as Army Commander was released. It seems like the heavens are siding with us today. The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were these old farts still acting even now? They even organized this kind of closing scene to their play. It seemed they really made a full and detailed plan for today. Martial Peak, Chapter 5530, Profound Nether Army's Army Commander. Thinking back to the time when they gathered at Azure Void Pass to form the Great Evolution Army, Xianxia and Lu Zhiping were appointed as Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Army commanders. On that same day, many of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were appointed as division commanders and accepted with great solemnity. Back then, Yang Kai was just a 7th Order squad leader. Never had he imagined he would someday hold the Army Commander token like today, so he couldn't help but sigh internally. Being an Army Commander wasn't just any duty, it was a responsibility to become the central pillar for an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can I do it? Yang Kai didn't know the answer to that question, but since things had already come to this point, he could only give it his all and do his best. From today onwards, his every decision will affect hundreds of thousands of lives directly. I can't spend too long here. Besides the appointment of Profound Nether Army's Army Commander, there is one other thing I need to accomplish here. Xianxia spoke up. Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. "Please say it, senior brother." At first, he thought it was about the great sun and moon marks, but that was just a minor matter because he had already given one set of marks to Su Yan. Moreover, the 9 divine spirits outside were the ones who had been chosen to receive the marks, so all that was needed was to call them inside. He wasn't expecting Xianxia to not talk about this matter but instead summoned his universe chart. Then, with a wave of his hand, a 3-dimensional virtual image appeared before everyone. Following that, Xianxia moved his hand and pointed at a particular spot. A month ago, the Supreme Headquarters received intelligence that the cultivators from more than a dozen sects in the Acacia territory have been besieged by the Black Ink Clan and are facing a critical situation. If they don't get any reinforcements soon, they might not be able to hold out much longer. Wei Junyang frowned. Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Xianxia nodded. The intelligence was brought to us by a few different roaming hunter teams, so its likely authenticity was deemed high. Afterwards, the Supreme Headquarters moved and confirmed it. Division Commander Chen raised an eyebrow. Is the Supreme Headquarters asking Profound Nether territory to send out troops to rescue them? That's right. Xianxia nodded. At first, There was no plan to have profound Nether territory carry out this mission, but all the other great territory battlefields are engaged in heated conflicts right now, so our side is at a disadvantage and can't dispatch troops for a rescue mission. However, profound Nether territory could be said to have won a great victory during the previous battle, so there should not be any large-scale battles here for the foreseeable future. Therefore, you are the ones most suited to attempt this rescue mission. While saying that, he looked at Yang Kai. Junior brother, now that you are the army commander, you will be responsible for planning and executing this mission. You must bring our trapped allies back safely. Yang Kai knew this was also a test to see how he would deal with such matters. Although the Supreme Headquarters had appointed him as the Profound Nether Army's army commander, they also knew that the talents he had shown were mostly in charging into battle and defeating the enemy. He had never shown much talent in things like strategy and tactics. This mission to rescue the humans trapped in Acacia territory was a chance to make a contribution and show off his talents. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fist. I have received the order. You can discuss this matter on your own. There is no need to report to the Supreme Headquarters about your plan before carrying it out, but there is one thing you must remember: you mustn't let profound Nether territory fall into the hands of the enemy. Xianxia joined them before shouting towards the entrance, "Enter." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Previously, we've received news from profound Nether territory that you've received 9 sets of great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. These are the 9 divine spirits the Supreme Headquarters chose to receive those marks. I'll leave them to you as well. Understood, senior brother. Later, Xianxia, Wei Junyang, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left the main conference hall while Ji Lao San and the other 8 divine spirits came in. It wasn't difficult to pass the 2 marks from the burning light and serene glimmer to them because they were just drops condensed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's source strength. After the divine spirits received them, they only needed to slightly refine them to condense the great sun and moon marks. The 9 divine spirits only took about an hour to complete this process. Later, Yang Kai distributed the 9 space rings he had prepared beforehand to them, rings filled with yellow and blue crystals. With the 2 great marks and a large supply of yellow and blue crystals, there would no longer be a lack of purifying light on the various battlefields. This could also greatly lessen the pressure on the human race. It could also lessen the alchemist's burden, allowing them to put in more effort to refine other spirit pills. Purifying black ink pills weren't the only spirit pills the human race lacked. Open heaven pills for cultivation and healing pills for healing injuries were all in short supply. As for how these 9 divine spirits would be distributed to each front, that was for the Supreme Headquarters to figure out. Although there weren't enough divine spirits for each great territory battlefield, it might not be too much of a problem for 1 divine spirit to aid 2 neighboring battlefields and provide them with purifying light. Xianxia was waiting outside, so Yang Kai led the divine spirits out before seeing them off. Once they left, Yang Kai finally said, "Senior brothers and sisters, please enter the conference hall." The group of 8th Order Masters then returned to the main conference hall and sat down. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and looked around. He saw all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had serious expressions on their faces as they looked straight ahead. Seeing that, Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Since all of you senior brothers and sisters think so highly of me and choose me to take up the position as army commander, I, as your junior brother, will not let all of you down." The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Yang Lai slumped back into his chair and beamed. "Our generation of cultivators respect strength above all else. Since your fist is bigger, of course it's you who will take up the position of army commander, but you little junior brother, the most important issue you need to deal with now is the matter of Acacia territory. This is your first mission after your appointment, so you have to do it well." Wei Junyang added, "Indeed. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this mission, we must do our best to complete the task and not let the other battlefields look down on us." Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Both senior brothers are right, but I've only recently returned from the outside. Though I have a basic understanding of profound Nether territory, I don't know much about the situation outside of profound Nether territory, so I still need you all to catch me up. Fei Yongzhe looked at him. Junior brother Yang, what would you like to know? Yang Kai answered, according to what I know, after the war in the Barren territory, the human race army retreated and broke up into many different teams to help the cultivators from the various great territories retreat and evacuate. However, that was a couple dozen years ago, so those who could evacuate should have already arrived. How could there still be humans left outside? Division Commander Chen sighed and replied, that's not a surprise because the purpose of evacuation back then was to let all the sects move to the nearest territory directly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Afterwards, those cave heavens and paradises would have their masters escort those people to high heaven territory. However, the Black Ink clan moved too fast, so cultivators from a number of great territories could not evacuate in time and were surrounded by the enemy. We have suffered quite a significant number of casualties as a result. Yang Kai nodded as he knew about such incidents as well. When the Black Ink clan invaded Swallowing Sea's territory, Yang Kai was fortunately there to lend his assistance. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared there at that moment, the cultivators from Swallowing Sea's territory wouldn't have been able to escape. In addition to those who failed to evacuate in time, others were ambushed along the way, which might be what had happened to the humans trapped in Acacia territory. When Yang Kai heard this, he frowned, forgive my crassness, but if they were intercepted by the Black Ink clan over 20 years ago, they should all be dead by now. Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Junior brother, are you thinking this might be a trap? Yang Kai shook his head. Perhaps the cultivators in Acacia territory found somewhere to hide all these years but have now been found by the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, they can't have held out until now. While he spoke, he used his fingers to tap on the armrest. What is strange is for word of this to have reached us. Theoretically, Acacia territory has been entirely conquered by the Black Ink clan, so if there were any humans left there, the Black Ink clan should have easily taken care of them, but of course, dragging on. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers and sisters, do you think that the Black Ink clan are besieging a stronghold to strike at the reinforcements? Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? Yang Kai explained, the Black Ink clan should have been able to easily finish off the cultivators in Acacia territory but haven't. It's obvious that they want to attract our side's attention, which led to today's events where senior brother Xiang charged us with this matter. We won't be able to hide the profound Nether army dispatching a large number of troops to the Acacia territory. The enemy is likely planning an ambush in Acacia territory. There should be multiple territory lords and a large army guarding that place. Once he said that, the other 8th Order masters looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Wei Junyang turned to look at Ouyang Lai and teased, are you going to kill a territory lord, or are you going to call me father? Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai retorted, you didn't win. What's more, it's just killing a territory lord. How difficult could that be? Wei Junyang chuckled, I'll take it as you choosing to kill a territory lord. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he looked at the others below him. Senior brothers, did I say something wrong? Division Commander Chen stroked his beard and chuckled, no, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that your performance shocked us. What do you mean? That answer made Yang Kai even more confused. Also, what's up with Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai? Why would they say something like calling the other father? Division Commander Chen explained, Junior brother, what you've just said is correct. There is a second-class great force, Acacia sect, in Acacia territory. During its founding, Acacia sect discovered a universe cave heaven left by an unknown 8th Order open heaven realm master after their death, which Acacia sect obtained many benefits from. Didn't you say the cultivators in Acacia territory might have found a place to hide all these years? It's been surmised that they have been hiding inside that universe cave heaven and somehow managed to seal its entrance, which is why it remained safe until today. But their hiding spot has now been exposed, which is why they are now under siege. He continued, it's not that the Black Ink clan doesn't want to deal with them, but it isn't an easy task to break open a universe cave heaven's portal from the outside without appropriate skills. Of course, the Black Ink clan can still do it, but it will take them some time. Also, us receiving this news should also be the Black Ink clan's doing. Junior brother, you were right when you said they were planning to strike at the reinforcements. However, their target is not the various armies from the Great Territory battlefields, but the roaming hunters who have snuck into their territory. A short pause later, he elaborated, there are many human masters that are either unwilling to be governed or are simply not used to functioning in an army and working with others, so they choose to become roaming hunters instead and sneak deep into the great territories that the Black Ink clan controls. Over the years, the hunters have attacked and killed many Black Ink clansmen, and traces of them can be found in many great territories. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen, but most of them are busy battling the human race army, so those roaming hunters take the chance to cause chaos behind the Black Ink clan's lines by destroying Black Ink nests and raiding their supply lines. The Black Ink clan is clearly frustrated with this, and besieging those in Acacia territory is a good opportunity to attract large numbers of hunters over. They want to clean up as many of them as possible with this one move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-31. I'll head over there myself. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had heard of hunters. They were human masters who didn't join the main army on the front lines for all sorts of reasons and would instead form small groups or even act alone to sneak into the great territories that the Black Ink clan had taken over. Then they would seek opportunities to do damage. Most of them were proud of their great strength or had some unruliness in their personalities, which was why they didn't like the strict regulations of the army. Hunters generally acted in very small numbers, so they lived dangerous lives where the threat of being wiped out was quite high. However, while the risks were high, the rewards were too. The favorite activity for hunters was destroying Black Ink nests. If they could bring back proof of them destroying a Black Ink nest to any of the Great Territory battlefields, they would receive a massive amount of military merits. Once they had military merits, they could use them to exchange for cultivation resources or other benefits. At this moment, there were quite a lot of hunters roaming around outside, and as time passed, even more cultivators joined them. Everyone had their own way of living, so if they dove into the great territories controlled by the Black Ink clan and caused chaos, it could still be considered contributing to the war effort. Therefore, not only didn't the Supreme Headquarters restrict such people, but they even richly rewarded the hunters whenever they succeeded. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's actions before coming here were the standard behavior of a hunter. Of course, what he accomplished was far beyond what any team of hunters could dream to achieve. He alone had caused chaos at the no-return pass and then retreated safely. That was a feat no other human could replicate. The hunters' actions were indeed dangerous as they were moving around the Black Ink clan's territory, after all. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would be targeted by many Black Ink clansmen and would have difficulty escaping. However, narrow escapes were not that frequent. Hunters weren't foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for nothing, so as long as they acted prudently, they would be able to steer clear of trouble. After that, it was simply a matter of luck whether they survived or not. Moreover, as Wei Junyang just mentioned, most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were busy battling human race masters on the front lines, so there weren't many just sitting behind and guarding their territory. The Black Ink clan had taken over many great territories, but there were only so many innate territory lords. This meant that they couldn't guard every territory they had, making it possible for the hunters to sneak in and hit low-rank Black Ink nests before making their escape, never having to face any true masters. With fewer people, the hunters could more easily find places to hide after they achieved their objectives, which was why the Black Ink clan found it so hard to deal with them. Such situations enraged the Black Ink clan, which caused them to hate hunters to the core. Besieging the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory was a good chance for them to attract many hunters over. The Black Ink clan was planning to use this opportunity to wipe out the hidden dangers in their territories so that they could focus more of their attention on battling the main human force. After listening to Wei Junyang's explanation, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Senior brother Wei, have you known this since the beginning?" Wei Junyang smiled, "Junior brother, Please forgive us. This was all Senior Brother Xiang's plan and the final test given to you by the Supreme Headquarters. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai asked, "What would happen if I didn't realize all this?" Wei Junyang smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Xiang hasn't gone far, and the news of appointing Junior Brother as army commander hasn't been announced to the army yet. In other words, if Yang Kai wasn't able to see the bigger picture and accurately assess the situation, Xiangshan might have returned to take back the army commander token. When Yang Kai heard that, he rolled his eyes. Fortunately, the news of my appointment has yet to be announced to the entire army. Although I'm young, I would like to keep some face. These old farts simply won't act their age. He didn't bother with these things though because he understood that it was normal for these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some reservations. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army was an important and powerful position which could affect the direction of their future battles and the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the human race army, so of course they would act cautiously. Moreover, there was also no fault in the Supreme Headquarters giving out a final test. In reality, the test was relatively simple because anyone with half-decent intelligence could think of such things. Only a ruffian like Yang Lai wouldn't bother thinking things through like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai snuck a glance at Yang Lai, and as he had expected, the latter seemed to be lost in his thoughts, giving Yang Kai a sense of intellectual superiority. Wei Junyang then turned serious. Since Junior Brother Yang has seen through the Black Ink clan's intentions, it proves that we old folks have made the right choice. Still, the matter of Acacia territory needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, so please propose a plan of action. Yang Kai nodded. The other battlefields are in the midst of heavy fighting, so for now, only Profound Nether territory can send out troops. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this task, we must complete it perfectly. This was his first mission after he was appointed the Profound Nether Army's army commander, so it was of utmost importance for Yang Kai. Moreover, with a large number of humans still trapped outside, even if Yang Kai was still all on his own, he would have tried to find a way to save them. Senior brothers, do any of you have a plan in mind? Yang Kai glanced around. Kong Chengde quickly said, since the Black Ink clan intends to deal with the hunters, there must be at least a few territory lords hiding in Acacia territory. Although we don't have solid intelligence from the hunters, I suspect there to be between 3 and 5 territory lords lying in ambush. The hunters weren't weak, and though there weren't any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, 7th Order Masters weren't lacking. Feudal lords could defeat 7th Order Masters in greater numbers, but killing them was another matter. The Black Ink clan's only option was to have the territory lords move if they wanted this thing to be settled conclusively. 3 to 5 territory lords standing guard in Acacia territory could be said to be an extremely secure arrangement. Of course, the number might be different, but this estimate shouldn't be too far off. The arrangement of territory lords wasn't without consideration because the Black Ink clan needed a lot of territory lords to oversee the main battlefield in order to ensure that they had maintained the upper hand when fighting against the human race army. In addition, territory lords who were heavily injured after battling the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sent back to the no-return pass to sink into dormancy inside Black Ink nests to heal more rapidly. Therefore, although the number of territory lords on the whole exceeded the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had the upper hand when fighting against the human race army, the human race's situation hadn't worsened to the point where they didn't stand a chance against the enemy. Now that Yang Kai had brought back a huge amount of yellow and blue crystals and given out 10 great sun and moon marks, the human situation would only become better. Fei Yongzhe spoke up, let's plan for the worst. If Acacia territory has 5 territory lords standing guard, we would have to dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if we want to rescue the trapped cultivators. 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That wasn't a small number, especially when all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether territory were overseeing important sections of the front lines and couldn't be easily transferred. However, only by dispatching 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could they be sure they could suppress 5 innate territory lords. Sending 8 was also a precaution against the enemy having deployed more than 5 territory lords. Though the mission to rescue the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory didn't seem difficult, it wasn't an easy mission to execute. Moreover, Yang Kai looked at the crowd of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him and noticed that they each had varying degrees of injuries. The previous battle was only about 10 days ago, so these 8th Order Masters hadn't even gotten a chance to heal yet, which meant they could not exert their full strength at the moment. The territory lords in profound Nether territory didn't fare much better, so they weren't a pressing concern, but the territory lords in Acacia territory would all be in peak condition. Wei Junyang was clear about this too, so he proposed, perhaps we can ask the divine spirits for help. In its current condition, it would be difficult for the profound Nether army to carry out this rescue mission on its own. Therefore, they could only ask others for help. Hearing this though, Yang Kai shook his head. The divine spirits might not be able to help us. Oh, Yang Lai frowned. How can you say that before trying? Yang Kai answered, if the divine spirits could help us, senior brother Xiang would have told us beforehand, but since he didn't, that could only mean that the divine spirits are also all battling the enemy on the various battlefields. What's more, a few days ago, the Supreme Headquarters even dispatched the batch of divine spirits Tao Wu belonged to, which means that the other battlefields need extra help as well. If it weren't their last resort, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't have sent the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, even if the profound Nether army asked for help, the Supreme Headquarters might not be able to mobilize any manpower for them. In contrast with the trapped cultivators in the Acacia territory, the Great Territory battlefields were more important at the moment. If the Supreme Headquarters had to make a choice, they would rather ensure the safety of the front lines rather than save those trapped cultivators. Makes sense, Wei Junyang nodded. At first, he thought it wouldn't be much of a difficult task to save those trapped cultivators in Acacia territory, but now that he thought more deeply about the situation, this matter was indeed a difficult task to complete. Instantly, they were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It seemed like the Supreme Headquarters had given profound Nether territory a tough mission. Could this also be a test for Yang Kai after being appointed as an army commander? After everyone fell silent, Yang Kai stood up and announced with a determined expression, I'll head over myself. The crowd of 8th Order Masters was shocked, and Fei Yongzhe was taken aback. Junior brother, are you really going to Acacia territory by yourself? Yang Kai nodded, we have no other options besides this. Profound Nether territory couldn't dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at once, and they couldn't ask the divine spirits for help, so after careful consideration, Yang Kai decided that acting alone was the best course of action. Kong Chengde quickly objected, Junior brother, you can't. You're now the army commander of the profound Nether army, so how could you risk your safety? Moreover, what will happen to profound Nether territory after you leave? This statement just made Yang Kai burst out laughing. Senior brother Kong, your words are exaggerated. This junior brother has just been appointed to the profound Nether army's army commander position, but before now, when have I not been roaming around the dangerous territories? Since I was able to safely cross those territories back then, why can't I do the same now? No matter how dangerous Acacia territory was, could it be any more dangerous than the no-return pass? Yang Kai had safely returned from the very heart of the Black Ink clan's headquarters, so a trivial Acacia territory was nothing to him. Moreover, before I was appointed, senior brothers and sister have kept profound Nether territory well organized, so there's no way that you all won't be able to do the same without me. The Black Ink clan here has just suffered a heavy defeat and lost 3 territory lords, so there won't be any huge battles in profound Nether territory for at least a few years. Without giving them a chance to talk, Yang Kai concluded, it's settled then. I will personally take a trip to Acacia territory, and once I leave, I must ask senior brothers and sister to guard profound Nether territory. This is also the first order I issue after being appointed as army commander. Since he had put it that way, what could the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters possibly say? but after careful consideration, it did seem like Yang Kai personally moving was the best option they had. No longer trying to stop Yang Kai, Wei Junyang said, "How many troops do you intend to bring, junior brother?" Yang Kai answered, "I don't need too many. How about this? I'll bring the original members of Dawn. That should be enough." Martial Peak, Chapter 55-32, Brains and Brawn. When the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw Yang Kai's enthusiastic state, they felt some lamentation and shame. They were lamenting because the younger generation was growing so fast. Though Yang Kai was the only youngster with a high position now, others from his generation had begun showing their talents on the battlefield and would soon rise up. These juniors who had shown their brilliance on the battlefield were the future of the human race and were the reason the 9th Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to pave the way forward for them. As for why they felt ashamed, it was because these old fellows couldn't help Yang Kai. After calming his thoughts, Wei Junyang spoke, "Since you've made your mind up, we won't try to dissuade you, but you must remember that you're now an army commander, so if you find yourself in a dire situation, you must ensure your own safety first." "I understand," Yang Kai nodded heavily. "Junior brother, when will you leave?" "Immediately." Wei Junyang raised his hand and summoned his universe chart. Then he moved his hands to display an image of the void. There are 3 territory gates that lead to different great territories in profound nether territory. Junior brother can quietly exit through here. While he spoke, he reached out and pointed at one of the territory gates. One of the 3 territory gates was guarded by the human race so that they had somewhere to retreat if they lost the war. Another one had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, while the last one was still unclaimed. However, both sides had set up camps there to prepare for any spontaneous battles. The territory gate Wei Junyang was referring to was that 3rd gate. Although the human race couldn't claim that territory gate, they could absolutely find a way to send Yang Kai and a small team through the portal. A minor battle would be enough of a distraction to slip through the territory gate. However, Yang Kai instead asked, "Which territory gate is the nearest to Acacia territory?" Going through different territory gates meant they would have to take different routes. Sometimes, a slight difference might mean they had to cross several additional great territories to get to their destination. Wei Junyang studied the 3 territory gates before pointing to the territory gate being guarded by the Black Ink clan, this one. He was then slightly stunned and asked, "Junior brother, don't tell me you want to go through this one?" Yang Kai replied, "There's no time to waste, so we naturally have to take the fastest route possible." "Nonsense!" Fei Yongzhe reprimanded. "The Black Ink clan army's main camp is there. How are you going to pass by them? If you get surrounded, you'll die." Smiling, Yang Kai assured him, "That's why I need the profound Nether Army's help." Wei Junyang thought about it and asked, "You want the profound Nether Army to pressure the Black Ink clan? Aren't you afraid they might suddenly rise up and attack you?" Yang Kai explained, "I just killed 3 territory lords a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan is definitely paying more attention to me. Now that I'm overseeing profound nether territory, those territory lords might be feeling on the edge, wondering which one of them would be next. Senior brothers, place yourselves in the territory lord's shoes. If I suddenly try to leave this great territory, would you give your all to stop me, or just let me pass?" Fei Yongzhe was about to continue reprimanding Yang Kai, but hearing this question he frowned and hummed for a moment. The other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were looking at each other. Eventually, Wei Junyang spoke up. "If junior brother is the only one leaving, of course, they would pick up a fight because the ability you displayed is too shocking, so the Black Ink clan naturally wants to get rid of you. If you give them the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? But if you add the profound Nether Army, that is another story. Would the Black Ink clan really make things difficult?" Originally, the Black Ink clan here had the upper hand and almost seized profound nether territory completely, but Yang Kai appeared and foiled their plans. The Black Ink clan would naturally be wary of a master like Yang Kai, who could easily kill territory lords like they were random chickens or dogs. Therefore, if such a master wanted to leave profound nether territory, It would be great news for the territory lords, so the Black Ink clan might really not stop him but welcome him leaving. Such a plan might sound far-fetched, but after careful consideration, it seemed there was quite a lot of space for maneuvering. At that instant, Wei Junyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and remembered how Yang Lai had joked that Yang Kai should be called Big Head Yang. The next generation was very admirable indeed. If one only had brawn but no brains, they would be nothing more than a ruffian. However, like Yang Kai, people with brains and brawn were the bane of the Black Ink clan. It's also fine if they don't let us pass. We can just start another battle, Yang Kai beamed. If they still aren't afraid of me, I'll just kill another 3 territory lords. There are only so many territory lords here, so they will have to let us pass sooner or later. Yang Lai felt his blood boiling when he heard that. I agree. If we really start a battle, I'll be the vanguard. Wei Junyang glared at him before looking at Yang Kai. Even if the Black Ink clan are willing to let you pass, isn't your departure the same as telling the Black Ink clan that their biggest concern has left and that they can start another war without fear while you're gone? Although the human race wasn't afraid to start another battle, they had suffered a significant loss during the last one and still needed time to recuperate. Yang Kai answered, they won't have the guts to do that. Since I can leave profound nether territory, I can return as well. How can they rest assured that I've really left? If they see me leave right in front of them, they will only become even more cautious because if they start another battle, they will have to worry about me attacking them from behind. After a short pause, he continued, moreover, it doesn't matter if another battle happens. I've already distributed many small stone race soldiers to the others. I must say, the idea of treating the small stone race as artifacts to be refined rather than beasts to tame is quite ingenious. With their addition, the profound nether army's capabilities are much stronger than they were before. The small stone race was a sharp tool when used to deal with the Black Ink clan. The only problem was that they had very low sentience and were hard to control. Many times, the small stone race ran off after killing all the enemies. Those with quick reflexes could capture some of them, but those who weren't quick enough could only watch as they ran away. When Yang Kai first began giving out the small stone race soldiers, he told others to try using beast taming techniques to control them. Although the method worked, the results weren't very good. It wasn't until one day when an open heaven realm master tried treating them like artifacts that a new method was discovered. Using this method to refine small stone race soldiers was far more efficient than using a beast taming technique because this was far easier for most cultivators. By spreading this method, many more small stone race soldiers could be better controlled to kill the enemy and then be brought back after the battle. After all, not every cultivator knew beast taming techniques, but everyone knew how to refine an artifact. This methodology was now widespread throughout the human race army. Now, all humans would use similar techniques to control the small stone race soldiers. The Open Heaven Realm Master who discovered this method was praised and rewarded heavily by the Supreme Headquarters, which made him the envy of many. Yang Kai currently only had a single army of Great Sun Small Stone Race and another of Great Moon Small Stone Race on hand, each with 1 million troops. All the others had been distributed to others. The ones he kept with him were his trump card for dealing with a royal lord. There was only one royal lord left, and there was no telling when he would encounter him again, so Yang Kai wanted to keep a hidden hand just in case. Although it hadn't been long since their last battle, the soldiers of the profound Nether Army now had several million small stone race soldiers on hand, so the overall combat power of the army had only increased, not decreased. If they did start another large-scale battle, the humans of profound Nether territory wouldn't have to be wary of the Black Ink clan. Inside the main conference hall, all the Eighth Order masters looked at each other and kept silent. Yang Kai had made a clear and concise argument to persuade them, so they had nothing more to say. Seeing that the others were silent, Yang Kai announced, "This matter is settled then. Pass down my order. The center outpost's frontline soldiers are to form up and advance towards the Black Ink clan's main camp." All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood up and bellowed, "Yes, sir." Soon, the Eighth Order masters dispersed and returned to the frontline universe fragments where Yang Kai's orders were relayed, and all 200,000 recuperating soldiers moved out. When news of their operation got out, a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters overseeing the auxiliary fronts were shocked. Is there something going on at the front line? Didn't the battle there end recently? They went and asked around, and in the end, they were told this was an order from the newly appointed army commander Yang Kai. It was only then that those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters at the auxiliary fronts found out that the profound Nether Army had a new army commander. That was because the news of Yang Kai being appointed as army commander hadn't been announced yet. Now, this matter has caused a stir among the army. They said a new broom sweeps clean, and the new broom called Yang Kai was so good at cleaning that he was thinking of cleaning out the Black Ink clan. At that instant, some people were worried while some were excited. The masters from the auxiliary fronts could only cooperate with those at the front lines, so they relayed their orders. All the auxiliary front soldiers also began preparing for battle, increasing the army's momentum. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan were shocked. They had lost 3 territory lords last time, and they only had a limited number of territory lords at the front line, so not only was their army's combat power weakened, but the territory lords were now hiding inside their base camp. The scene of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their memories, and every territory lord was wary of him. Therefore, they didn't dare take any impulsive actions before they could figure out how to deal with that Eighth Order human. During that last battle, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses, but the humans didn't fare much better. Everyone thought both sides would pause and rest for at least a few years, but now the humans were making such a big move within less than half a month. Did the humans get more reinforcements? All the territory lords appeared and observed the situation, but when they discovered that the human race army was really preparing for war, they all felt worried. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, since the humans were gathering their troops, it was obvious that they were planning to attack. At the same time, inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai sat alone while lost in thought, feeling like he was forgetting something. After careful thinking, he discovered that he was now an army commander but didn't have an adjutant. Before, no matter whether it was Xianxia or any of the other army commanders, they all had adjutants, which made it easier for them to relay their orders. After all, it was impossible for people in high positions to do everything themselves. Profound Nether Army wouldn't assign him with an adjutant, as such people were usually the army commander's most trusted associate. Yang Kai didn't have any potential candidates in mind, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This matter would have to wait until he was back from Acacia territory. Hua Qingxi was a good option. While she was the head manager for High Haven Palace, not only had she managed High Heaven Palace well but also the Star Boundary by extension. She was an exceptionally meticulous woman and was perfect for the role of an adjutant. It was a pity that the head manager still needed to oversee High Heaven Palace and had no time to spare. Martial Peak, Chapter 5533, The Next Generation Replaces the Previous. With the mass mobilization of the human race army in the profound Nether territory, the originally peaceful battlefield became chaotic again. Not only were the Black Ink clan caught off guard by this movement, but the human soldiers were also surprised. Both sides thought that after the previous battle, there would be a long break before the next round of fighting, but it had only been a dozen days or so, and the humans were already planning something big. More than 200,000 human soldiers moved out and headed for the Black Ink clan's base camp. Meanwhile, all the humans from each auxiliary front were also deploying to put pressure on the enemy. One day later, warships carrying the human race army formed up just 10 million kilometers from the Black Ink clan's main base. There was high and low drumming coming from each warship, fueling the army's momentum. Kill, kill, kill. What? The human soldiers roared together, almost shaking the entire profound Nether territory. Although the soldiers were surprised about this sudden mobilization, now that they were here, they were determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the death. On the Black Ink clan side, their army was also standing by with the territory lords standing in the forefront, looking quite gloomy as they felt humiliated. During the several dozen years of war in profound Nether territory, this was the first time the humans had arrived at their doorstep. They were usually the ones who initiated the battles, with the humans always defending or at most, counterattacking, never venturing deep into their territory. This was where the Black Ink clan's main base was located, so they couldn't stand such provocation from the humans. If they hadn't been wary of the Eighth Order Master who had suddenly appeared that day, the territory lords would have ordered their army to attack already. When had the Black Ink clan ever been wary of humans? However, even the strongest territory lords couldn't help but tremble when thinking about that strange Eighth Order human master. That man used less than a half cup of tea's time to kill 3 innate territory lords. They had never witnessed such a thing before, but what shocked the territory lords even more was that this wasn't the first time this Eighth Order human had killed territory lords like this. According to the intelligence they received from the No-Return Pass, that human had caused a huge commotion at the No-Return Pass. He had attacked twice and killed 3 territory lords right under the royal lord's nose. Moreover, he had destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Even the powerful innate territory lords were like children before this human. When that news arrived, the territory lords in profound Nether territory couldn't believe their ears. Killing territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests was one thing, but to be able to do so in the presence of a royal lord was an entirely different matter. What's more, even the royal lord himself couldn't stop that human. The intel they received stated that this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could control a massive small stone race army and used it to summon an extraordinarily massive explosion of purifying light. When that human charged through the No-Return Pass, he unleashed that burst of purifying light to engulf the royal lord and a dozen territory lords, causing the latter to all fall to the feudal lord realm. Those territory lords were still recuperating inside high-rank Black Ink nests now, but it was unknown if they could ever restore their full strength again. This human was a terrifying opponent. No territory lord would dare to make a move without first determining where this human was. That was why the territory lords didn't dare to act rashly despite the human race army pressing in and openly provoking them. They were afraid that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be hiding among the soldiers, seeking a chance to sneak attack them. There were more territory lords than Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but that didn't mean the territory lords would just let themselves be butchered by that human. While the territory lords were searching for Xianxia had just sent out a message from inside the main conference hall. Meanwhile, among the human race army was a warship transformed from Baixi's soul clone. Yu Meng took out a communication bead, checked the message inside, and gnashed her teeth. That smelly man is abandoning us again. All the madams were shocked with Su Yan quickly asking, "Where's he going?" Yu Meng shook her head, "I'm not sure. He only said he would be heading out and would be back soon. Also, he asked that we not worry and wait for his return." Although his wives were angry about Xianxia's departure, they were stuck in an urgent situation where a major battle might break out at any moment. Therefore, they could only force this issue from their minds and focus on the matter at hand. Inside the main conference hall, Xianxia had finished sending his message and tried to link his mind with the old tree. Instantly, the void shook and Xianxia appeared beside the world tree located in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Looking up at the giant canopy, Xianxia was shocked because even though it had only been a few years, there was a significant change to the old tree. When he came here last, many of the world fruits on the old tree were withering, but at least they were still hanging on the branches. This time, there were far fewer world fruits than before, and even the old tree looked sicklier. Xianxia realized that the world fruits on the old tree symbolized the known universe worlds, and if a universe world's grand Tao collapsed, it would be reflected in its world fruit, which would decay and eventually disappear. Over the last few years, countless universe worlds had their grand Daos destroyed and world force stolen, so the situation reflected on the old tree was the loss of many world fruits. Just as Xianxia was looking around, one of the decayed world fruits fell and disintegrated. "Old tree!" Xianxia called out softly. The face of the old tree appeared on its trunk, revealing a dark-looking face. It seemed like the old tree had been affected by Black Ink strength. In a strained voice, he asked, Is there something you need? Yang Kai nodded. Old tree, please look into Acacia territory and see if there are any intact universe worlds there. If there were, he could rely on the world tree's power and simply teleport to that existing universe world, saving him much time and effort. Of course, seeing the current state of the world tree, Yang Kai knew that chances were slim. The Black Ink clan had taken over the Acacia territory for many years and would definitely not let off any of the universe worlds because, to them, they were the most delicious delicacies. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already refined and collected every universe world that could be saved. Nonetheless, he came here intending to just give it a try. Unfortunately, as he had expected, the old tree said, at this moment, besides the great territory battlefields that are being occupied by humans and the great territories behind them, there are no more living universe worlds in the other great territories. Since Yang Kai had expected that answer, he nodded, I'm sorry to trouble you, old tree. Calming himself, Yang Kai linked his mind with a universe world in profound nether territory and took a step forward, immediately finding himself standing above that universe world. There were still a few universe worlds in profound nether territory that had survived. However, if this was the situation in profound nether territory, it meant the other great territories would be in the same situation. After all, there were still humans stationed there. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would have to defeat the human race army before consuming the entire great territory. Sighing, Yang Kai moved back to the main conference hall where he found a distinct-looking warship. Dawning Light. At this moment, a group of people standing on Dawning Light's deck had their heads turned to face the main conference hall. They were the members of Dawn Squad. Dawn was part of the Great Evolution Army, so when it was dissolved, Dawn naturally joined the Profound Nether Army. However, Dawn had been assigned to one of the auxiliary fronts rather than the main battlefield. Yang Kai had been so busy these days that he didn't have time to visit his old friends. Now Dawn Squad came. They had received transfer orders and came here to receive their next assignment, but their higher-ups didn't tell them who they would be getting orders from. While they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone turned to look at the figure and the few in front were overjoyed and called out, Squad Leader. Yang Kai looked at them and saw Feng Ying in the lead. Then he saw Shen Ao and Bai Yi, as well as Blood Crow and Miao Fei Ping, followed by over a dozen unfamiliar faces. Not recognizing many of the faces here, Yang Kai fell into a slight trance. Aboard this very warship, he had previously fought side by side with Ning Qizhi, Chi Tai Chu, and many others. Later, Renbing Bai and Yu Ziyu joined Dawn, followed by Blood Crow, Zhang Yang. But now, many of those people were gone. Many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen, and even more in the 5th Order and 6th Order had died. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces among the entire Dawn Squad. The human race had fought 3 huge wars, so even a Special Operations Squad composed of the strongest elites below the 8th Order like Dawn had been reduced to this state. From this alone, it was easy to imagine just how heavy the human race's losses had been over the past 600 or so years. Dawn could even be considered quite lucky because it still existed, though many newcomers had replaced the old members. Back in the day, there were 4 Special Operations Squads in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, Chai Feng's Old Turtle Squad, Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolf Squad, and Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad. But now, only Dawn remained. Yao Kongcheng's Snow Wolves Squad was wiped out by a 9th Order Black Ink disciple back when the Great Evolution Army attacked the Royal City. Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad was destroyed during the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction. Chai Feng's Old Turtle Squad was left with only a few surviving members after the battle in the Barren Territory. Their warship was also destroyed, so they had no choice but to disband. Yang Kai sighed. For countless years, generations of humans fell and were replaced by the following generation. No one knew how many elites had died in this never-ending war, and though it seemed like the human race's situation had only gotten worse, Yang Kai was confident that the 3,000 worlds would rise from the ashes and would one day wipe out the Black Ink clan. All their efforts today were to ensure they could survive and thrive in the future. Senior sister Feng, Yang Kai nodded lightly at Feng Ying. Feng Ying had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm before him, so according to standard procedure, she should no longer be a member of Dawn. However, Wei Junyang and the others still called her over, obviously intending for her to assist Yang Kai. After all, there were many things an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master could do that even an elite squad could not. I heard Junior Brother has broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and came to profound Nether territory. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but the Black Ink clan on the Western Front have been quite active lately, so I couldn't leave. I hope Junior Brother won't blame me for not coming sooner. Yang Kai smiled. Senior sister is too kind. Then he nodded at Xianxia, Bai Yi, and the other familiar faces before looking at Blood Crow and frowning slightly. It seemed like the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture was indeed incomparable to the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai hadn't noticed this before, but now that he took a look at Blood Crow, he saw that though the latter had improved a lot, his aura was unstable, which meant that Blood Crow had faced quite a huge drawback while refining Black Ink clansmen for his cultivation. Stop refining Black Ink clansmen or you might die, Yang Kai exhorted. Blood Crow snorted. You haven't died, so how could this king die? While he sounded standish, Blood Crow was secretly thinking to himself, this brat's luck is truly astonishing. Back at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, the others said he was doomed because a royal lord was chasing him. Just how did he escape such a strong opponent when he was only in the 7th Order back then? Some 600 years had passed since then, but not only had Yang Kai returned safely, but he did so as an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. As for the royal lord who was hunting him back then, no one knew what happened to him. Blood Crow silently snorted. They say good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Could that be the truth? Martial Peak, Chapter 55-34, One Warship Moves Forward. If that is true, I'm quite the scourge as well, so I shouldn't die easily. Blood Crow thought about nonsense, while Yang Kai stopped caring about him. Cultivators had to walk their own martial Dao, and the best Yang Kai could do was remind Blood Crow to be careful. Whether Blood Crow would take his words into account wasn't something Yang Kai could control. He wasn't Blood Crow's elder or ancestor, so he had no right to interfere. Shao Kai has advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm? Yang Kai looked at a cute young woman in surprise and couldn't help nodding. Not bad. Not bad at all. During these years, numerous disciples had left the Void Dao Temple in his small universe. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, several disciples broke through to the Open Heaven realm. Then, after Yang Kai returned to Voidland, he released some 5,000 more who all broke through to the 6th Order and 7th Order, shocking Mo Mei and the others at the time. Among all those disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the one Yang Kai was most familiar with was definitely Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was the first to ascend from the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven realm, making him the eldest senior brother of all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple. In fact, there was still a statue of him in the Dao Temple to motivate the younger generation. Besides him, Yang Kai was most familiar with this young woman called Shao Kai. Back at Great Evolution Pass, Shao Kai regularly visited Dawn's stationed area and helped out. However, anyone could see that helping out was just an excuse, and her real intention was to visit Miao Fei Ping. It seemed like there was some kind of story between Shao Kai and Miao Fei Ping. In terms of respect, there was only one figure in this young lady's heart, and not even Yang Kai, the Dao Lord, could compare. At this moment, Shao Kai and Miao Fei Ping were standing side by side and looking at each other affectionately, indicating that they had obviously gotten together. When they saw Yang Kai, Miao Fei Ping and Shao Kai were also very excited. Ordinary people would find it hard to understand why the cultivators from Void Dao Temple respected Yang Kai so much, but for those who came from the Void Continent, it was different. Dao Lord, Shao Kai elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Shao Kai's aptitude wasn't bad and could even be said to be extremely high. In fact, all those who could leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven realm had outstanding aptitudes. Back then, Xiao Kai was able to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm directly, and now she had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm after a mere 700 years or so. She must have encountered some kind of opportunity, or else it would be impossible for her to grow so quickly. However, Yang Kai didn't ask about it because the opportunities one obtained were considered private matters. The disappointment in his heart disappeared as he thought that at least Dawn still had over a dozen surviving veteran members. Yang Kai's expression then became serious as he announced, "This time, you will be following me on a mission." Feng Ying asked, "Squad leader, what's our mission?" Yang Kai replied, "We will be heading to Acacia territory. There are a few cultivators trapped there, and our mission is to rescue them." Frowning, Feng Ying asked again, "There are still cultivators trapped in Acacia territory?" She didn't know about this because the Supreme Headquarters had only recently received the news. Though Feng Ying was also a division commander now, she was still new and couldn't get her hands on such news. Yang Kai nodded. "This mission will be quite dangerous, so if any of you don't want to take part, I won't force you to go. If that is your decision, you may leave now." Turning around and looking at everyone, Yang Kai saw that the veteran members of Dawn all looked unperturbed and didn't show any signs of retreating. However, a newly joined 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up, "Sir, how many troops will be deployed for this mission to Acacia territory?" While looking at him, Yang Kai replied, "Dawn squad plus me." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was dumbfounded. How could Yang Kai think to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory with just one squad? Although Dawn was a special operations squad with 50 members, that was still far too few people. Since the Black Ink clan could surround the cultivators in Acacia territory, it meant there would be quite a lot of them, and there might also be territory lords guarding that place. Looking around, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Xianxia and the others showed no signs of surprise or disapproval. Instead, they all looked eager to head out. After a short pause, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up again. "Sir, there have been rumors about you killing 3 territory lords on your own during the last battle. Are they true?" "They are." Despite knowing that it was unlikely that such news was fake, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai personally admitting it. When had there been an 8th Order Master strong enough to kill 3 territory lords in a row? The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had previously seen battles between 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and innate territory lords, but the powerful 8th Order Masters never got the upper hand, which showed how strong innate territory lords were. Yet now, 3 such powerful innate territory lords died in one battle, and they were all killed by the same man. Xianxia laughed while patting that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's shoulder. "Old Ho, back when our squad leader was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had teamed up with junior sister Bai Yi and killed a territory lord. Now that he's an 8th Order Master, so there's nothing unusual about him killing a few territory lords." Meanwhile, Bai Yi didn't say anything as she silently noted, that territory lord was already half-crippled, which is why Yang Kai and I were able to kill him. If it had been a territory lord in his prime, Yang Kai and I might not have returned alive that day. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Ho chuckled wryly as this wasn't the first time he heard Xianxia mention this matter. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a territory lord was indeed an impressive feat, but the territory lords from the Black Ink battlefield were entirely different from the innate territory lords of today. The current innate territory lords possessed extremely high strength because they had sacrificed all their future potential for immediate power. Despite there being many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the human race army, less than 10 of them could kill an innate territory lord in a one-on-one fight. Old Ho had previously heard a lot about Yang Kai, and after he joined Dawn, Xianxia and the others had regaled him with many heroic stories of the past. Those veteran Dawn members respected Yang Kai to the extreme. Now that he also had the chance to fight alongside the original squad leader of Dawn, the 7th Order Master suddenly began looking forward to this mission. He thus cupped his fist and quickly said, "I am willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." "We are willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir," The crowd vowed in unison. Xianxia looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Good, let's go. The crowd dispersed and took their stations. Soon, dawning light turned into a ray of light and shot towards the depths of the void. At the Black Ink Clan's base camp, large numbers of Black Ink Clan soldiers were frantically moving about, forming a line of defense. The human race army suddenly moving against them had caught them off guard. What further confused the territory lords, though, was that the humans didn't take advantage of this opening to start a battle and instead just stayed outside while acting like they would strike at any moment. Such a situation, where the enemy didn't attack or retreat, made the territory lords feel very uncomfortable. If they weren't wary of that particular 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they wouldn't need to suffer such humiliation. However, that 8th Order human still hadn't shown up, and no one knew where he was. The territory lords were constantly sweeping the surroundings with their divine senses, trying to seek out his whereabouts. While the territory lords were in doubt, though, it seemed like someone with high authority had arrived. The human army separated to the left and right, and a warship larger than an ordinary squad-class warship suddenly appeared before the territory lord's eyes. That warship was charging straight at the Black Ink Clan's base camp without any intention of turning around or stopping. What was even more shocking to the territory lords was that they saw a familiar figure standing on the deck of the incoming warship. It was that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the one who killed 3 territory lords in the last battle. They thought he had been hiding in the dark, but they never expected that he wasn't even here in the first place. At this moment, he was standing aboard a warship, looking down on them with insufferable arrogance. The territory lords were furious as they suddenly had a feeling of being humiliated and felt vexed. Somewhere among the huge human fleet, atop a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone, Yuhi's sharp eyes spotted something and she pointed in that direction while yelling in shock. "Madams, young master is over there." All the women aboard the ship looked over and saw the scene of Xianxia coming over aboard Dawning Light. Yu Meng frowned. What's he doing? The two armies were in a situation where they might start a war at any moment, so how could his warship charge straight for the Black Ink Clan's base camp all on its own? Thinking back to the message Xianxia had sent her just before, Yu Meng felt confused. As Dawning Light continued forward, Yu Meng and the others felt their hearts tighten. Dawning Light had completely separated from the human race army at this point and continued sailing ahead alone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they met the Black Ink Clan army. If the Black Ink Clan army attacked them at that point, would their husbands still be alive? That bastard! Yu Meng was furious. That smelly man never considers us when doing things. Kill, kill, kill. What? The human race army hadn't stopped chanting even now, their voices shaking the surroundings. Added to the full might of the human race army assembled here, the Black Ink Clan couldn't help shivering slightly. At that moment, if any of the 8th Order Masters ordered an attack, the human race army would bravely charge forward. The war was about to begin. Dawning Light continued to move forward, confusing not only Yu Meng and Xianxia's other wives, but also the rest of the humans and the Black Ink Clan. The two clans had been battling each other for so long, but this was the first time a situation like this had appeared, so the territory lords also couldn't figure out what was going on. However, they had to admit that Xianxia's appearance had attracted every Black Ink Clansman's attention. The invisible pressure formed from all the gazes focused on Xianxia was so strong that it almost warped the void. Atop Dawning Light, one of the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt his legs trembling as he looked at the 6th Order Master beside him with a bitter expression. "Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit." With so many territory lords releasing their invisible pressure towards them, the force wasn't something a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist, even if it were still a large distance away. That 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master also looked pale, but he still encouraged the junior brother. "Junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Just hold on as long as you can. The two armies are now facing each other, so if we fall here, we will be embarrassing the entire human race while giving the Black Ink Clan something to laugh about." When the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that, he instantly gritted his teeth and said, "I understand, senior brother. We may shed blood and die in battle, but we will never surrender." Following his low shout, he slowly straightened his legs, but he was still trembling while sweating profusely. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master noticed that and gritted his teeth as well, trying to hold on as long as he could while feeling confused. Xianxia said they were heading to Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there, so why did he bring Dawn to the front lines of an impending battle? Martial Peak, Chapter 55-35, Six Arms. After moving forward for a while longer, Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and exuded his might just as those Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could no longer resist the Territory Lord's might. At that instant, the terrifying pressure was like snow meeting the sun, gently melting away. This foray to the Black Ink Clan's base camp was not only about passing through the Black Ink Clan's territory, but also a type of message. Therefore, Xianxia didn't activate the protective measures on Dawning Light, leaving it in a completely exposed state. Seeing Xianxia easily ward off the Territory Lord's pressure, the humans became even more motivated and chanted even louder. Meanwhile, the Territory Lords all looked gloomy. That Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master is indeed too powerful, no wonder he was able to escape from the Royal Lord's grasp. Dawning Light continued to move forward and stopped just 3 million kilometers away from the Black Ink Clan army. To powerful innate Territory Lords and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, such a distance could already be considered meeting each other face to face because they were within striking distance of ordinary secret techniques. Any sudden movement from either side could set off a great battle between the two clans. During all of the previous clashes, there hadn't been anyone brave enough to take such actions when both armies were facing each other because it was equivalent to courting death. If the humans had provoked the Black Ink Clan to this extent, the Black Ink Clan wouldn't have endured it and would have simply attacked. But now, even when Dawning Light was sitting alone right in front of the Black Ink Clan army, the Black Ink Clan still didn't move. Meanwhile, all the members aboard Dawning Light were nervous and excited. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that one man could deter the entire Black Ink Clan alone. The cultivator surnamed Ho was even more shocked. He was a new member who had joined Dawn only a few decades ago and had heard many anecdotes about Xianxia from Xianxia. He used to think that the latter was exaggerating, but after following Xianxia here, he discovered that all those stories were real. Not only was the man surnamed Ho excited, but Xianxia and the other veteran members of Dawn were also elated. Every one of them was smiling and had rosy cheeks. During the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, Xianxia disappeared while many members of Dawn were either injured or killed. Later, Dawn almost fractured under the weight of their losses in the following wars. Although new members were joining in, it was difficult for Dawn to return to its former glory. That was because Dawn lacked a leader. Now, their leader had returned. This was their first mission, and the first thing Xianxia did was lead Dawn to stand before the entire Black Ink Clan army. Under the gazes of both clans, Xianxia and the others didn't feel scared but excited, feeling like they had returned to the days when they followed their squad leader, Xianxia, to kill the enemy. The chants continued to shake the void while both the Black Ink Clan and Human Race army faced off with Dawning Light anchored between them. This scene was meant to be written down in history books, destined to be remembered by all who witnessed it today. Xianxia raised his hand slightly and signaled the humans to quiet down. It was only then that the continuous chants finally ceased. Then, Xianxia strode forward on the deck and looked at the Territory Lords who were before him with a smile on his face. "Is there a commander among you all?" The Territory Lords either looked gloomy or ghastly pale, but none of them spoke. While raising an eyebrow, Xianxia asked, "What's wrong? Every one of you is a powerful innate Territory Lord, so you can't be afraid of me, right? If that is true, you should just return to your source domain as there's no need to embarrass yourselves here." The Territory Lords naturally couldn't stand such provocative words and immediately began cursing Xianxia from all directions. However, Xianxia turned a deaf ear and looked around, sneering, "I will remember all of you who cursed at me. You will be the ones I deal with first." Immediately, the roars of indignation and curses stopped. If another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made such a threat, the Territory Lords wouldn't have taken it to heart because they weren't wary of 8th Order humans in general. But Yang Kai's record of killing 3 Territory Lords was still fresh in their minds, so they didn't dare to ignore his threats. The war between the human race and the Black Ink clan was ongoing, so if any one of those Territory Lords found themselves alone while being targeted by Yang Kai, they would almost certainly die. It was also impossible for them to always move together, therefore, the Black Ink clan's already weak momentum was dampened even further with just a few words from Yang Kai. Only then did one Territory Lord with several long arms step forward from the crowd. There was a straight almond-shaped mark on his forehead, making him look quite strange. He was originally unwilling to speak with Yang Kai because he knew and had experienced how cunning humans could be. His way of thinking was simple: when dealing with humans, it was best to just kill them. No matter what the humans said or did, the solution to any matter was to fight. But if he didn't come forward now, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kai looked over and observed the Territory Lord, especially the almond-shaped mark on his forehead. He thought, that mark isn't just some kind of decoration, it carries some sort of powerful means. 6 arms. Back where the human race army stood, Yang Lai snorted coldly. He had been battling the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory for a couple dozen years now, so he knew quite a lot about the Black Ink clan's masters here. Though innate Territory Lords were stronger than ordinary Territory Lords, there were still differences between them, possibly related to how much of Mo's source chi they possessed. Innate Territory Lords were spawned directly from Black Ink nests using Mo's source chi, therefore, the more source chi used, the stronger that Territory Lord was. 6 Arms was the strongest Territory Lord in profound nether territory and had severely injured Yang Lai during their last battle. Although Yang Lai kept bragging to Wei Junyang that he had also caused significant injuries to his opponent, the truth was that Yang Lai's wounds were much more severe because while 6 Arms was only slightly injured, Yang Lai almost lost half his life. Xianxia had previously snuck into profound nether territory and launched a sneak attack on 6 Arms while the human race and Black Ink clan armies were locked in combat, but was unsuccessful. Even Xianxia couldn't deal with 6 Arms with the element of surprise on his side, which showed how hard it was to deal with this fellow. Hence, 6 Arms was indeed the Territory Lord who could command the Black Ink clan in profound nether territory. Yang Lai quickly informed Yang Kai about 6 Arms. On the other hand, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. To be able to survive Xianxia's sneak attack meant that this Territory Lord called 6 Arms was indeed impressive. If Yang Kai were to compete with 6 Arms in terms of pure strength, he might not come out as the winner, as it hadn't been long since Yang Kai advanced to the 8th Order, meaning his heritage was still somewhat weak. However, Yang Kai's biggest advantage when killing Territory Lords now was his soul-rending thorns, so if it was he who made the sneak attack, he might have succeeded in killing 6 Arms. While Yang Kai was observing 6 Arms, 6 Arms was also observing him. 6 Arms had received footage of Yang Kai's attacks on the no-return pass and was sure that the human before him was the one who caused all that chaos. Not only did this human kill 3 Territory Lords, but he also destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nest. 6 Arms felt his heart sink as he didn't dare to belittle Yang Kai, eventually opening his mouth to shout, "Human, who gave you the guts to provoke us?" Looking around, Yang Kai smiled. "This king came here with only one warship to discuss some matters with you. Does this count as a provocation?" Yang Kai touched his chin and nodded gently. "If you think it is, then so be it. What can all of you do about it? If you want to attack, go ahead. See if this king doesn't beat you senseless." While saying that, Yang Kai had his nose pointed upwards, looking incredibly arrogant. The Territory Lords were furious, and 6 Arms also looked grim after hearing these words. During the years they had battled the humans, they had never been in a disadvantageous position. However, they didn't expect that the momentum they accumulated for so many years would be smashed by a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master aboard a lone warship. This human only had one warship with him, but the Black Ink clan was acting like they were facing a powerful enemy. Their behavior was indeed quite embarrassing. Seeing the human side spirits rising even further, Six Arms didn't dare to continue this topic and snorted coldly. The Black Ink clan has previously experienced the human race's sharp tongue, so let's get straight to the point. If you humans want to start a war, the Black Ink clan will gladly accompany you. Xianxia nodded. Good, let's get straight to the point. I came here today with only the intention of discussing something with you all, not to start a fight. Your side suffered quite a huge loss after the last battle, so you should take some time to recuperate. We humans have always been generous and would never bully the weak just because we're strong. Meanwhile, Six Arms looked at Xianxia with a blank expression, thinking that Xianxia was talking nonsense. They don't want to start a battle? The human race army is already at our doorstep. How can that not be counted as wanting to start a war? If the humans didn't want to start a battle, the human race army wouldn't be standing here. Moreover, the situation in profound Nether territory today was that the humans were weaker than the Black Ink clan. Therefore, Six Arms didn't know where this 8th Order master found the courage to say that the humans wouldn't bully the weak. Shameless as well as arrogant. That was the first impression Six Arms had about Xianxia. What do you want to discuss? Six Arms asked. If you want the Black Ink clan to retreat, that is not up for discussion. Shaking his head, Xianxia replied, I naturally wouldn't ask you to retreat. The Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory have killed so many of my fellow comrades, so who would I seek revenge on if you guys ran away? No, you must stay and not leave so that someday, the profound Nether army can kill all of you. Six Arms frowned. If you came here just to taunt us, I don't see the need to continue this conversation. Xianxia chuckled and cupped his fists. My apologies. My murderous intent was provoked by your words and I've forgotten my original intentions. This king came here today to ask that you grant us easement. Grant easement? Six Arms looked confused. What do you mean? Grant what easement? Does the Black Ink clan have an easement to grant? Not only was Six Arms baffled, but the humans were also confused. As this was a decision made after private discussion, only a few higher-ups knew the whole story while the ordinary soldiers had no information at all. Moreover, the news of Xianxia being appointed as the army commander of the profound Nether army hadn't been released yet either. Just as they were feeling confused, they heard Xianxia continue, I want to leave profound Nether territory, through that portal. While saying so, Xianxia pointed at the territory gate behind the Black Ink clan's base camp. Once he said that, both the humans and Black Ink clan were shocked and finally realized what Xianxia was referring to when asking to be granted an easement. They were purely asking for easement because that territory gate was under the Black Ink clan's control, so if the Black Ink clan was reluctant to let them pass, it would be difficult for Xianxia to get past, no matter how strong he was. However, many were dazedly looking at Xianxia while secretly exclaiming, has he gone mad? How can he discuss such a thing with the Black Ink clan? Isn't this the same as humiliating them? If the Black Ink clan are determined not to yield, it would be impossible for them to agree to this. In fact, there were signs of a riot building among the Black Ink clan army already. If it hadn't been for the territory lords and feudal lords stopping them, the Black Ink clan soldiers would have already charged at Xianxia to rip him apart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5536, The Rise of the Profound Nether Army. The humans were astonished while the Black Ink clan was in an uproar. At that instant, the already tense atmosphere became even tenser. Wei Junyang secretly relayed his order for the soldiers behind him to get ready for battle. Although all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were on board with Xianxia's plan and thought that it was feasible, no one could be sure it would work until it actually did. If the Black Ink clan were so enraged by Xianxia's provocation that they decided not to endure anymore, the battle today would be inevitable. Judging by their current situation, the human race and Black Ink clan would have a hard time in the battle because, as Xianxia said, it hadn't been long since the previous battle, and both sides still needed time to recuperate. While the human race were secretly arranging their next move, the commotion on the Black Ink clan side was growing louder, with even the territory lords having gloomy expressions while yelling things like, "How dare he?" and "courting death." How arrogant is this human? Not only did he come here with a single warship, he even dares to boast so shamelessly. He clearly disdains us territory lords entirely. Though the territory lords admitted that this 8th order human was indeed very powerful, it didn't mean they would accept any audacious request he made without reasonable grounds. If they did, how could the territory lords continue to command the soldiers below them? What would their subordinates think of them? The leader of the bunch, 6 Arms, had a dark expression as he stared at Yang Kai while gritting his teeth. Do you humans like to joke about such things? Yang Kai remained calm. Do I look like I'm joking? 6 Arms frowned because he thought Yang Kai was really joking and just using this opportunity to show off his prestige and weaken the Black Ink clan's morale, but after careful observation, 6 Arms discovered that this human didn't seem like he was pulling a poor prank and was sincerely asking them to grant him an easement. Enraged, 6 Arms roared, "Impudence!" Yang Kai casually retorted, "I'm only asking for an easement that wouldn't cost the Black Ink clan anything. Why are you getting so riled up?" Hearing that, 6 Arms was even more furious. If Yang Kai only wanted easement, the Black Ink clan naturally wouldn't suffer any losses, but if they agreed to this request, wouldn't that be admitting that they were afraid of the humans? That would be a great blow to the already weak morale of the Black Ink clan army. No matter what, they couldn't agree to such an outrageous request. In fact, if the sides were reversed, the humans wouldn't grant the Black Ink clan easement either. What if I refuse? 6 Arms asked coldly. Without saying anything, Yang Kai summoned the army commander token. In an instant, the token glowed and illuminated the void. Then, Yang Kai used his strength to carry his voice throughout the void. If the Black Ink clan still won't let us through after 1 incense stick's time, the entire profound Nether army and Black Ink clan will fight to the death. The token floated above dawning light, and Yang Kai stood arrogantly on the deck while his voice, boosted by his world force, sounded deafeningly loud. The human race army was shocked for a moment before they immediately began chanting so loudly that it felt like the entire profound Nether territory would shake apart. What? Kill. Once the army commander token appeared, no one among the hundreds of thousands of troops in the profound Nether army dared to disobey. It was only now that the humans learned that the profound Nether army had a new army commander. Wei Junyang was the de facto army commander of the profound Nether army before, and though his performance was average at best during the several decades of war, he was at least able to maintain profound Nether territory. But when comparing the two, obviously this new army commander was bolder and more courageous. He had just been appointed and had already made such a big move. That was something the older and more prudent Wei Junyang would find difficult to do. With such an army commander overseeing profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would no longer have easy days. Young Master is the army commander? Aboard the Baishi warship, he was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Ru Meng and the others were all shocked as well. Their husband was the army commander? They had no idea about this and hadn't received any news of this matter. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't even tell them about this. But while looking at the figure enveloped by the token's halo, who was also the center of everyone's attention, all the madams felt an inexplicable sense of pride. That was their man. Profound Nether Army's army commander. When the army commander token was summoned, 6 Arms' eyes immediately lit up. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had suddenly appeared in profound Nether territory was actually the profound Nether Army's army commander. If 6 Arms could kill this human before the human race army moved, that would be a crushing blow to the enemy's morale. A sudden urge began to fill his heart as his gaze turned vicious while staring at Yang Kai. Not only 6 Arms, but many other territory lords had similar thoughts. At that moment, several divine senses surged as the territory lords began secretly discussing their next move. 6 Arms soon suppressed such thoughts though while sending a warning to the other territory lords to not make any rash moves. This human before them wasn't easy to deal with, and if they acted on impulse, they might be the ones killed rather than their opponent, which clearly wasn't worth it. Since this human had summoned the army commander token before the eyes of the 2 armies, he might have something planned. While suppressing the anger and ambition inside him, Six Arms said through gritted teeth, "If you humans want to start a war, so be it." Do you think the Black Ink clan is afraid? Since they were forced to this point, no matter how reluctant Six Arms and the other territory lords were, a clash between the clans was inevitable. When Six Arms finished his words, he suddenly stopped and frowned because he could sense another divine sense surging inside the void. It seemed like someone was contacting Six Arms. Yang Kai smiled as he swept his gaze across all the territory lords and finally fixed his gaze on a figure that was enveloped by a dark shadow. It was another territory lord, but he seemed like a shadow and was neither real nor illusory, which was quite strange. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, the pair of eyes amidst the dark shadow glanced back at him. A short while later, Six Arms had a strange expression on his face when he raised his head to look at Yang Kai. The anger he felt had disappeared entirely, and he asked with a frown, "Are you only looking for easement? What else can I ask for?" Yang Kai asked him back. Six Arms coldly snorted and said, "Even if we offered you this easement, do you have the courage to take it?" The territory gate was located behind the Black Ink clan's base camp, so if the humans wanted to go through it, they would have to pass through the Black Ink clan army. Weren't the humans afraid they might walk into a death trap? "You'll know the answer after you accept." Yang Kai looked at Six Arms with a slight smile. Though Six Arms was strong, he didn't have the sharpest mind. In contrast to him, the territory lord who looked like a shadow was a quick thinker. It was the shadow territory lord who had contacted Six Arms just now and made him forget about his decision to fight the humans. Just like how Yang Kai had persuaded all the Eighth Order masters at the main conference hall, that Shadow Territory Lord might have realized that Yang Kai's departure from profound Nether Territory would benefit the Black Ink clan. Perhaps, they might still be thinking about suddenly launching an attack after I'm halfway inside their territory. That was something Yang Kai had to be prepared for. Even though he was sure the Black Ink clan would likely agree to grant an easement, he couldn't be sure that they would be able to hold back their urge to kill him. If that happened, there would definitely be a huge battle today. However, it didn't matter if things came to that because Yang Kai had considered such a scenario. He could just kill a few more territory lords and bring Dawn to escape any ambush set up at the territory gate. He had a 2 million strong small stone race army on hand, which was his trump card to use against the last royal lord. Although it would be a waste to use them here against mere territory lords, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy when faced with a critical situation. After all, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were still nurturing the small stone race in the chaotic dead territory, so he could just head there and borrow some more after a few hundred years. Therefore, he had nothing to be afraid of. The two pairs of eyes met each other, one looking sincere while the other seemed doubtful. A long while later, Six Arms sneered, "Since you claim to have the guts, prove it." While saying so, he waved his hand, "Let them through." Once that order was given, the Black Ink clan army gathered in front, separated to both sides and left a narrow path towards the territory gate. The scene stunned the human race army. When Yang Kai said he wanted to pass through the territory gate, everyone thought he was just taking this opportunity to provoke the Black Ink clan and suppress their momentum. After all, how could the Black Ink clan agree to such a humiliating request? Though puzzled, the human race and Black Ink clan had a blood feud, so since both sides had gathered their troops, they would just start another battle. The stronger and the weaker side would be determined after the fighting was finished, so what was the use of such provocation? However, who would have thought that the Black Ink clan would agree to such an absurd request and let Yang Kai pass? What's happening? Did the lead territory lord lose his mind? Doesn't he know that agreeing to the request is a big blow to their army's momentum? No matter what the Black Ink clan were thinking, the humans were elated. The Black Ink clan had given in. Yang Kai alone had managed to threaten the Black Ink clan to compromise to this extent. This was something no one had ever seen or even heard of before. Although they didn't attack or kill any Black Ink clansmen today, the current situation was better than slaughtering a couple of territory lords. Before Yang Kai's arrival in profound Nether territory, The situation here wasn't looking good. They were constantly at war, and the humans were in an extremely passive situation. Moreover, they would suffer quite a significant loss after every battle. Profound Nether territory was almost lost during the last battle. Now, they had such a new, powerful army commander who could ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan alone and with only a single warship. Though the Black Ink clan had snarled viciously, they still compromised in the end. The hundreds of thousands of human soldiers looked at the figure above the deck of dawning light and couldn't help but feel astonished. That figure seemed so high and mighty. Profound Nether army had risen. Once the excitement had died down, the humans quickly became worried because even the dumbest among them knew that Xianxia was about to face a life-or-death crisis. If the Black Ink clan suddenly decided to attack, Xianxia and Dawning Light would be utterly surrounded. Despite their preparations for war, no one could be sure that the humans could save Xianxia from the Black Ink clan's besiegement in time. On top of the Baishi warship, Yu Meng and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their husband was still so reckless, but they could do anything about it. They could only support their husband, but could they stand to watch him battle the enemy alone? Though they were women, they weren't weaklings. Ever since they met Xianxia, they had mostly lived apart. Although that didn't affect their relationship, these wives were thoroughly fed up with waiting at home and not knowing whether their husband would return alive. If he was destined to die, they wanted to die with him. Wasn't living and dying together the best ending for husbands and wives? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5537, Human, what's your name? Yu Meng looked at Su Yen, who just happened to look over at her, and then looked at all the others, their eyes filled with longing. Having lived with them for over 1,000 years, Yu Meng didn't have to speak and only had to look into their eyes to know what they were thinking. With a smile, she called out, "Senior, please." Baishi sighed, "Can't you show an old man some mercy?" Yu Meng smiled and assured him, "It's just a soul clone. I'll get husband to make it up to you if you suffer any damage." Baishi bargained, "I want to cultivate in the dragon pool. Help me convey my request to that boy." He had a dragon clan bloodline and it was extremely strong, so if he could cultivate inside the dragon pool, it would be beneficial to him. However, it was a pity that only pure-blood dragon clan members could enter the dragon pool, so despite being a veteran divine spirit, the dragon clan wouldn't allow Baishi in. More importantly, Fu Guang was still healing inside the dragon pool and couldn't be disturbed. However, if Xianxia spoke up for him, perhaps the dragon clan could make an exception. Also, Xianxia had previously saved Ji Laosen's life, and the dragon clan were beings that knew how to repay favors. Done, Yu Meng agreed straight away. "Sit tight," Baishi reminded them, and the warship instantly turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Division Commander Chen, who was overseeing this section of the army, was shocked when he noticed this, but was too late to stop them as Baishi's soul clone had already shot away. At first, he thought it was a squad acting rashly and was about to reprimand them, but then he saw the female figures on the warship. He moved his lips, but didn't stop them because he could roughly guess their thoughts. At the same time, Xianxia sensed something and looked behind him to see a warship speeding over. Yu Meng stood proudly on the deck of the warship with a group of alluring women behind her. Xianxia couldn't hold in his laughter and stood upright while waiting for them. Meanwhile, Six Arms had also noticed the incoming warship and his eyes flashed as he raised his hand to stop the Black Ink clan from taking any action. They weren't sure about the situation on that other warship, but it didn't seem like it was looking for trouble, so Six Arms didn't want to start a dispute over something so minor. A short time later, Baishi's soul clone arrived beside Dawning Light and quietly stopped. Standing on the warship, Yu Meng raised her chin daringly at Xianxia. In the past, when Xianxia was fighting all on his own, they could only hide behind him because they weren't strong enough to help their husband and share his burdens. But now, they were all Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and were no longer burdens. They didn't want to stay behind anymore and worry every day because they were afraid they might receive bad news about their husband. Even if they were to die, they would do so together. "Follow close behind." Yang Kai nodded lightly at Yu Ru Meng and the others before turning back to look at Six Arms and shouting, "Move out!" Dawning Light moved forward with the Baishi battleship closely behind. Yu Ru Meng and the others were in high spirits, while Luan Baifeng was the only one shivering in fear. These women have all gone mad. Even if they were willing to give up their lives for some smelly man, she wasn't. She and Yang Kai had no feelings for each other, and her life was previously under Yang Kai's control. It was only when Yang Kai decided to head to the Black Ink battlefield and removed all names from the loyalty list that Luan Baifeng and Qin Tianfei were able to get their freedom back. Aboard the Baishi battleship, Luan Baifeng was so desperate to cry but was unable to shed any tears. If she left the warship now, she would die, so she could only helplessly stay silent at the back while keeping her guard up. As Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship moved forward, the Black Ink clan on both sides stared at them like a flock of hawks, numerous divine senses surging about as they communicated with each other. Meanwhile, on the human side, hundreds of thousands of human soldiers remained ready for battle. The warships had begun humming, prepared to charge at a moment's notice. In an instant, no matter whether it was the humans or Black Ink clan, both armies were ready for battle. The humans were worried that the Black Ink clan would attack after surrounding Yang Kai and the others, while the Black Ink clan soldiers were just waiting for orders from the territory lords. Once the territory lords gave the signal, the Black Ink clan would charge forward and tear the two warships to pieces. However, the territory lords didn't make that call. Under the exchange of divine senses, the territory lords found it difficult to come to a unanimous decision. On the one hand, they thought this was a hard opportunity to come by. This might be their best chance to kill this eighth-order human scourge. Though the other faction didn't deny this, they were worried about things on a deeper level. The humans weren't idiots. After so many years of battling them, the Black Ink clan had deeply experienced how deceitful and cunning humans could be. Since that human wanted to pass through the Black Ink clan army so recklessly, how could he not have come prepared? Without mentioning the battle that would break out once the Black Ink clan initiated an attack, would they really be able to kill that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master if they attacked? How could this human have acted so boldly if he wasn't confident about this matter? Or perhaps, this was what the humans had planned. At that moment, the territory lords were still arguing in secret. In the end, all the pressure rested on Six Arms' shoulders because he was their leader in profound nether territory. The other territory lords dared not to act rashly without his orders. On the other hand, Six Arms was sweating profusely. Several territory lords supported the idea of attacking and killing that 8th Order Master, so how could he not want to do the same? He had already secretly devised a plan earlier and was just waiting for that human to head deeper into their ranks before making a move. No matter what scheme the humans had, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was the key, so the Black Ink clan would have won half the battle if they had managed to kill him. Even if it meant they would have to suffer huge consequences, it would be worth it. Such a strong 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was someone all territory lords were wary of. However, just when Six Arms was about to give the order, he suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis wash over him, as if he would immediately die if he made a move. The sense of danger made him break out in a cold sweat, and he hesitated to decide. He had never felt time pass so slowly before. It was as if each breath was a million years long. Suddenly, the sense of crisis disappeared entirely. Six Arms raised his head in shock and saw that Yang Kai was almost at the end of the Black Ink clan army's formation and was moving straight towards the territory gate. Six Arms felt dismayed, as if he had lost all strength in his body, but he also felt frustrated and relieved at the same time. It wouldn't be suitable for them to attack now because they had lost their best opportunity. At the same time, Wei Junyang, Yang Lai, and the others also felt relieved. Yang Kai and the others had passed the most dangerous area. Since the Black Ink clan didn't attack, there was a high possibility that they wouldn't try anything now. However, they still couldn't let their guard down because anything could happen before Yang Kai entered the territory gate. Sometime later, Yang Kai had already arrived above the Black Ink clan's base camp. He looked down and saw numerous densely packed low-rank black ink nests and more than a dozen mid-rank black ink nests here. Also, he could make out large numbers of black ink clansmen moving in and out of these nests. If he made a move now, he could destroy a few mid-rank black ink nests, but he didn't want to cause any chaos because the main purpose of this trip was to pass through this region. Instead of trying to destroy the black ink nests here, it was better for him to think up a way to wipe out the high-rank nests at the no-return pass. As long as the high-rank black ink nests remained, there was no meaning in destroying the black ink nests here, and now as all that would do is set off another battle. Without slowing down, the two warships sped past the Black Ink Clan's base camp and soon arrived at the territory gate. There was a territory lord and a Black Ink Clan army standing guard here. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, the territory lord took a good look before waving his hand. Only then did the Black Ink Clan army split apart. Though they were reluctant to accept what was happening, Six Arms and the others had compromised, so he didn't want to cause any trouble either. "Human, what is your name?" Six Arms' shout came from behind. Even now, they didn't even know what Yang Kai's name was. Dawning light had already entered the territory gate, so Yang Kai didn't turn around. However, his voice came from afar. "Profound Nether Army's Yang Kai." Yang Kai. Six Arms muttered the name while engraving it in his heart. Today's events were a humiliation for the Black Ink Clan, and they had the right to know the name of the one responsible for their embarrassment. From today onwards, they would spread that human's image and name to all the battlefields and remind the Black Ink Clansmen there to be wary of him. This was how such an enemy master should be treated. A moment later, they were gone. Under the human race army's watch, Yang Kai led two warships through the territory gate and entered the neighboring Great Territory. Meanwhile, the Black Ink Clan didn't move and just let them leave. For a while, many were confused because this disastrous world indeed followed the principle of respecting the strong. The Black Ink Clan had always been overbearing and unruly, but when facing an army commander who could kill 3 territory lords all on his own, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Not only did they agree to such an absurd request, but they also made way and watched them leave without the slightest hindrance. The younger generation is indeed more daring. Wei Junyang couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Back when they were at the main conference hall, though Yang Kai had successfully persuaded him, he still knew that there was a huge risk to this plan. Any slight problem would have led to a war breaking out between the two sides, putting Yang Kai and those with him in a precarious position. He wasn't a fan of such risky moves. However, this was Yang Kai's first order after being appointed as the army commander, so he couldn't undermine his authority by disagreeing. This was also why, although he agreed to the plan, he also made preparations to save Yang Kai if anything happened. As it turned out, his worries were all for nothing. Yang Kai did manage to deter the Black Ink Clan and made them grant him an easement. The moment Yang Kai led the two warships through the territory gate, Wei Junyang had a feeling that he had passed his prime and failed to stifle his laughter. He was old, and he couldn't deny it even if he didn't want to. He withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Black Ink Clan before announcing, "Six Arms, the Profound Nether Army's army commander has left. If the Black Ink Clan wishes to start a battle, we humans are willing to accept the challenge." Six Arms looked at Wei Junyang before coldly snorting. "He left? Who knows if he's really gone? Maybe he's hiding just beyond the territory gate, waiting for us to start a battle so he can sneak up on us from behind." Moreover, Six Arms recalled that when Yang Kai appeared that day, he brought along a massive army of small stone race soldiers that helped the human race army attack the Black Ink Clan army from both sides, causing them to suffer a huge loss. He couldn't see any signs of that small stone race army, so there was no telling where they might be hiding. Humans were indeed treacherous and filled with ill intentions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-38, Not Any One Person's War. Yang Kai's figure disappeared, but the Black Ink Clan didn't show any signs of attacking. Whether they were wary or powerless, such a situation was what the humans wished for. After all, it wouldn't do them any good to start a war now either. Wei Junyang and the others soon gave the order, and the human race army that was pressing in at the border slowly retreated in an orderly manner. A while later, the noisy, profound Nether territory became peaceful again, and the situation was back to when both armies were separated, each resting, recuperating, and preparing for the next battle. In the great territory beside profound Nether territory, Xianxia turned around and stared at the huge territory gate. The Black Ink clan didn't set up any defenses on this side, so Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship had made it through without any hindrance. Meanwhile, the others were also looking at the territory gate, still unable to believe what had happened. Their request for easement had gone smoothly. When Xianxia was standing before the Black Ink clan army's formation on the lone warship, they had already prepared themselves to fight to the death. They all thought that the Black Ink clan wouldn't agree to Xianxia's request. In the end, the result was surprising. It was obvious that the human race army pressuring the Black Ink clan was only a part of the reason they granted passage, while the main reason was the intimidation Xianxia represented with his powerful abilities. To the Black Ink clan, a strong master like Xianxia leaving profound Nether territory was something they hoped for because, at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about him ambushing them for now. "Squad leader, why don't you seal up the territory gate?" Feng Ying suddenly asked. If they sealed up the territory gate to profound Nether territory, the Black Ink clan would have no way of contacting the outside world and would also die while being trapped. Then, the humans only needed to weaken the Black Ink clan's forces slowly and could one day wipe them out. However, Xianxia chuckled when he heard the suggestion and slowly shook his head. "No. If we did do such a thing, it would only force the Black Ink clan to immediately start an all-out war. The profound Nether army isn't ready for such a battle." After listening to his reasoning, Feng Ying understood that she was being hasty. What Xianxia said was true. The Black Ink clan had suffered a huge humiliation by granting them an easement, but since Xianxia had already left, they couldn't do anything about it. However, if they took the opportunity to seal this territory gate, the Black Ink clan wouldn't just endure anymore. By then, no matter how wary they would still insist on fighting it out with the humans. Xianxia had left large amounts of small stone race soldiers behind, and the humans might not lose such a battle, but the best outcome would be both sides suffering crippling losses. The Black Ink clan could afford such heavy casualties, but the humans couldn't. Xianxia had thought about sealing the territory gate too, but that idea only lingered in his mind for a moment before he gave up on the idea. At that moment, he suddenly understood something and said, "This is not any one person's war, it is the entire human race's war." One powerful master could not change the humans' current situation alone, not even a group of powerful masters could do that. Only when the human race could continuously produce more masters would they be able to truly defeat the Black Ink clan. It was at that moment that Xianxia understood the intentions of the Ninth Order Old Ancestors. The Old Ancestors were already extremely strong, but they still chose to sacrifice themselves on the barren territory battlefield to clear a path forward for the younger generation, opening up space for them to grow and mature. It seemed like the Ninth Order Old Ancestors had already foreseen everything back then. The Black Ink clan had invaded the 3,000 worlds. Without the Black Ink clan's invasion, the 3,000 worlds would still be flourishing, and many living beings in the numerous universe worlds wouldn't have died. However, the situation was what it was, and now the humans needed to find a way to fight back. Numerous thoughts surged inside Xianxia's head, and he suddenly realized many things that he had never thought about before. That was because he used to be a lone soldier, and though he had great strength, he didn't need to manage anything and could do whatever he wanted, as there would be others to worry about the bigger picture whenever problems arose. Now that he was the profound Nether Army's army commander and in charge of the war for an entire great territory, he had to think about things from a much broader perspective, allowing him to see things he had never realized before. He originally thought that after this mission, he would have to find time to seal up a large number of territory gates and cut off the Black Ink clan's supply lines and communication channels. But now that he thought more deeply about it, that seemed like the worst possible plan. If he went with this idea, though the humans would have a chance to wipe out the Black Ink clan on the dozen or so current battlefields, it wouldn't bring them any closer to solving the root of the problem. In the end, there would still be an endless number of Black Ink clansmen that needed to be killed. To the humans, the wars in the dozen or so battlefields were a constant source of danger, but also an essential training ground. Life or death situations were not only crises, but also opportunities. Flowers grown in a greenhouse would never be as strong as the wild grass that had gone through rain and storms. For now, the human race needed the Black Ink clan to be their life or death enemy. Yang Kai himself got to where he was by going through continuous life or death battles with the Black Ink clan, so he knew how these experiences could help one grow. There was a vague idea forming in his mind, and perhaps after this mission, he could head to the Supreme Headquarters and discuss it further with Xianxia and the others. For now though, the two warships continued moving at full speed through the void. Dawning Light was a superior warship. Back then, it had cost Yang Kai and Dawn an enormous amount of military merits to customize this warship into one with outstanding offensive and defensive capabilities far beyond that of an ordinary warship, but the Baishi battleship was even better. Although it was just a soul clone, Baishi was a powerful mature divine spirit, so in terms of speed, the Baishi battleship was even faster than Dawning Light. Moreover, the Baishi battleship had an extremely strong defensive ability, which was why Yu Meng and the others did not need to worry about protecting themselves. If it hadn't been for the Baishi battleship's sturdy defenses, Yu Meng and the others might have been injured or even killed during all those large-scale battles despite being 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Since they had the Baishi battleship protecting them, their squad of women was still fully intact. Their journey to Acacia territory would take them through 6 great territories. That was already the fastest route, but even with the speed of their warships, it would take at least 2 months to arrive. This was the route they needed to take even when exiting through the territory gate that the Black Ink clan controlled in profound Nether territory. Their journey would be significantly longer if they chose to go through another territory gate. As there were cultivators trapped in Acacia territory in a critical situation, Yang Kai didn't want to waste any time, which was why he decided to ask for an easement from the Black Ink clan. After all, what would the point of arriving late be? When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, almost every living being in the various universe worlds died or was enslaved. Everywhere the Black Ink clan went, they would destroy universe worlds, leaving these previously flourishing places in dead silence. On the contrary, the Black Ink clan left all the universe temples intact. The Black Ink clan could use the universe temples to save them a lot of time moving about. Therefore, they intentionally left them standing and even posted guards to protect them. When Yang Kai returned from the no-return pass, he used many of the universe temples as transit points and also killed every Black Ink clansman who was guarding them. Those Black Ink clansmen left to guard the universe temples weren't very strong, and since the Black Ink clan didn't have so many territory lords, most of the defenses were led by feudal lords. Yang Kai had killed more feudal lords than he could count by now. On this journey to Acacia territory, Yang Kai didn't have to make a move to deal with the Black Ink clansmen guarding those universe temples because they were easily dealt with by Dawn and the all-female squad. Later, they encountered a few Black Ink clan teams sending resources to each of the front lines. Those Black Ink clansmen naturally wouldn't have a good end, and the resources they carried were pocketed by the two groups. This was also something the hunters enjoyed doing. Currently, in the entire 3,000 worlds besides the 20 or so great territories that weren't fully taken over by the Black Ink clan, the rest counted as the Black Ink clan's territory. The Black Ink clan were now mining resources they found in all those great territories and sending them to the front lines. The battle between the humans and the Black Ink clan was never-ending, so the demand for resources was enormous. As such, the hunters would have many opportunities to snatch these resources. Although the hunters could gain military merits from killing the enemy and use them to exchange for resources, that couldn't compare to what they obtained by looting the Black Ink clan. Every Black Ink clan supply team carried an enormous amount of resources on them. Therefore, killing them and looting them was far more profitable than simply earning military merits on the battlefield. For the past couple dozen years, the hunters and Black Ink clan teams that were tasked with delivering resources had been constantly waging a battle of wits against each other. This resulted in the Black Ink clan sending out more powerful troops when transporting resources because they didn't want the hunters to snatch away the goods. There were even some territory lords patrolling around the various great territories, trying to find any traces of hunters. In this way, although hunters weren't fighting alongside the army, they did manage to lessen the burden of the frontline soldiers because they occupied quite a number of territory lords. A part of the dozen or so territory lords that suddenly appeared in profound nether territory were dispatched from these patrols. It was said that back in the day, many hunters traveled alone and would only have 2 to 3 good friends accompanying them. But as the Black Ink clan began sending larger escorts for the supply teams, the hunters gradually formed groups similar to army squads to respond. The Black Ink clan hated hunters more than any other humans and wished to slaughter these vultures clean. It was unfortunate for them that the hunters were all bold yet cautious, and since they were quite strong, the Black Ink clan couldn't kill them all off. The trapped cultivators in Acacia territory were a great opportunity, so the Black Ink clan didn't kill them immediately and instead released news of this matter, trying to lure a large number of hunters over to wipe them out. The Black Ink clan weren't afraid of the hunters finding out their intentions because there were always some who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and acted recklessly because they believed themselves strong enough to do so. Moreover, even if the territory lords in profound nether territory didn't initially understand why Xianxia had left, they would soon understand he was moving to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory. Otherwise, why would the army commander of the profound nether army leave instead of overseeing profound nether territory? As such, Acacia territory would only become more dangerous and a large number of territory lords would surely be lying in wait. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-39, Xianxia's arrival. 2 months later, Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship finally arrived at Acacia territory. When the 2 warships passed through the territory gate, everyone on board, from the members of Dawn to Yu Meng and the others, silently circulated their world force in preparation for a large battle. However, there were actually no Black Ink clansmen defending the territory gate. Xianxia stood on the deck of Dawning Light, his gaze flashing slightly as he observed his surroundings. Thanks to his demon eye of annihilation, he could vaguely detect traces of Black Ink strength surging on a universe fragment in the distance. The Black Ink clan scouts were most likely monitoring them from afar. The situation was not too bad. Seeing as the territory gate was only being monitored and not defended, it would seem that the Black Ink clan was not ready to spring their trap yet. If the Black Ink clan had deployed a large army to garrison the territory gate, it would be an indication that they were prepared to annihilate the humans in Acacia territory once and for all. If that were the case, Xianxia and the others would already be too late. Therefore, the current situation was undoubtedly what Xianxia had hoped for. Xianxia ignored the Black Ink clansmen monitoring them, not wanting to startle the enemy. Taking out his universe chart, he checked his direction and then guided the 2 warships into the depths of the void. On the distant universe fragment, a team of Black Ink clansmen quietly lay in ambush. The leading Black Ink clan feudal lord was carefully observing the situation at the territory gate as it was just as Xianxia had guessed. These Black Ink clansmen were only monitoring the movements here while calculating the number of hunters that entered Acacia territory. The sudden appearance of Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship startled the feudal lord slightly and he quickly took out a jade slip and poured his divine sense into it to check its contents. A short while later, his eyes flashed and he shouted, "Send a message to Sir Mo Na Yi and inform him that those 2 warships have appeared." Mo Na Yi was one of the innate territory lords overseeing Acacia territory. Furthermore, he could be regarded as the commander of this area. His strength was powerful enough that he was not inferior to the territory lord commanders on the primary battlefields. The feudal lord had previously received an order from above to pay close attention to the whereabouts of these 2 warships. Although he did not know the reason these 2 warships were receiving so much attention, he could only obey the orders he was given. The jade slip he took out earlier contained a detailed description of the 2 warships, but he never imagined that these 2 warships would actually enter Acacia territory, just as the higher-ups had predicted. Located on the universe fragment was a low-rank Black Ink nest that had not hatched completely. The black ink nest was only several meters tall and could not produce more black ink clansmen. However, it was not only convenient to carry around but also provided them with a means of long-distance communication. As soon as the words left the feudal lord's mouth, a high-rank black ink clansman immediately plunged into the black ink nest to report their discovery to their superiors. Elsewhere, 5 figures of different shapes and sizes lay dormant at an extremely hidden and secluded spot. These 5 figures had concealed their aura to the point where they almost seemed dead. If one was not powerful enough, they might not discover their presence even if they passed by them. There was no saying how long these 5 figures had been lying in ambush here, but they didn't even move a muscle. Judging by their posture, they seemed prepared to lay dormant forever. At this moment, a large figure in the middle abruptly opened his eyes. He took out a communication bead and immersed his mind into it before checking the contents. His eyes flashed a moment later, and he muttered, "Everyone Yang Kai has arrived." The remaining 4 figures opened their eyes at the same time, and their dormant auras quickly began to recover. Although they did not reveal their full strength, their auras clearly indicated that they were territory lords. One of the territory lords flicked his forked tongue, hissing softly like a snake as he chuckled, "Did he really come?" These 5 territory lords were originally tasked with wiping out the human hunters that were lured over by the imprisoned cultivators in Acacia territory. Otherwise, 5 Black Ink clan territory lords couldn't remain in Acacia territory when the battle on the front lines was raging so intensely. Unfortunately for the Black Ink clan, the hunters were simply too troublesome to ignore. Over the years, at least 30% of the resources that the Black Ink clan transported to the front lines had been intercepted by these hunters, and countless Black Ink clansmen had fallen at their hands. The actions of the hunters enraged the territory lords, and in retaliation, they began to patrol the various great territories in search of the whereabouts of these hunters. Although their efforts were somewhat successful, the effects were minimal. The hunters were extremely cunning and shrewd. If there was the slightest hint of danger, they would not show themselves. On the contrary, they would strike like a thunderbolt and flee at the speed of lightning if their victory was certain. A large number of human cultivators had recently been discovered in Acacia territory. It was a splendid opportunity for the Black Ink clan, hence, they deliberately spread the news far and wide in hopes of luring many hunters into rescuing these human cultivators. With 5 territory lords and a vast army hidden around Acacia territory, the Black Ink clan certainly regarded the hunters very highly. According to their original plan, once enough hunters had entered Acacia territory, the hidden Black Ink clan army would move to secure the various territory gates. Then, the territory lords would emerge to attack. That was their strategy to block off the enemy's retreat and wipe them out. However, they received a critical piece of news from Profound Nether territory a month ago, stating that the army commander of the Profound Nether army, Yang Kai, had personally led 2 warships out of Profound Nether territory. His destination was unknown, but there was a high possibility that he was heading to Acacia territory to rescue the trapped humans. They had never heard of Yang Kai's name before, but his status as the army commander of the Profound Nether army was enough to garner the attention of the Black Ink clan territory lords. The army commanders of the human race were among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Fighting any of the army commanders was extremely difficult, so if the territory lords could kill such a master, then the morale of the human race army would suffer a heavy blow. That in itself was enough to be tempting, but Yang Kai's identity as the army commander of the Profound Nether army was not worrying enough to make special plans. It was his other identity that left the territory lords unable to remain calm. He was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who previously caused a huge commotion at the No-Return Pass, destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests, and escaped alive from the pursuit of the Royal Lord. It was said that not only were 7 high-rank Black Ink nests destroyed at the No-Return Pass, but 3 territory lords had also been killed. In addition, the cultivation of more than a dozen Black Ink clan territory lords had regressed to that of feudal lords as a result of that battle. They were currently recuperating inside the Black Ink nests, but it was unknown how long it would take, or even if they could fully recover. After that incident, The royal lord had flown into a rage and issued a command for all the territory lords to search for the whereabouts of this human and kill him no matter the price they had to pay. Nobody could have expected that human to appear in profound Nether territory, much less become the army commander of the profound Nether army. Furthermore, he was now taking another huge risk by leading just 2 warships to Acacia territory. Not only was this an opportunity for the Black Ink clan, it was a rare and precious opportunity. The Snake-Tongue territory lord asked rather excitedly, "Are you certain it's Yang Kai?" Mo Yi nodded, "It's almost certain." Although Yang Kai himself was not observed on the warships, the appearance of those 2 warships matches the information from profound Nether territory. Be it Dawning Light or the Baishi battleship, both were different from ordinary squad-class warships. Their special characteristics were extremely distinguishable. These were the 2 warships that Yang Kai had led out of profound Nether territory. Since they were currently in Acacia territory, it was only natural that Yang Kai was too. Not bad, not bad. I can't believe we managed to catch a big one. The snake-tongued Black Ink clan territory lord looked eager for blood. Originally, the Black Ink clan only planned to target the hunters. However, if they could eliminate Yang Kai along with their original targets, then they would have contributed greatly to the war. It wasn't just the snake-tongued territory lord who looked excited, the other territory lords also had the same reaction. Yang Kai's name was well known throughout the Black Ink clan. The lower-ranked clansmen might not know of him, but almost all the feudal lords and above had heard his name before. This person was the Black Ink clan's greatest enemy. We must not act carelessly. Yang Kai attacked the no-return pass twice and killed 3 territory lords. In profound Nether territory, he only attacked once but killed another 3 territory lords. Although we are innate territory lords, even we would not get away lightly if we encountered him alone. Mo Ye's words made the territory lord's expression somber. An innate territory lord was very difficult to kill, but be that as it may, the information they received indicated that as many as 6 innate territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands alone. One of the territory lords with fleshy wings on his back quickly said, "It's not like we've never fought 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Even the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are nothing special. This Yang Kai is also just an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It does not make sense for him to be so powerful." That was one of the questions that had been puzzling the Black Ink clan for a long time. It would take more than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to kill a territory lord so easily. Such a feat was only possible for a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Mo Yi spoke in a solemn voice. The human race has many unpredictable means in their arsenal. In a life-or-death battle, one's strength cannot be determined through generalized standards. Judging from the information we have on Yang Kai, his true strength might not be as great as shown so far, so he must have used some strange method to kill those territory lords in one blow. At the no-return pass, the royal lord speculated that Yang Kai's secret technique might have something to do with his divine sense. That speculation has been confirmed by profound Nether territory. It seems that there is a flash of spiritual energy every time Yang Kai makes a killing move. Turning to look around him, he continued, "Everyone, just imagine this scene. What would happen if your soul was struck by an unexpected and heavy blow and you were then immediately attacked by a master of equal strength?" The snake-tongued territory lord hissed, "We'll be gravely injured even if we survive the attack." Mo Yi nodded, "It only takes a moment for Yang Kai to kill, so I believe his method is highly related to this unique secret technique of his. Therefore, the most important factor when dealing with him is to protect your soul and prevent him from finding an opportunity to ambush you." The Black Ink clan was not stupid, so how could they not have learned anything after suffering such heavy losses? Not to mention, Yang Kai had activated the soul-rendering thorn in front of the royal lord at the no-return pass, so there were bound to be traces of his attack that could be noticed. In addition, the royal lord has observed that Yang Kai also suffered some kind of backlash to his soul after activating his secret technique. He is probably using some kind of sacrificial technique that harms both his enemy and himself. In other words, he can only wield this secret technique a limited number of times. The eyes of the fleshy-winged territory lord gleamed. Are you certain? Mo Yi nodded again. Profound nether territory has confirmed this fact. After Yang Kai attacked and consecutively killed 3 territory lords, he did not target the territory lords. In other words, using that secret technique thrice is his limit. The burden is too great on his soul for him to unleash it a 4th time. One of the territory lords with a humanoid appearance, who had remained silent all this time, joined the conversation. In that case, we will be able to restrain him if 4 of us act together. There were 5 territory lords here, so if 4 of them were to work together, then one of them would be free to move about. However, if all 5 of them were to act together, it would be equivalent to being completely restrained by Yang Kai instead. Mo Yi slowly shook his head. There's no need to be so cautious. A team of 2 should be more than enough. Even if Yang Kai were to attack, he could only deal with 1 enemy at a time. The other one should be fully capable of restraining him. As long as he is restrained, it will be easy for us to take him down together. The other territory lords nodded in agreement. For territory lords acting together was certainly making a mountain out of a molehill. It was more than enough for 2 territory lords to cooperate to pin Yang Kai down. Martial Peak, Chapter 5540, Unavoidable Confrontation. Besides, they could not make a foolproof plan if they wanted to take down somebody like Yang Kai. On the contrary, they had to allow him to exploit so that he would take the risk of attack. If 4 territory lords were to openly work together, he would probably end up hiding without showing himself, which would only make things more difficult for the Black Ink clan. What's more, Mo Yi continued, the message from the royal lord indicates that Yang Kai is extremely proficient in escaping. His movements are elusive and unpredictable. Yang Kai managed to escape even though the royal lord himself gave pursuit. If you encounter him by accident, you must make sure to keep him pinned down at all costs. He must not be allowed to escape. The other 4 territory lords nodded, understood. The snake-tongued territory lord eagerly asked, Mo Yi, are we going to tighten the noose now? The big fish has already taken the bait. There's no need to wait any longer. Mo Yi was silent for a moment before he nodded. We can seal off the territory gates now, but we should not rush to make a move. There are 5 other territory lords on the way right now and they should be arriving soon. The other 4 territory lords were stunned, with the winged territory lord asking, Did you call for more reinforcements? There were 5 other territory lords on the way. Combined with the 5 territory lords that were already here, there would be 10 territory lords gathered in Acacia territory alone. 10 territory lords against a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. That was certainly a high valuation of their enemy. There's nothing wrong with being cautious. Mo Yi quickly said, if we can get rid of Yang Kai once and for all, then the royal lord will definitely be pleased with our efforts. If a little extra help can accomplish that, why hesitate? Seeing as Mo Yi had brought up the royal lord as his reason, the other territory lords could not say anything to refute him. A short while later, Mo Yi issued an order. The Black Ink clan armies that had been hiding around the 5 territory gates in Acacia territory emerged and formed a blockade. There were now 1,000,000 troops at each territory gate, and although no territory lords were overseeing them, such armies were simply insurmountable. Even if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to break through their defenses, the Black Ink clan would be able to stop them if they disregarded the losses that they would sustain. Just as Mo Yi and others were having their discussion, Bai Shi's soul clone suddenly seemed to notice something and turned to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be an aura that was extremely similar to his coming from that direction. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers, the aura from the same source could not be blocked by such a trivial distance. He immediately became confused. Why is he here? If that guy is here, then wouldn't the little ones also be here? Why aren't they cultivating in the star boundary? Why did they appear in Acacia territory? They truly do not fear the heavens. What if something happens to them? How am I supposed to explain it to Yang Kai? He quickly calmed himself and sent out a message to the other side. Why did you bring the little ones here? The other side answered quickly, Why are you here? He replied, It's a long story. Young boy wanted to come to Acacia territory. Ru Meng and the others insisted on following him, so I had no other choice. The other side fell silent for a moment. When he spoke again, he seemed slightly guilty. Has young boy returned? Did he return to the star boundary? Probably not, he responded angrily. You are too bold. How could you bring them here? The other side said, I had no choice. These little ones had some success in their cultivation. Moreover, they are young and ambitious. How could they bear just hiding away in the star boundary without doing anything? They've been complaining incessantly. As you know, I've gotten old. I can't stand the endless begging and coaxing of the little ones. In a moment of weakness, You're such a useless fool. Bai Shi's soul clone spat in disdain. The other side was silent for a moment. You are me, and I am you. If you scold me, then you are scolding yourself too. Bai Shi's soul clone was at a loss for words for a moment. Thankfully, he did not forget the main issue at hand and quickly said, There's something wrong with the situation in Acacia territory. The Black Ink clan is probably trying to lure us all into a trap. You should take them away before the situation becomes chaotic. You don't have much time, so move quickly. Good. The other side responded just as rapidly. It was obvious that he had also realized something was wrong in Acacia territory. After their simple exchange, both sides immediately cut off contact. Bai Shi's soul clone couldn't help feeling slightly melancholic. Should I tell Yang Kai about this? If I tell him, he won't be able to ignore their situation, but if I don't tell him, how will I explain myself if he learns about this matter in the future? Just as Bai Shi's soul clone was feeling hesitant and indecisive, Yang Kai suddenly looked back with a frown from where he stood on the deck of Dawning Light. He vaguely felt as though there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from behind him earlier. However, he did not discover anything when he carefully searched for the source, which left him puzzled. With his strength, it was generally impossible for him to mistake such a subtle feeling, so he couldn't help feeling worried. Could someone from the Black Ink clan be spying on us from the shadows? He immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Bai Shi's soul clone. Senior brother Bai Shi, did you notice anything abnormal just now? Bai Shi's soul clone felt extremely guilty but still hastily replied, No? Did you detect something abnormal? Yang Kai felt even more confused. Could I have been mistaken? Just in case, he surged his divine sense and swept his surroundings. His investigation immediately revealed the presence of 5 powerful auras in the distant void, traveling at a high speed. 5 territory lords. The Black Ink clan sure is determined. I can't believe that 5 territory lords are overseeing Acacia territory. It seems the Black Ink clan truly harbors a deep hatred for the hunters. Of course, it might also have something to do with me. The Black Ink clan had probably predicted that he would come to Acacia territory, so these 5 territory lords might have made a special trip here just to eliminate him. When Yang Kai detected the 5 territory lords, the 5 territory lords also noticed his presence. Their powerful divine senses immediately traced back his probe and discovered the whereabouts of Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship. It was just that the distance was too great, so they could not learn much other than that there was a powerful human race master spying on them from afar. It was one thing if they had not discovered the warships, but having noticed them, they could not ignore their presence. They were territory lords after all. Across the vast universe, the only 2 Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fully occupied and unable to move, so why should they be afraid of anyone? They immediately turned around, transformed into Black Ink clouds, and rushed in the direction of the warships. Aboard Dawning Light, Yang Kai immediately withdrew and concealed his aura so that he resembled a dead rock as he shouted, "We've got incoming. Continue at full speed." After the words left his mouth, he vanished without a trace. On Dawning Light, Feng Ying's expression turned solemn as she hastily cooperated with the rest of the squad members to fully activate the warship's strength. Behind them, Bai Shi's soul clone mustered all his strength to follow. The two warships transformed into two streams of dazzling light as they shot forward with astonishing speed, but regardless of how fast they moved, there was no way they could outrun innate territory lords, so the distance between them closed rapidly. In less than a stick of incense, the two warships appeared in the eyes of the territory lords. When the 5 territory lords detected the two warships with their divine senses, they immediately became overjoyed. An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a dozen or so 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was certainly a huge harvest. These 5 territory lords were the reinforcements that Emo Na Yi had requested. They only knew that they were here to cooperate with Emo Na Yi against a human race master, but did not know the identity of their target. They never imagined that they would encounter 2 human squads as soon as they arrived at Acacia territory, much less that their discovery would be so plentiful. In any case, they did not think much of a lone 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, as any one of them was enough to restrain the other party. Nevertheless, they couldn't help feeling puzzled for a moment. Did the hunters have 8th Order Masters among their ranks? The situation did not match the information that they possessed. As the human race did not have many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, each one of them was a pillar of strength that would have to join the front lines in the primary Great Territory battlefields. Although there were many hunters, there had never been any 8th Order Masters among them. There were many 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, as well as 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Needless to say, none were weaker than that. The hunters who roamed the various great territories would not survive without a certain level of strength, so low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters generally did not have the necessary capabilities. Mid-rank Open Heaven Realm was the lowest acceptable limit. The reason hunters were extremely difficult to kill was that they were extremely elusive and hard to find. Now that the 5 territory lords had encountered the 2 hunter squads, how could they allow them to escape? They naturally gave chase with all their might. After a brief period, the distance between them grew even closer. The pursuing territory lords surged their strength, sending out numerous divine abilities and secret techniques towards Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship. A short while later, the void shook as both warships lit up with a thick and durable defensive spirit array that constantly flashed from the impact. The occasional counterattacks were also easily deflected by the pursuing territory lords. The battle that took place here seemed to set off the entire Acacia territory. In the distant void, a warship was speeding in the direction of a territory gate. 10 figures were standing on the deck of the warship, 5 of them very young, consisting of both males and females. There was a pair of children, a little girl with delicate and adorable looks and a boy with a large gaping mouth that dripped with saliva. The little girl constantly wiped his saliva for him, but there was no end to his drool. Be that as it may, she did not show any impatience. She simply repeated her actions over and over again, which made the boy giggle endlessly. There was a small stone man. From his external appearance alone, he seemed very similar to the small stone race which was actively playing a role on the various Great Territory battlefields. However, a closer inspection would reveal that he was a different species altogether. Whether strong or weak, the small stone race generally had low sentience. Even the 1,000-meter-tall small stone race members who could rival an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only act according to their instincts and did not seem to have the ability for autonomous thinking. On the contrary, the small stone man was clearly different. Not only was he sentient, he was highly so. At this moment, he was climbing the edges of the warship in disinterest as he stared into the void with a look of loneliness and forlornness in his eyes. There was also an ominous beast lying on the deck with its eyes closed. It was obvious that this ominous beast was a divine spirit of similar rank to Tao Wu that Yang Kai slaughtered in profound nether territory. Beside the ominous beast was a delicate little girl. She was stroking his fur lightly with a leisurely expression. She looked rather young, but her eyes were filled with the vastitudes of countless years. It was obvious that she was not just a simple little girl. The lineup in this group certainly looked very strange. However, everybody in the group, be it the young people, the 2 children, or the ominous beast, seemed to be rather powerful. At first glance, Even their worship looked very similar to Yu Rumeng and the others. That was another Baishi battleship, one that was modified and formed from Baishi's soul clone. The other party in the communication with Baishi's soul clone on Yang Kai's side earlier was none other than this warship. They were both Baishi's soul clones, therefore, they had no problems communicating with each other regardless of the distance between them as long as they were in the same great territory and unaffected by a heaven-sealing earth-locking array or technique. They could also communicate in secret. Even a master like Yang Kai could not detect anything. He could only perceive a slight disturbance in the void, which had prompted him to investigate his surroundings. Nevertheless, he never expected to catch the attention of 5 traveling territory lords, which was just an unfortunate coincidence. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-41, The Little Ones. When the 5 territory lords in the distance unleashed their attacks, the heavens shuddered and the earth shook. Everybody aboard the warship immediately noticed the commotion and turned to look in that direction. Among the 5 youths was a young man dressed in all-white clothes. Even his hair was snow-white. His expression became solemn. A master from the Black Ink clan is attacking somebody. Moreover, it's a territory lord. Standing next to him was a young woman. She was also dressed in white, but her hair was black. She nodded at his words, more than one at that. I believe there are at least 3 of them, possibly even more. The black-haired young woman had a sweet appearance that was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's. Were the whereabouts of a roaming hunter exposed? Among the 5 youths, a simple-looking young man approached the side of the warship with a vague look of worry on his face. Over the past few days, the whereabouts of several hunters hidden in the vicinity had been exposed. The exposure of their whereabouts had naturally attracted the pursuit of the Black Ink clan. However, the strongest among those Black Ink clansmen were mere feudal lords. Although the people aboard this warship had rescued many hunters from the grasp of the Black Ink clan recently, it was their first time seeing a territory lord here, not to mention that there was more than one. It will be difficult for them to escape seeing as a territory lord is personally attacking them. Standing beside the simple-looking young man was a woman with a cold and sharp expression, making her seem extremely unapproachable. It was only when her gaze landed on the simple-looking young man that a glimmer of warmth entered her eyes. Should we rescue them? Out of the 5 young people, the last person was a young man with bowl cut and an eager expression. We've never fought a territory lord. Eldest senior brother, let's go save them. His last sentence was directed at the simple-looking young man. The small stone man who had been staring into the void in boredom all this while suddenly leapt up and climbed to the top of the bowl-cut young man's head. Hammering his chest with his fists, he let out a battle cry. He was clearly very excited, and his fighting spirit was overflowing. Let's save them. The simple-looking young man announced with a determined expression, Senior Baishi, turn around. We're going to rescue them. Of course, Baishi's soul clone ignored the simple-looking young man as he scoffed to himself. Your honored master is there, why would he need you to save him? We should leave Acacia territory as soon as possible before he discovers the situation here. If he learns that the little ones are here, this old master will be in trouble. He thus remained unmoved by their pleas. Seeing that Baishi's soul clone not only showed no interest in rescuing those people but was also moving further and further away instead, the simple-looking young man quickly yelled, Senior Baishi, it's not this way. The other way. While the simple-looking young man was yelling at Baishi's soul clone, the cold and arrogant young woman simply leapt off the warship and sped towards the direction of the commotion. The bullhead young man immediately panicked and shouted, Wait for me, second senior sister. Then he chased after the young woman, his speed quite extraordinary. The small stone man tried to grab at the bull-headed young man's hair to steady himself, but there wasn't much to cling onto. With no other choice, he held onto the youth's ears instead to prevent himself from being thrown off. Don't be reckless. The simple-looking young man hastily yelled after them. However, his junior brother and junior sister had already flown off into the distance. With a frustrated grunt, he hurriedly gave chase. Little Ant, let's go! The white-haired young man dressed in white shouted. Then, he floated off the warship hand in hand with the young woman beside him. The ominous beast that had been resting with its eyes closed abruptly stood up while the little girl who was stroking his fur immediately got on his back. In the next moment, flames appeared at the feet of the ominous beast and he leapt into the void without hesitation. Before leaving, the little girl did not forget to reach out and grab the pair of children to bring them along. In the blink of an eye, there was nobody left on the Baishi battleship. You. Baishi's soul clone was desperate to cry, but was unable to shed any tears. He had planned to sneak the little ones back to the territory gate and quietly leave Acacia territory as soon as possible. Who could have known the little ones would be so reckless? This is bad. This is bad. I knew I should never have brought them out of the star boundary. He deeply regretted being so indulgent towards them and believing in their promises of just coming out to see a bit of the world. Look at the situation now. They had deserted him and left him alone in the void. He couldn't help feeling extremely worried about them, so with no other choice, he quickly turned around and chased after the little ones. While chasing after them, he sent a transmission to his other soul clone. How is the situation on your side? Why did you suddenly start fighting? The other party replied, we encountered 5 territory lords, but it's nothing to worry about. He was shocked by the response and asked, 5 territory lords? How is that nothing to worry about? Hurry up and hide. The territory lords are not to be trifled with. Not to mention, they are innate territory lords. Every one of them is comparable to a peak 8th order master in strength. No need to worry, it's just 5 trivial territory lords after all. Those words stunned him as he secretly thought to himself, I don't have the habit of boasting. What is with my other soul clone? There are 5 territory lords. How is that trivial? From the way the other party was talking, he did not seem to think much of the 5 territory lords. It had to be said that even Baishi's true body could only handle 1 territory lord at a time. If 2 territory lords were to cooperate against him, he would surely be at a serious disadvantage. Needless to say, Baishi had an extraordinary defensive strength, so while he might not be able to defeat 2 territory lords, protecting himself wouldn't be a problem. Baishi's soul clone had no time to ponder on the issue though, so he could only inform the other party, the little ones have gone there. Don't let anything happen to them. The other side inquired, how many little ones came? He sighed and helplessly said, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Yang Kai's 3 disciples, Xiao Xiao, Qiong Qi, Lu Yen, Xiao Hong and even Xiao He. The other side was clearly shocked. Did all of them come here? These were all the little ones who were left behind in the star boundary. He helplessly replied, I know. If anything were to happen to them, we won't have any way to explain the situation to Yang Kai. The little ones had charged forward, so they were bound to run into Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai would surely question the reason they were in Acacia territory. How was he supposed to explain the situation once that happened? The more Baishi's soul clone thought about the situation, the wearier he became. He was such an old man, yet he had to take care of the children of others. The most important point was that he failed to take good care of them. However, his other self clearly did not have such reservations and became excited instead. Great timing. Tell them not to expose their whereabouts. We might need their help to kill these territory lords. He exclaimed in astonishment, kill the territory lords. When did my other soul clone pick up such a terrible habit? Who did he learn it from? Although the little ones were undeniably strong, even if all of them worked together, they could only handle 1 territory lord at most. However, the enemy was 5 territory lords. It was only natural to flee as fast as possible when faced with this many overwhelming enemies. We're going to kill these territory lords. Just trust me, the other soul clone sounded confident and calm. Baishi's soul clone was at a loss for words. They were both soul clones of the true body, so there was no differentiating between them in terms of sense or strength, so he could not figure out the reason for the other soul clone's confidence. Now that things had reached this point though, he could only choose to trust in the other party, which was himself. As for how to call the little ones back, that was simple. They did not know that the commotion ahead was caused by Yang Kai and simply assumed that one of the hunter squads had been exposed. As long as he told them the truth, they would come back immediately. To prevent them from exposing their whereabouts, he quickly sent a divine sense transmission, and sure enough, the figures charging forward hastily came to a stop and returned to the warship. The white-haired Xianxia, who was dressed in all white, exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Bai Shi, is adoptive father really up ahead?" The honest-looking Zhao Yi Bai was extremely excited. "Is it really, honored master?" Although the others did not ask any questions, their eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and anticipation. "That's right. Yang Kai is there. The territory lords are chasing him," Bai Shi's soul clone replied. The cold and arrogant Xiaoya immediately summoned a long spear. Her long hair flew in the wind as her murderous intent flared. "Bold! I must go assist honored master." Xiao Xiao, who was standing on top of Su Yi's head, also became impatient. He jumped up and down on top of Su Yi's head, causing the latter to become somewhat dizzy as a result. Seeing that Xiaoya was about to rush off again, Bai Shi's soul clone hurriedly called out, "Calm down. Yang Kai does not want you to expose your whereabouts yet. He might need your help to kill the enemies later." Those were the words of the other soul clone. It was just that he was not in the position to explain too much under the current circumstances, so he simply took those words as Yang Kai's. In any case, he believed that his other soul clone would inform Yang Kai about the situation and then get back to him. Xiaoya did not dare to disobey the orders of her honored master, so after hearing those words, she slowly withdrew her murderous intent and turned to look into the distance. It felt as though the commotion in that direction was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yen, who was riding on top of Qiong Qi, frowned and asked, "Senior Bai Shi, although Master has reached the 8th order, there are quite a lot of territory lords there. Can you handle them all?" They knew that Yang Kai had become an 8th order open heaven realm master. After all, he previously stopped to visit Bai Shi's true body on his way back from the Black Ink battlefield. Afterwards, the news spread to the people of the Star Boundary when Bai Shi's true body retreated there with the cultivators from Void Land. What they did not know was Yang Kai's feats over the last several dozen years, including his battle record of killing 3 territory lords in profound nether territory. It had not been long since that incident took place. Besides, the hunters were scattered across the various great territories, which made it difficult to keep up with the latest news. Bai Shi's soul clone coughed lightly. "Don't you know the strength of your master? Judging by what he said, I'm sure he has his means." Lu Yen considered for a moment before agreeing. Since her master was acting in such a manner, then he must have his own reasons. There was no need for her to overthink the situation, she only needed to obey his orders. The whole group immediately calmed down while Bai Shi's soul clone exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I managed to fool them for now. As for what happens after this, that's not up to me anymore." Activating a secret technique, he concealed his aura and secretly moved forward. Bai Shi not only had an outstanding defense, but his ability to conceal his aura was also unmatched. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for so many masters to fail at detecting his presence despite passing by Void Land for so many years. It was not until Yang Kai took over Void Land and Zhu Jiuyin went on a rampage that the sleeping Bai Shi awakened and made his presence known. One of the reasons why this group of youths could leisurely wander around the various great territories for so many years was undeniably thanks to their outstanding strength, but the other reason was that they had Bai Shi's protection. After killing Black Ink clansmen, they would only need to hide deep within the void. Even if the Black Ink clan mobilized a large force to search the area, they would have a hard time locating a lone warship. At the same time, far off in the void ahead, Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship carrying Yu Ru Meng and the others were being bombarded indiscriminately by the territory lords. Fortunately, both Dawning Light and the Bai Shi battleship had extraordinary defensive capabilities. As long as they did not suffer an endless barrage of attacks from the territory lords at close range, they would be fine for some time. Bai Shi's soul clone avoided the attacks from the pursuing territory lords while at the same time, he sent a secret divine sense transmission to Yang Kai and told the other party about the situation on the other side. Martial Peak, Chapter 5542, A Promising Future. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, my three disciples, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yen, Qiong Qi, Xiao Hong, and even Xiao He are in Acacia territory. When Yang Kai received the news, he was so shocked that he nearly revealed his aura. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure quickly. At this point, he had no time to question why all the little ones were in Acacia territory. In any case, it would not be too late to question them later. His top priority at the moment was to slaughter these territory lords. After pondering for a moment, he sent a divine sense transmission. Senior brother Bai Shi, how strong are they now? He had not gone back to the star boundary since his return from the Black Ink battlefield, so aside from meeting Xiao Hong and Xiao He in Voidland previously, Yang Kai had not seen the others in close to 1,000 years. Hence, he truly did not know their current cultivation level. However, they were bound to have a certain level of strength if they were courageous enough to become hunters, and that was especially true for his three disciples. Therefore, he had great confidence in them. Bai Shi's soul clone sent a transmission. After Yang Xiao followed the dragon clan to the divine spirit ancestral land, he returned as a grand dragon. Yang Shui has been in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for many years and should be at the very peak by now. As for your three disciples, all of them advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Although all the cultivators who came from the Void Dao Temple in Yang Kai's small universe more or less received some inheritance from him, only Zhao Yi Bai, Zhao Ye, and Su Yi could be regarded as his legacy disciples. Those three little ones had respectively inherited his three grand Daos, namely the Tao of Space, the Spear Tao, and the Tao of Time. Among his three disciples, his second disciple Zhao Ye was undoubtedly the most talented in terms of aptitude. Her cultivation speed could be said to progress at 1,000 kilometers a day. Back when she had been cultivating in his small universe, Yang Kai had instructed her to suppress her cultivation at all times lest it advance too quickly. Otherwise, she would not receive the full benefits of the feedback from the World Tree clone when he transferred her to the star boundary. Many cultivators originated from the Void Dao Temple, and about 10% of them advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had yet to meet another cultivator who could compare with Zhao Ye in terms of cultivation aptitude. She was the kind of individual who was inherently suited to cultivation. No matter the secret art or secret technique, she would quickly attain mastery over it. Hence, she was truly extraordinary even among the myriad geniuses out there. Sui came next. Although he was not as good as Zhao Ye, his aptitude was undeniably good. His most commendable aspect was that he had great compatibility with the Tao of Time. Zhao Yi Bai had the worst aptitude by far among the three. To put it nicely, he was average, but to put it bluntly, he was slow. However, Yang Kai was the most optimistic about Zhao Yi Bai out of his three disciples. Being average and mediocre meant that Zhao Yi Bai would work harder and build a stronger foundation. As the saying went, all buildings began from the ground. The more solid the foundation, the greater the heights one could ascend to. Zhao Yi Bai might be slow-witted, but he had an extremely keen perception towards the Tao of Space. Yang Kai sent his three disciples back to the star boundary before he departed for the Black Ink battlefield. Thus, they not only received feedback from the World Tree in the star boundary for many years but also enjoyed large amounts of cultivation resources provided by High Heaven Palace. Thanks to these factors, his three disciples had successively advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realms several hundred years ago. In the past, they would have been treated like the most precious of treasures by the various cave heavens and paradises. As candidates to become future 9th Order Old Ancestors, any one of them would have been raised as the future successors of their sects. It was just that the powerful feedback from the World Tree in the star boundary had resulted in the constant emergence of juniors who advanced directly to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm nowadays, which made these future 9th Order Old Ancestor candidates less rare in comparison. Even so, any cultivator who advanced directly into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm would receive the highest level of attention and resources from the cave heavens and paradises because they were the future hope of the human race. Lu Yen, Xiao Xiao, and Xianxia had divine spirit bloodlines and sources, and had cultivated in the divine spirit ancestral land for many years. Now that their bloodlines had been further purified, they were each comparable to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in strength. Since they were also experienced divine spirits, they were most likely stronger compared to the average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for Xiao Hong and Xiao He, they were unqualified to enter the divine spirit ancestral land because their bloodlines were too impure. They had been cultivating by Baishi's side all this time though, so while their strength was slightly inferior, it was still comparable to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Out of the 10 people aboard the warship, there were as many as 7 on par with the 7th Order and 3 on par with the 6th Order. If they included Baishi's soul clone, they could even put up a fight against an innate territory lord. They had been hunters for more than 10 years now. It was partly thanks to the protection they received from Baishi's soul clone that they remained safe and sound for so long, but their immense strength also played an important role. The foundation of anyone's strength was themselves. If one's strength was not enough, then one would remain weak and useless no matter how much protection they received from others. How could Baishi fail to see through their intentions when he initially agreed to bring them out? He too believed that flowers grown in a greenhouse would not grow strong enough to withstand wind and rain. Blindly cultivating behind closed doors would not bring about much progress now that the world was in chaos. Wandering around and fighting the Black Ink clan would undoubtedly serve as an excellent training experience. Unfortunately, the enormous battles between the two races' armies had too many uncontrollable variables. On the contrary, one would have more freedom and convenience as a hunter. After learning about the growth of the little ones from Baishi's soul clone, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed. Not only was he growing stronger, but the little ones were also growing stronger. The entire human race was working hard to increase their respective strengths. The future of the human race was certainly promising. With the sudden appearance of such a powerful and still hidden reinforcement, Yang Kai realized that he could make some changes to his original plans. He might be able to take this opportunity to let the little ones experience the strength of an innate territory lord directly. After all, none of them had fought such an enemy before. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he sent out a divine sense transmission. In the next moment, the two warships immediately separated and fled in different directions, seemingly escaping in a panic. Seeing this, the 5 territory lords chasing behind the warships immediately split up and continued their pursuit without any hesitation. 2 territory lords went after the Baishi battleship and 3 went after Dawning Light. To the 5 territory lords, the 2 warships before them were undoubtedly big fish. Although an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was protecting the 2 warships, they did not think much of her. Only 1 territory lord was needed to restrain that 8th Order Master, while the others could easily slaughter the remaining humans. That was exactly what the 5 territory lords planned to do. Everything was within their calculations. Gradually, the distance between them closed to just over 100,000 kilometers. The speed of the 2 warships might be fast, but they could not escape from the pursuit of the territory lords. The human cultivators aboard the Baishi battleship evidently realized this fact. After suffering another round of attacks from the 2 territory lords, countless cracks appeared on the warship's shields, and the defensive light barrier seemed ready to collapse at any moment. When one of the territory lords saw the opportunity, he did not hesitate to stretch out a large hand to grab at the Baishi battleship. Black Ink's strength surged and the universe went dark. In that moment, the Baishi battleship that was escaping in a hurry abruptly turned around and brazenly charged towards the 2 territory lords. The territory lord who attacked just now gave a cold snort, overconfidence. He then slammed his palm down hard. These human cultivators clearly knew that it would be difficult for them to escape their current crisis and had prepared themselves to fight back like a cornered beast. Numerous secret techniques and divine abilities blasted out from the Baishi battleship, slamming towards the 2 territory lords. It was just that their attacks seemed weak and pointless to the territory lords. These 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters seemed ridiculously weak. If all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were only at this level of strength, then they wouldn't even be difficult for a feudal lord to defeat. Black ink's strength gathered in the enormous palm as it pressed down on the Baishi battleship. The warship shuddered violently under the impact. Yu Ru Meng and the others who were standing on the deck lost their balance, looking extremely miserable, their expressions turning ugly. The territory lord abruptly clenched his large hand as if to grab hold of the entire Baishi battleship, laughing loudly as he increased his strength to completely crush its defenses. Once the shields were broken, his black ink strength would be able to penetrate the warship directly. He had no intention of killing these humans. Regardless of how weak they were still 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If he could convert them into black ink disciples by corrupting them with the black ink strength, they would become his pawns. He could order them to disguise themselves as hunters and then kill or lure out others, making his next mission easier. Due to the scheming thoughts in his head, he held back the strength of his attacks, but it was at that moment that a sense of crisis suddenly washed over him, causing him to panic for some inexplicable reason. He immediately focused his mind and glanced in the direction of the Baishi battleship, hoping to see why these ants were now giving him such a strong sense of terror. Before he could get a good look though, a flash of spiritual energy appeared next to him. Immediately after that, the defenses of his soul were ripped open and he felt as though something was stabbing into his mind, giving him a splitting headache. He howled from the pain, and the black ink strength coming from his large hand that was restraining the Baishi battleship immediately dispersed. At the same time, a ripple emerged in the void beside him and a humanoid figure stepped without any warning, thrusting a spear towards him in a slow manner. Both space and time seemed to warp at that moment as many different Dao strengths fluctuated and wove together as they pierced out. The spear stabbed out at a speed that could not be considered fast. The territory lord suffering from the splitting headache saw the spear heading towards him and tried to avoid the attack. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that he could not avoid the spear no matter what he did. At that moment, all his senses and reflexes seemed to have been dulled. The other territory lord, who stood beside him but had not made a move so far, gave a loud yell, "Watch out!" Among the two territory lords chasing after the Baishi battleship, one had attacked while the other had held back to monitor the situation. When Yang Kai attacked, the territory lord he targeted suffered heavy damage to his soul. Although the first territory lord could not save himself, the second one quickly recovered from the shock and retaliated. He opened his mouth, and a whip-like black light blasted towards Yang Kai. It was too late to save his companion, so he could only choose to attack the enemy instead. At this moment he suddenly discovered that their ambusher was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. One of them drew our attention while the other lurked in the shadows. All 5 territory lords had been distracted by the 2 warships and failed to detect the hidden 8th Order Master. This was probably not a premeditated plan, but one that they had come up with at the last moment after their whereabouts were exposed. Although the territory lord did not think much of this newly appeared 8th Order human, he did not hold back in his attacks. If the other party did not wish to die, then he would need to withdraw his spear to defend himself. In that way, his companion territory lord would survive, but in the next moment he discovered that he was mistaken. Despite facing a territory lord's all-out attack, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who suddenly emerged from the shadows showed no intention of dodging or even responding. The spear in his hand stabbed forward firmly, and he looked as though he was determined to drag his enemy down with him even if he were to die as a result. What a fierce and merciless human! He is not only merciless towards the Black Ink clan, but also towards himself. The territory lord was horrified. Nevertheless, this situation was favorable to him. Even though his companion might be heavily injured or even killed by this 8th Order human, he would be able to take down the latter in return. It was not a bad deal. In any case, he was not the one who would die. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-43, A Strong Enemy. Life and death became apparent in an instant. The soul-rending thorn was a double-edged sword that harmed both the enemy and the user. The impact of the attack was enormous, but Yang Kai had experienced the same pain many times before, so he had gotten somewhat accustomed to his soul being torn apart. Any enemy who was struck by the soul-rending thorn would instantly suffer pain worse than death. In the next instant, the targeted territory lord died. The moment his powerful aura swelled up before withering into nothing, the abrupt change was felt in all directions. The little ones aboard the second Baishi battleship, who were secretly but rapidly approaching the battlefield, were shocked. After they were told to assist Yang Kai in killing the enemy by Baishi's soul clone, they prepared themselves for a difficult, possibly life-threatening battle. Contrary to their expectations, though, a territory lord was slain as soon as the confrontation began in earnest. The burst of power that erupted from that direction was too fierce and profound and contained a myriad of Dao strengths like the Dao of Time, Dao of Space, and Spear Dao. How could Yang Xiao and the others fail to perceive these energy fluctuations? Many of them were experiencing Yang Kai's true strength for the first time in their lives. Even if they only perceived the burst from afar and did not witness the scene with their own eyes, that level of strength was enough for them to admire and worship him. On the battlefield, the territory lord who made the first move lost his life on the spot. Similarly, Yang Kai grunted in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. To kill the first territory lord in a single blow, he had abandoned all forms of defense during his attack. As a result, his flesh was pierced by the black light that the second territory lord spat in his direction. Dense black ink strength lingered around his wound, quickly corroding his flesh. The territory lord was filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. He had known that his companion would suffer a miserable fate. Being ambushed by an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master at such a close distance, even an innate territory lord would suffer grave injuries if he survived at all. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling taken aback to see how easily his companion was slain. It was fortunate that he had injured the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with his counterattack. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's vulnerability, he threw his palm out at Yang Kai once more. He was merciless in his attack since he had no intention of trying to corrupt an Eighth Order Master with black ink strength. An Eighth Order human was not easy to corrupt. During all the years of war between the Black Ink clan and the human race, the number of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by black ink strength could be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them were only successfully corrupted because a royal lord had personally used the royal lord's secret technique on them. The territory lords might be powerful, but they could not corrupt an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with their black ink strength unless they continuously used it to corrode a human that was completely restrained. I have to kill this Eighth Order human quickly. Losing a fellow territory lord was not a glorious thing, but killing this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be enough to make up for the loss. At the same time that the territory lord attacked, the other humans aboard the first Baishi battleship sent out a barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques, accompanied by the momentary emergence of dragon and phoenix phantoms. The imposing dragon roar and striking phoenix cries sliced through the void with unparalleled speed and momentum. One such attack might be nothing to a territory lord, but 10 was another story. Even an innate territory lord would not dare to look down on the combined attacks of 10 Seventh-Order human masters, much less if there were several powerful divine spirits among them. These humans were feigning weakness earlier. The territory lord suddenly had a realization. He previously felt that these Seventh-Order humans were ridiculously weak, far more so than he had anticipated, but at this moment he suddenly realized the truth. It was not that these Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were weak, they were just acting on purpose so that he and his dead companion would drop their guard. This was a trap all along. The territory lord felt a chill shoot up his spine. Faced with the 10 secret techniques and divine abilities blasting towards him, he did not dare to be negligent in his defense and hastily took action to intercept these attacks. He had no time to bother about the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whom he injured earlier as, in reality, he did not know whether he could kill the other party even if he attacked again. That was because the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's expression did not change in the slightest even though his flesh had been pierced by a bolt of black ink strength. There was only a look of cold indifference on his face. In the next moment, The spear in the 8th Order human's hands transformed into a barrage of spear shadows that covered the entire sky as they rained down on the Territory Lord. Under normal circumstances, an innate Territory Lord would be strong enough to defend against the joint attack of 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, defending would be difficult if there were several powerful divine spirits among those 10 masters. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to join in, then even the strongest innate Territory Lord would panic. A violent force spread out in all directions, causing the void to distort and eventually shatter. Following the brief moment of confrontation, the 10 figures aboard the Baishi battleship were brutally shaken, and even the Baishi battleship itself was thrown backwards by the impact. Xianxia was also forced back, blood spurting wildly from his wounds. Likewise, the Territory Lord was in no better condition. After the violent barrage of attacks, his tall figure was left in tatters with countless wounds all over his body and black blood trickling from his wounds. His expression was terrified. The strength of these 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters exceeded his expectations, and the strength of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was extremely tyrannical. This human was no ordinary 8th Order Master, but instead one of their peak masters. Despite it being such a brief confrontation, the Territory Lord realized that he might not be able to defeat his opponent in a one-on-one battle, much less when the other party had 10 powerful 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assisting him. I have to flee as soon as possible. If not, I will definitely suffer a disastrous fate. The Territory Lord turned and sped towards his 3 other companions who were chasing after the other warship. Only by joining up with them as soon as possible could he escape his imminent death and retaliate against the enemy. In that fleeting moment, the Territory Lord decided to flee. Taking advantage of the moment when the Baishi battleship and Xianxia were thrown backwards by the clash, he transformed into black ink cloud with a shift of his body and tried to escape. Solidify! Xianxia's gaze remained cold, and following his shout, the surrounding space solidified, causing the speed of the black ink cloud to plummet, as if the Territory Lord was now trying to trudge through a quagmire. At the same time, aboard the Baishi battleship, the shadow of an enormous spider appeared behind Shanqing Luo. Moreover, there was a conspicuous crescent moon on the spider's forehead. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. When she opened her mouth, a spider web spewed forth to cover the Territory Lord. Numerous bursts of energy that were invisible to the naked eye simultaneously emerged in the surroundings. The energy radiated in all directions and quickly formed a shockingly large net with the Territory Lord in the center. The Territory Lord was already being restrained by space principles, so stuck in the spider web, he instantly felt excruciating discomfort as he struggled to escape with all his might. Before he could break free from the shackles, though, several figures charged towards him from different directions. Meanwhile, the dragon roar and the phoenix cry became louder. At the same time, a battle broke out on Dawning Light's side as Dawn couldn't escape with 3 Territory Lords pursuing them. The reason why 3 Territory Lords had split chased after Dawning Light was because there was an 8th Order Master aboard this warship. At this moment, Feng Ying had left Dawning Light to engage one of the Territory Lords in a one-on-one battle. Unfortunately, she had only advanced to the 8th Order recently, so her heritage was not very strong. A short battle was already enough to push her into a dangerous situation. Dawning Light was in an even more perilous state. With the strength of Dawn and the abilities of Dawning Light, they would stand a chance of repelling a single innate Territory Lord, but that was still nothing more than a chance. Now that 2 such Territory Lords were besieging them, they were no match whatsoever. The light of the warship's shields was becoming increasingly dim, and without its protection, Dawn would immediately be exposed to the attacks of the Territory Lords. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might be able to flee, but those below the 7th Order were doomed to die. Fortunately, Dawn knew that they were not the main force in this operation, so there was no need for them to fight the Territory Lords in desperation. They only needed to buy some time. The speed of the warship had already been pushed to its limits. Controlled by a group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, the warship was as agile as a fish in water, constantly changing directions to avoid the incoming attacks. Nevertheless, they could not escape the fate of being pummeled by the enemy. 30 breaths. That was the maximum amount of time that Dawning Light could hold out against the pursuit of 2 innate territory lords. Once 30 breaths were up, Dawn would be at risk of total annihilation. At the 15-breath mark, though, the commotion caused by the death of a territory lord spread out without warning. The members of Dawn were overjoyed knowing that Yang Kai had made his move. On the other hand, the expressions of the 2 territory lords chasing after Dawning Light changed drastically, and they turned to look in the direction where their companion had fallen, giving Dawning Light some time to catch their breath. The same was true for Feng Ying. She was at a complete disadvantage, so she had been struggling just to preserve her life. She even had the feeling that the time she could last against her enemy was shorter than Dawning Light. For an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like her who advanced less than 600 years ago, the gap in strength between her and an innate territory lord was simply too great. Although she would not be killed instantly, she was bound to die in a one-on-one battle. When Yang Kai made his first kill, though, the territory lord attacking Feng Ying was also affected. The 3 territory lords were shocked as they all wondered, what is happening over there? It had not been long since they split up, so how did one of their companions die? Immediately after that, they detected the fallout of a fierce battle coming from that direction and the aura of another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if it was another 8th Order Master that made a move, it should have been impossible for them to slaughter a territory lord in such a short time. Even an ambush would not work. What waste! Be it Feng Ying's opponent or the 2 territory lords chasing after Dawning Light, they cursed soundly in their hearts, and after a brief moment of shock, their subsequent attacks became more ruthless. Their companion was dead, so there was nothing they could do even if they rushed over. If their other companion wasn't a fool, then he would now be making his way towards them. There was no need to go and meet up with him. Besides, it was more important to deal with the humans before them. Just 10 breaths later, though, the fallout caused by the death of another territory lord appeared. The 3 surviving territory lords were now completely stunned. The death of their first companion might have been caused by carelessness, but what did the death of their second companion signify? What's more, the time between the deaths of their 2 companions was too short. Just who could have such impressive strength? Was it a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? But they did not detect the aura of a 9th Order human, only a single 8th Order Master. A powerful enemy. When Emo Na Yi asked them to come to Acacia territory as reinforcements, he mentioned that he was planning to deal with a powerful enemy. The 5 territory lords had not paid much attention to the issue, believing that the so-called powerful enemy was most likely just one of the strongest 8th Order human masters. After all, it was not like they had never fought such enemies before. They believed that Emo Na Yi was just worrying for nothing. There were already 5 territory lords in Acacia territory, so how could they not deal with a single 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? It was not until this moment that the 3 surviving territory lords understood the gravity of the situation. This was truly a powerful enemy indeed, one that could even frighten territory lords like themselves. Should we fight? Or should we flee? This new 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had slaughtered 2 territory lords in a very short time, so it was obvious that he was far stronger than any other 8th Order human they had ever met. However, he was bound to have paid a heavy price to achieve this. Hence, now might be the best time for them to eliminate him. Before the 3 territory lords could come to a decision, the territory lord fighting Feng Ying suddenly felt the space in front of him turning hazy for a moment as a blood-stained young man with a cold expression emerged before him. Martial Peak, Chapter 5544, Consecutive Kills. The murderous intent radiating from this human race master was practically tangible. Moreover, the spear in his hand was clearly stained with the fresh blood of a black ink clansman. This aura, isn't this the aura of the 8th Order human I sensed just now? The territory lord fighting with Feng Ying turned pale with shock. How did he arrive here so quickly? Despite his surprise, there was one thing that gave him a slight sense of relief. The other party seemed to be quite seriously injured. Yang Kai was indeed heavily wounded. For the sake of ending the previous battle as quickly as possible, he had ambushed and used a soul-rending thorn on the first territory lord. Unfortunately, he was pierced by a ray of black ink light shot by the second territory lord while he was focused on his first target. It was only thanks to his intrepid physique that Xianxia remained standing. If it had been an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead, they would have lost most of their combat ability by now. Afterwards, he cooperated with Yu Ru Meng and the others to slaughter the second territory lord in just 10 breaths of time. However, killing the second territory lord in such a short time was not without a cost. He did not use a soul-rending thorn to defeat the second territory lord, relying solely upon his immense strength in addition to the support of Yu Ru Meng and the others to restrain the enemy. As a result, Yu Ru Meng and the others were wounded in the battle. Likewise, Xianxia received additional injuries on top of his previous ones. It was fortunate that such wounds were not critical, and with his recovery abilities, they would not hinder him as long as he did not suffer a fatal blow. Xianxia had experienced countless battles of such intensity over the years, and one of the reasons he survived until today and managed to slaughter so many powerful foes was that he often was even more unrelenting and ruthless than his enemies. The second territory lord could be said to be very unlucky. A territory lord was hard to kill, and an innate territory lord was even harder to kill. If he had encountered another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master cooperating with Yu Ru Meng and the others instead, he would have had the chance to escape even if he could not defeat them. Even a master like Xianxia might not be able to stop an innate territory lord like him if he was determined to escape. Unfortunately for him, the person he encountered was none other than Xianxia, who was proficient in the Tao of Space. Under the effects of the space solidification, the territory lord had no hope of escaping, so what else was there for him other than to die in battle? Xianxia knew Dawn could not hold out for long, which was why he decided to end the battle as quickly as possible and without any regard for the cost. He could only unleash 3 soul-rending thorns in a row as it was too risky for him to do so a 4th time, but with the appearance of 5 territory lords, he became greedy and wanted to end all of their lives here today. That was why he refused to use his soul-rending thorns unless there was no other choice. Nevertheless, now was the right time to strike. Xianxia leapt across the void and arrived in a flash, then immediately unleashed a soul-rending thorn while the territory lord facing Feng Ying remained in shock. The territory lord's soul was instantly pierced, causing him to howl like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Furthermore, he was struck by the combined attacks of Xianxia and Feng Ying during the brief moment when the defenses of his soul were ripped apart. Feng Ying's divine manifestation emerged, and the myriad swords dragon enveloped her body. An overwhelming sword intent subsequently pierced towards the territory lord while a myriad of Tao strengths intertwined and interlaced around the azure dragon spear in Xianxia's hand. These 2 attacks practically blew apart the territory lord's body. However, he did not die. The death of his 2 companions might have caused him to be more vigilant, so he managed to survive even under such dire circumstances. Nonetheless, his aura weakened significantly. Xianxia was genuinely surprised as this was the first time he failed to kill his enemy after unleashing a soul-rending thorn, but regardless, he did not have the luxury to ponder over this anomaly. Dawn was in great danger at the moment, and if he did not head to their rescue soon, dawning light would be at risk of being blown to pieces. With a shift of his figure, Xianxia left the half-dead innate territory lord to Feng Ying and appeared in front of dawning light. At that very moment, the defensive light barrier around dawning light shattered to pieces. Led by Xianxia and the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the members of Dawn assembled on the deck and prepared themselves to fight the 2 territory lords to the death. Xianxia's arrival was just in time. Faced with the powerful joint attack of the 2 territory lords, Xianxia could not dodge as dawning light was right behind him. If he evaded the attacks, then the members of Dawn would surely suffer severe casualties. A great sun leapt into the sky as a golden crow cried out. Immediately after that, the full moon rose up as moonlight illuminated the void. Time principles and space principles wove together as the sun and moon shone simultaneously, causing profound space-time strength to permeate the world. The sun and moon immediately began to spiral forward like a giant top towards the two territory lords and swiftly enveloped them. In the next moment, a violent force erupted, and regardless of whether it was the two innate territory lords, Xianxia, or Dawning Light, all of them were overwhelmed by the explosion. Aboard Dawning Light, every single member of Dawn spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and their expressions became sluggish. Likewise, Xianxia's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. The two territory lords were in a state of utter shock. They had never seen such a mighty Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. Even though the other party was also wounded, their combined attack containing their full power was still blocked by the other party. The power of the divine ability unleashed by the other party earlier was so overwhelming that it simply seemed impossible to believe. Not just the raw force behind this attack, but the profound effect it had on both them and the world around them was beyond their ability to comprehend. Even after the shockwave had faded, the mysterious space-time strength lingering around their bodies left them feeling extremely uncomfortable. Do we fight? Or do we flee? This newly appeared human was too strong. If they could kill him here, then all the sacrifices they made in this battle would be worthwhile. Be that as it may, the other party did not seem like an easy target, and they were not sure if it was him or them who would die if they fought here today. At this moment, the two territory lords were certain that this person was the powerful enemy that Emo Nayi mentioned. Hence, they couldn't help cursing the latter in their hearts. Emo Nayi only mentioned that a powerful enemy might appear in Acacia territory but failed to give them any specifics. It was his fault that two of their companions had been killed. If Emo Nayi knew what they were thinking, he would have roared at the injustice. Information about Xianxia had come directly from profound nether territory where he had slain 3 territory lords in a single battle. It was later confirmed that he was the same human who caused a huge disturbance at the No-Return Pass. In response to this information, Emo Nayi decided to err on the side of caution and made an immediate request for 5 additional territory lords to be sent as reinforcements. He thought that 10 territory lords gathered together would be enough to defeat Xianxia. But who could have imagined that those 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements would encounter Xianxia before they even had the chance to meet up with the others? The fact that 5 territory lords would be killed one after another in this intense battle was a situation that the Black Ink clan never even dreamed of. Just as the 2 territory lords were hesitating over their decision, the commotion caused by the death of a 3rd territory lord came from nearby. It was Feng Ying who had slain her opponent. The 3rd territory lord was struck by Xianxia's soul-rending thorn just now and also suffered a joint attack from Xianxia and Feng Ying that blasted half his body away. Although he managed to survive that initial barrage, his strength had plummeted to the point where he had essentially lost all combat capability. Xianxia had to rescue Dawning Light, so he did not bother to stick around until the end of the battle. Naturally, Feng Ying exerted her full strength after his departure. She had been suppressed by her opponent and forced into a precarious situation earlier. However, the territory lord was no longer a match for her. There was no helping it as his injuries were too severe. It was already impressive that he could bring out half of his full strength. Under Feng Ying's fierce onslaught that completely disregarded the damage she sustained, the 3rd territory lord only managed to hold out for several breaths of time before he was slaughtered by her. This was her first time killing a territory lord with her own hands after she advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. However, it was not that impressive a feat as without Xianxia laying the foundation for her, she was the one who would have suffered a disastrous fate by now. Feng Ying did not stop there though. Clad in a layer of sword light, she immediately spun around after defeating her opponent and rushed towards Xianxia. The 2 remaining territory lords, who had been waffling over their decision to fight or flee, did not hesitate for a moment longer. They were not confident about defeating Xianxia in the first place, but not only was there another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master coming to join the fight, they also sensed the other warship rapidly closing in on them. Things would not end well for them if they were encircled by the enemy, hence, they immediately came to a decision. Their figures flashed, and they fled into the distance. Xianxia had taken precautions against their escape though, and seeing them flee, He surged his space principles and solidified the local space again. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe now and he was unable to smoothly mobilize his strength. If it were just one territory lord, he might have been able to restrain his opponent. However, the two territory lords cooperated and quickly broke open the blockade to escape. Yang Kai grit his teeth and raised his spear to pursue. It was not easy to come across the opportunity to slaughter a territory lord, so how could he give up so easily? Now that 3 out of 5 territory lords were dead, killing the last 2 territory lords would be much easier. Feng Ying followed closely behind while Yu Rumeng and the others, who were rushing to provide support, also hastily adjusted their course. Aboard Dawning Light, the members of Dawn quickly followed suit after suppressing their injuries. The 2 figures and 2 warships doggedly moved to intercept the 2 innate territory lords, and in the blink of an eye, they had already crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. The persistence of their pursuers enraged the 2 territory lords. They had never suffered such humiliation in all the years since they left the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. It's all the fault of that damn Mo for giving such an unclear message. We will make him pay for this. The 2 territory lords vowed in their hearts, but then, their expressions abruptly stiffened as they looked up and stared into the distance. There seemed to be an ambush in that direction. Numerous human race masters were waiting up ahead for them. At the same time, a majestic palace soared through the void. The palace was extremely simple-looking but had an ancient air about it. Moreover, there was a plaque above the main gates of the palace with the characters, "Flowing Time," emblazoned on it. 2 figures stood in front of the palace gates, a young man and woman both dressed in white. The young man and young woman stared at the approaching innate territory lords, but not only did they seem unafraid, they even seemed excited. It was almost as though they had caught a big fish in their net. They had clearly cultivated the same secret art, and under their joint efforts, the flow of time in the local region became distorted. From the enormous palace, 10,008 glowing grains of sand shot out and the 2 figures disappeared. The grains of sand flew towards the 2 territory lords and enveloped them, causing their sense of time to dramatically slow. It was the work of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. They were the inheritance disciples of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and ever since they inherited the Flowing Time Temple, they had been cultivating the Tao of Time diligently. In particular, the Tao of Time was Yang Zhao's bloodline talent, as he was part of the Dragon Clan. He could gain twice the result with half the effort when cultivating the Tao of Time, and thanks to his careful teaching and her innate talents, Yang Shui also shone brilliantly in this extremely esoteric Grand Tao. At present, their attainments in the Tao of Time had reached an incredible height. Nevertheless, they were not arrogant or overconfident. They knew that they were no match for a territory lord, so they did not attempt to actually harm the 2 territory lords. The gap in their strength was simply too wide for that to be a realistic plan. On the contrary, their goal was only to hinder the escape of the 2 territory lords. Even if they could only delay them for a single breath, it would be enough. If it were an ordinary Black Ink clansman, they would have had a hard time defending against such a mysterious secret technique. However, the strength of the 2 innate territory lords was enormous. There was no need for them to search for flaws in this secret technique to break through. They simply surged the Black Ink's strength in their bodies as they threw out a punch in unison. In the face of overwhelming force, all tricks and tactics become meaningless. With a single blow, the flying sand that covered the entire area abruptly recoiled, and the giant palace which had seemingly vanished reappeared and was sent tumbling through the void. Under the violent impact, the Flowing Time Temple rumbled loudly as countless cracks appeared all over it. Simultaneously, both Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were standing at the palace gates, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Martial Peak, Chapter 5545. There are 5 other territory lords? Impudence! One of the territory lords was livid. How dare a mere pair of humans in the 7th and 6th order block our way just because they have the support of mysterious secret techniques? Even if they did not dare to confront the 8th order Open Heaven Realm Master from earlier, how could they fail to defeat a 7th order and a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Just as they were about to unleash a barrage of ruthless attacks, a warship emerged from behind the flowing time temple and Zhao Ye's beautiful figure charged out. With an ice-cold expression on her face, she unleashed a barrage of spear shadows that pierced forward with an indomitable spirit. To her left, the honest-looking Zhao Yi channeled space principles into the spear, causing it to become even more blurred and unpredictable. From the right, time principles surged and gathered around Su Yi's body before he channeled them into Zhao Ye's spear like Zhao Yi had. Instantly, time principles merged with space principles to form a brand new form of strength. The three disciples were highly accomplished in their respective cultivation, and even though each of them had inherited a different Grand Dao from Yang Kai, the long years they spent together gave them an innate understanding and familiarity with each other's strengths. In turn, this allowed them to work together and achieve the perfect combination attack. This was a secret technique that the three of them developed to merge their strengths and defeat more powerful enemies. The burst of power unleashed by these three 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters was comparable to the attack of an ordinary 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, the spear technique had a clear semblance to the one Yang Kai had used. The two territory lords were horrified. Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Will had injured them earlier, and the space-time strength from that attack lingered around their bodies even now. Therefore, it came as a great shock for the combined attack of these three 7th-order humans to contain a trace of that same mysterious space-time strength. These three must be related to that 8th-order master from earlier. They are most likely master and disciples. They immediately made a swift decision in their hearts and unleashed a barrage of ruthless attacks. Under the effect of the violently surging black ink strength, Zhao Yi, and Su Yi convulsed as though struck by lightning. Their complexions turned deathly pale in an instant, and they each spat out a mouthful of blood. Without waiting for the enemy to strike again, Zhao Yi made a decisive move, wrapping his space principles around his junior brother and junior sister, then forcefully teleporting them 100,000 kilometers away. The secret technique unleashed by one of the territory lords blasted out only to hit empty space. Nevertheless, the fallout still swept over the trio and sent them flying even further away. At that moment, three more figures rushed out from behind the surging black ink strength. One of them was a small stone man leaping through the black ink cloud. He hammered his chest with his fists and gave a deafening roar. At the same time, his small body swelled rapidly and abruptly transformed into a towering giant. Divine Spirit Taiyu. Xiao swiped at the two territory lords but failed to grab them in his hands, though the reckless effort caused countless broken pieces of rock to tumble down his massive arms. This attack was followed up by a piercing phoenix cry as a scorching flame spread across the void. A fire phoenix emerged out of nowhere and opened its mouth to spew burning flames towards the two territory lords, warping the surrounding space with the intensity of their heat. Xianxia also charged forward, his figure darting about as his claws slashed out. Aboard the Baishi battleship, Xiao Hong and Xiao He used various secret techniques to bombard the enemy from range, while even Baishi's soul clone charged forward menacingly. The two territory lords were absolutely incensed now. This annoying band had hit them with a rapid succession of attacks, and as a result, they did not have time to catch their breath, annoying them greatly. Under normal circumstances, these attacks would not have fazed this pair in the slightest, but what was the current situation? They were desperately fleeing for their lives with two 8th-order masters and two incredibly powerful warships chasing after them. If they did not escape now, they would soon follow in the footsteps of their three other companions. Scram! One of the territory lords roared, causing a violent force to spread out in all directions. Xiao, Lu Yan, Xianxia, and even Baishi's soul clone were instantly sent flying and became dizzy from the impact. Although none of them were weak, there was still a significant gap between them and an innate territory lord. Hence, the all-out assault of the territory lords wiped out all their attacks in an instant and even struck them hard. Nevertheless, that was enough. In the brief moment their squad held back these two territory lords, Yang Kai, Feng Ying, Dawning Light, and the other Baishi battleship arrived and immediately surrounded the two territory lords from all sides. A huge battle immediately broke out with countless secret techniques and divine abilities blasted forth. Groans of pain could be heard among the numerous explosions as this confrontation was an all-out life-and-death battle where no one held anything back. All of a sudden, a hole opened in the encirclement. The two territory lords did not hesitate to seize the opportunity and escape through the gap. One of them fled so swiftly that he was a mere dot on the horizon in the blink of an eye. Even Yang Kai failed to stop his escape. On the other hand, the second territory lord was one step slower and Yang Kai's spear swept towards him before he could rush through the opening. "Stay behind!" A violent force erupted, forcing the territory lord to retreat helplessly in a fit of anger and frustration. He was instantly surrounded again. Yang Kai did not waste his time on this territory lord and hastily sent a divine sense transmission to Feng Ying. "I'll leave things here to you." Then he chased after the territory lord who fled earlier. With the combination of Feng Ying, Dawn, Yu Rumeng's squad, and the group of little ones, they were enough to compete against this territory lord. Besides, Yang Kai did not expect them to kill him, just keep him trapped here. He was going to kill the escaped territory lord first, then return to deal with the last one. Space principles fluctuated wildly as Yang Kai quickly closed in on the escaped territory lord. However, his expression changed drastically before he could attack the other party. At the edge of his divine senses perception range, he detected 5 mighty auras approaching rapidly from afar. "There are 5 more territory lords here?" Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. He had initially assumed that the 5 territory lords he encountered were the main force of the Black Ink clan in Acacia territory. Even if the 5 territory lords did not make up the entire force, they should account for most of it. After all, there were only so many territory lords, so they could not be mobilized easily. Who could have known that there would actually be 10 territory lords here? Yang Kai never even dreamed that Mo Na Yi, the territory lord who oversaw Acacia territory, would think so highly of him. After learning that Yang Kai had left Profound Nether territory and might be heading to Acacia territory, Mo Na Yi immediately called for reinforcements, but the 5 territory lords who came were extremely unlucky. Before they could meet up with Mo Na Yi, they encountered Yang Kai along the way. As a result, 3 of them were dead and the other 2 were wounded. While Yang Kai was stunned, Mo Na Yi was on the verge of spitting blood. If Mo Na Yi could gather the strength of 10 territory lords, then Yang Kai would not have been able to cause much trouble regardless of his immense strength. Information about Yang Kai came from Profound Nether territory, and after analyzing it, Mo Na Yi did not hesitate to double the number of territory lords for this mission. Unfortunately, the 5 territory lords who came as reinforcements seemed to be rather ignorant about Yang Kai, otherwise, they would not have suffered such heavy casualties. As soon as Mo Na Yi detected the traces of battle in this direction, he immediately led the 4 other territory lords over to provide support. He did not bother to bring any of his subordinates as, in a battle of this level, anybody who was not a territory lord would only end up dead. It was a pity that the commotion caused by the death of the 3rd territory lord spread out before they could arrive. There were now just 2 territory lords from their reinforcements left. From a distance, Mo Na Yi could see the distressed figure of the fleeing territory lord. Yang Kai's appearance was just as miserable as the fleeing territory lord, but the death of the latter's 3 companions left him with no courage to fight back alone. Who knows whether this human was deliberately acting weak to seek an opportunity to kill him? Upon detecting the auras of Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords, the fleeing territory lord was overjoyed and rushed towards them with all his might. "Protect your soul!" Mo Na Yi shouted a warning hastily. According to initial speculations, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master named Yang Kai had a secret technique that could severely injure his opponent's soul in an instant, allowing him to finish a one-on-one battle against a territory lord in a single move. Faced with an enemy like Yang Kai, it was vital for them to protect their souls in order to survive. The fleeing territory lord was no fool, so after hearing Mo Na Yi's warning, he recalled the scenes of his 3 companions' deaths earlier. Realization struck him suddenly, and he quickly surged his spiritual energy to protect his soul. "Bastard!" Yang Kai cursed in his heart. It would seem that he had used his soul-rending thorns too many times, which caused the territory lords to notice the flaw in this method. This was within his expectations though. Although the soul-rending thorn itself was practically invisible once activated, the large fluctuation of spiritual energy could not be hidden from those who were paying attention. Not only did he use his soul-rending thorns to consecutively kill so many territory lords, he also activated this secret technique right in front of the royal lord at the no-return pass. If the Black Ink clan failed to notice anything after so long, then something must be wrong with their heads. It was just that the soul-rending thorns were extremely overpowering because they were fueled by the sacrifice of part of Yang Kai's soul. Even if the territory lords defended themselves, they could not block out the effects completely. Nevertheless, Yang Kai no longer had the confidence to swiftly slaughter this fleeing territory lord. If he could not kill his opponent in one move, then his opponent would only need to restrain him for a moment before the other 5 territory lords arrived as reinforcements. Once that happened, the one stuck in an unfavorable situation would be him. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai thrust out his spear one last time before turning around without looking back. Since he could not slay his enemy, he decided to give up. Besides, there was another territory lord who was trapped behind him. Killing that territory lord would be good enough. The fleeing territory lord guarded his soul carefully after receiving Emona Ye's warning, but contrary to his expectations, it was Yang Kai's spear that stabbed forward and made a mess of his back. He cursed angrily in his heart, not knowing whether to thank Emona Ye or scold him. Emona Ye roared from the distance, "Stop him!" How could he bear to watch Yang Kai escape? 3 territory lords had been killed in such a short time, so it would be difficult for him to explain the situation to the higher-ups if they failed to kill Yang Kai here. Unfortunately, they were still some distance away. As such, he could only call out to the lone territory lord who was being chased by Yang Kai. That territory lord naturally ignored Emona Ye. It had not been easy for him to escape alive, so his top priority was to join up with his allies as quickly as possible. Staying alive was his primary objective now. If he turned around and pursued Yang Kai instead, he might find himself in a precarious situation if the latter was forced into a corner. Emona Ye and the others would not be able to rescue him in time. A short while later, the 6 territory lords gathered together and Emona Ye was practically spitting fire from his eyes. Glaring fiercely at the territory lord who looked scared after narrowly escaping death, he roared, "You Gong, are you deaf? I told you to stop him." The territory lord called Yu Gong sneered coldly in response, "If I had tried to stop him, I'd be dead by now. It's because you didn't see how easily he killed the others that you can even say something so stupid. If you saw what I saw back there, you'd run even faster than I did." Emona Ye ground his teeth in frustration. Nonetheless, now was not the time to quarrel among themselves. There was still the aura of another territory lord coming from up ahead and they had to rescue him as soon as possible, or it would be too late. "Follow him," he shouted before leading the other 5 territory lords and rushing forward. On the other side, the trapped territory lord was filled with rage. The people who had trapped him in this place could not be considered very strong. There was only one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them, and she was clearly not his opponent at all. Unfortunately, the other side had a massive numerical advantage, with almost 30 enemies on par with 7th Order Masters alone, many of whom were powerful divine spirits. Martial Peak, Chapter 5546, How can he be so strong? 2 other warships did not resemble ordinary warships. On the contrary, they seemed to be the incarnation of a divine spirit with extremely thick skin. Thanks to their strong defense, most of the attacks from the territory lord were successfully blocked by these 2 warships. As the saying went, a cornered beast will undoubtedly fight back. That was the best portrayal of the territory lord in his current situation. His numerous attempts to break free had been stopped by the forces surrounding him, hence, he was feeling very vexed. He initially rushed here in high spirits as reinforcements only to fall into such a miserable state not long after he arrived at Acacia territory. It would have been one thing if his opponent was a human race master he could not defeat. There was nothing much to complain about if his skills were inferior to the enemy. However, the key point was that these people were not such opponents. He could easily kill any one of them in a single blow if they were on their own, but they were extremely hard to handle when they teamed up against him. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning behind the human saying, "Two fists cannot not block 4 strikes." While he was fighting, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. It felt as though his soul had been sliced open by a mysterious force. The agony was not something he had ever experienced in his life, and for a time, he lost control of his strength entirely. Shit! The Territory Lord was panicking now. Any careless mistake could lead to eternal doom in a life-and-death battle, what more a sudden loss of strength due to damage to his soul. He knew that he had been ambushed, but he could not figure out how. In the next moment, countless attacks rained down on him from all directions, and under the violent and chaotic storm, his aura abruptly vanished without a trace. The 4th Territory Lord was dead. Only a cup of tea's time had passed since Xianxia began his assault, but in that short span, the fallout caused by the death of 4 Territory Lords had already spread throughout Acacia territory. Damn! Mo Na Yi, who was pursuing Xianxia, nearly went mad with rage. He had requested 5 Territory Lords as reinforcements, confident that 10 of them would be enough to defeat Xianxia. However, he never imagined that Yugong would be the only survivor out of the 5 sent in such a short time. For a time, he couldn't help feeling vexed. If he had known earlier, he would have brought the other Territory Lords to meet their reinforcements immediately. He had not expected Xianxia to arrive so quickly, or for the 5 Territory Lords he invited to die so easily. Yugong also had an ugly expression on his face, but a greater part of him was filled with relief. If not for his swift escape just now, the one being killed right now would have been him instead. That human! How can he be so strong? All the current innate Territory Lords came directly from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Seeing as every one of them was exceedingly powerful, they were confident and arrogant about their strength. They did not think highly of the 8th Order human masters, so only the 9th Order old ancestors could frighten them. It was not until today that Yugong finally learned something new. The 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not the only ones who could kill them. There was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose strength was beyond imagination. Let's go! On the battlefield ahead, Xianxia's complexion was deathly pale. He gave a low roar and activated space principles to envelope a large part of the void before hurriedly bringing the others with him in a quick escape. They had to flee now, otherwise, the tides would turn on them and the situation would be reversed. Although they had not suffered any casualties so far, every single one of them had been wounded in the battle and they could no longer exert their full strength. It was mostly thanks to fortuitous timing that they managed to slaughter 4 Territory Lords in a row, with the other reason being that these 5 Territory Lords had been overly careless. If they had not split up to chase after Dawning Light and the Baishi battleship, Xianxia would not have had the opportunity to make a move. With the deaths of 4 Territory Lords serving as an example, the other 6 would no longer be so easy to handle. If those 6 Territory Lords caught up to Xianxia and the others, Xianxia was the only one with the confidence to escape alive. The others would most likely lose their lives here, therefore, they had to escape immediately. The faster they fled, the better. Xianxia's head was aching after unleashing 3 soul-rending thorns in a row and fighting 4 Territory Lords to varying degrees, so it was very difficult for him to perform consecutive instantaneous movements with 3 whole squads in tow. Not to mention, the Dawn was a special operations squad, so instead of a dozen members, they had 50. The more people there were, the greater Xianxia's burden. If not for the time constraints, he would have preferred to open his small universe for the rest to enter, as that would have made things more convenient for him to escape. Fortunately, he was not the only person who was proficient in the Tao of space in this group. Zhao Yibai was Xianxia's first disciple. Having been born in Void World, he boasted an inherently high affinity with the Tao of space. Now that he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, his attainments in the Tao of Space were considered extraordinary even if he could not compare with his honored master. With Zhao Yibai's support, Yang Kai's burden was reduced significantly. Even though it was a long-awaited reunion between master and disciple, they were forced to flee for their lives before they could even reminisce about the past. In addition, Yang Kai was severely wounded in the previous battle, so it was only natural for Zhao Yibai to step up and contribute under such circumstances. Thus, he mustered all his strength and pushed his space principles to the limit. During the cat-and-mouse chase, they traveled across several tens of millions of kilometers. Behind them, Emonayi and the other territory lords were furious. They initially assumed that it would be easy for them to hunt down the weakened and injured humans, but who could have known that they would be left behind in the dust of their opponents instead? The royal lord was right. Yang Kai's ability to escape was unparalleled. It was no wonder that the royal lord himself was helpless against Yang Kai at the no-return pass. They are trying to escape from the great territory. One of the territory lords shouted. The direction in which Yang Kai and the others were escaping was obvious. They were heading towards one of the territory gates in Acacia territory, and their intentions were as clear as day. This was the most logical choice. With so many injured and 6 powerful territory lords chasing them from behind, it was only natural for Yang Kai's group to find a quiet place to reorganize themselves as soon as possible. Leaving the Great Territory was the best option as it would not be too late for them to return for revenge after they had recovered. Seeing as Yang Kai managed to kill 4 territory lords this time, he would surely have another opportunity to kill a few more once he was back at his peak. How many more territory lords in the Black Ink clan would he kill after that? By the time he finished terrorizing the Black Ink clan, the situation in Acacia territory would fall apart on its own. In your dreams, Emo Na-yi coldly snorted and hurriedly sent out a message. A short while later, a feudal lord with an impressive aura stood in front of the territory gate and shouted at the top of his voice, "Sir Emo Na-yi has issued a command. Several human race masters are heading in this direction, and we must stop them at all costs." The Black Ink clan army of 1,000,000 troops responded fervently and swiftly got into formation. This territory gate was the same one that Baishi's soul clone had wanted to escape with the little ones through, but what none of them knew was that the Black Ink clan had swiftly deployed an army of 1,000,000 troops to block this territory gate after Yang Kai entered Acacia territory. An hour later, a group of people swiftly approached the territory gate. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sea of Black Ink clansmen spreading out into the horizon. The Black Ink clan army stood strong outside the territory gate, forming a tight barricade around it. Looking at the scale, Yang Kai judged there to be at least 1,000,000 troops. Yang Kai could not help cursing at the sight as he wondered why there were so many Black Ink clansmen here. An army of 1,000,000 was certainly not small. Even if he did not detect the aura of a territory lord coming from that direction, it would not be easy for him to break through such a blockade. Besides, the Black Ink clan army was practically burning with fighting spirit. It was obvious that they had prepared themselves for an intense battle. The territory lords chasing from behind must have given them an order to fight to the death to stop them. "We can't head this way anymore." Under normal circumstances, it would not have been difficult for Yang Kai to break through the Black Ink clan army's barricade, even if they had 1,000,000 troops on their side. He had the confidence to succeed, eventually, but the circumstances this time were different. 6 territory lords were chasing after him, so even a slight delay would lead to a disastrous end. Damn it, why are there so many Black Ink clansmen in Acacia territory instead of on the front lines of the war? Helpless, Yang Kai could only change direction and speed towards the next nearest territory gate. One day later, Yang Kai nearly thought that he had gone back to the same territory gate when he arrived at the second one and saw another 1,000,000-strong Black Ink clan army. What's going on? It's just Acacia territory. Isn't this an insignificant place? Even if there are human race survivors trapped here, is there a need for the Black Ink clan to mobilize so much manpower? Or could it be because of me? At this moment, Yang Kai had the vague realization that the unexpected incidents in Acacia territory were related to him, and he was correct. In the beginning, the Black Ink clan only planned to use the human refugees trapped in Acacia territory to lure out some hunters and did not deploy many troops or masters here. After all, 100,000 troops was more than enough to block a territory gate, as the human masters they were expecting to face weren't that strong or united. After receiving the news from profound nether territory though, Emonayi deduced that Yang Kai would most likely appear in Acacia territory. Hence, he hastily mobilized the armies from the nearby Great Territories and invited 5 additional territory lords over as reinforcements. That was how the current lineup was formed. It would now seem that he indeed had great foresight. With 1,000,000 troops guarding each territory gate, even Yang Kai would not dare to force his way through under the current circumstances. There were 5 territory gates in Acacia territory, but based on the situation at the 2 consecutive territory gates he visited, Yang Kai felt there was no need to check the situation at the 3 other territory gates. It was almost a given that the Black Ink clan would also have heavy defenses around those territory gates. At this point, Yang Kai was barely holding on, while Zhao Yibai was about to reach his limits. He was wounded in the first place, so after supporting Yang Kai for so long, the burden was too much for him. It was just that he had a stubborn personality, so even though he was as pale as a sheet, he did not utter a single complaint. "Hurry up and enter my small universe." In the middle of their escape, Yang Kai shouted and opened the portal to his small universe. At this point, he had no choice but to gamble. Once Zhao Yibai became exhausted, he would have to facilitate the escape of so many people with his strength alone. Under those circumstances, it would only be a matter of time before their enemies caught up to them. When Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe, the others did not hesitate and quickly poured inside. During this brief delay, the 6 territory lords pursuing them quickly closed the distance, with Emonai looking overjoyed as he roared, "Humans! Today you die!" Immediately after that, the 6 territory lords joined forces and attacked in unison. The surging Black Ink strength caused both Yang Kai and Feng Ying to cough up blood. Even Yang Kai's small universe was shaken by the aftermath because he failed to close the portal in time. Fortunately for him, nothing serious happened, since there was a world tree clone in his small universe to shelter it from external forces. Otherwise, the impact would have been enough to put his small universe at risk of destruction. The others, including Bai Shi's soul clone, could enter Yang Kai's small universe to hide, but Feng Ying could not. That was because she was also in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, the same as Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Feng Ying's injuries became increasingly severe, but before the 6 territory lords arrived, Yang Kai grabbed Feng Ying and vanished from the spot with a flash. It was a pity they could not run very far before the territory lords would track down their location and pursue them again. Yang Kai swore fiercely in his heart, "Just you wait. I will definitely pay you back for this humiliation one day." Seeing as the Black Ink clan army had blockaded 2 territory gates, the same was most likely true for the remaining 3. In other words, there was no way for them to leave Acacia territory. In addition to the pursuit of the 6 territory lords, they were in a desperate situation indeed. At this moment, there was only one place left for them to go. Upon making his decision, Yang Kai focused on making his escape. Compared to how mighty he seemed earlier when he slaughtered those territory lords, he was now fleeing with his tail between his legs. It truly was the perfect example of karmic retribution. Now that the tides of fortune had turned on him, he was helpless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5547, Can't Run Anymore? They're heading towards the Universe Cave Heaven. One of the territory lords quickly figured out Yang Kai's intentions. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heading towards the location of a Universe Cave Heaven in Acacia territory. It was also the place where the other human refugees in Acacia territory were hiding at the moment. The Black Ink clan only came across this place by accident. The main reason was that the human race masters left the Universe Cave Heaven to investigate the situation in Acacia territory and accidentally revealed their whereabouts. That was how they were targeted by the Black Ink clan. A Universe Cave Heaven was generally hidden in the void, so if one did not know its precise location and the method to open its portal, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to discover. Even a territory lord was no exception to this rule. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, there were numerous universe paradises and universe cave heavens scattered around each great pass thanks to the innumerable human race masters who died in battle. It was a pity that nobody could open these universe paradises and universe cave heavens. In the end, Yang Kai took matters into his own hands and opened these portals. His actions allowed various great passes such as Blue Sky Pass and Yin-Yang Pass to set up traps and ambushes in these locations. It was thanks to this method that they massacred large numbers of Black Ink clansmen. At present, a Black Ink clan army was standing guard outside the universe cave heaven. They had no intention of attacking, only forming a siege around the trapped humans inside to lure out hunters who came here to rescue them. The humans hiding in the universe cave heaven did not dare to emerge carelessly. After all, there was no particularly strong master among their ranks. Now that they were besieged by the Black Ink clan, they could only wait for their deaths. Thus, they passed each day in fear and anxiety. If the location of the universe cave heaven had not been exposed, then they would not have faced any trouble whatsoever. No matter how many Black Ink clansmen there were, the enemy would not be able to figure out the location of the universe cave heaven if they were not proficient in the Tao of space. Unfortunately, the location of the portal had been exposed, so it was now very easy for the Black Ink clan to attack them. They only needed enough Black Ink clansmen to unleash a fierce onslaught in the direction of the portal to shatter the void and force it open. There was no need for too many Black Ink clansmen. In fact, if 2 innate territory lords joined forces, it would only take them about half a day to forcefully break open the portal. At that time, none of the humans hiding within would survive. It was only because the Black Ink clan wanted to use these humans here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible that those inside the universe cave heaven hadn't been wiped out a long time ago. The Black Ink clan army was heavily guarding all 5 territory gates in Acacia territory at the moment. In addition, there were 6 territory lords doggedly chasing after Yang Kai and Feng Ying. For Yang Kai, there was only one place they could go to seek shelter under these circumstances. He knew about the location of this universe cave heaven as, before departing for Acacia territory, he had already gathered all the necessary information regarding the situation here. However, he only knew the general position and not the exact location of the universe cave heaven. That was not a problem though, for he was a master of the Tao of space. Besides, if his guess was right, there would be a Black Ink clan army standing guard outside the portal. He only needed to find the location of that Black Ink clan army to find the location of the portal. Right now, he could only hope that there were not many enemy troops stationed outside the universe cave heaven. If the Black Ink clan had another army of 1,000,000 troops waiting there, he would be in trouble. Regardless, Yang Kai had no time to consider these matters. His greatest priority was figuring out a method to create some distance from their pursuers. He would need some time to open the portal when he arrived there, so if the territory lords chasing him were too close, he would not have enough time to work. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, an idea formed in Yang Kai's heart. He excelled at shaking off pursuers. Back when he caused such a huge commotion at the no-return pass, even a royal lord could not do anything to him, so what were a few innate territory lords worth? It was just that his injuries made manipulating space principles difficult. Otherwise, with only Feng Ying traveling with him, he could have flung off his pursuers a long time ago. A short while later, Yang Kai and Feng Ying abruptly split up and fled in 2 different directions. The 6 territory lords chasing behind them were momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events before Mo Na Yi gave a low roar, split up and chased them. The 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were heavily wounded, so Mo Na Yi refused to let a single one escape alive. Yu Gong suddenly noticed that the scene in front of him felt very familiar, and upon further consideration, he realized something. Isn't this the same situation I encountered when I was traveling with the 5 territory lords who came here as reinforcements? At the time, the 2 warships abruptly separated and escaped in different directions. The 5 territory lords responded by dividing their forces and giving chase. In the end, Yang Kai hid in the shadows and took the opportunity to ambush them. It's the same thing all over again. This must be part of that human schemes. After suffering a terrible loss earlier, Yugong was very wary of Yang Kai. Thus, he immediately objected, "We must not split up. We will be defeated by that human one by one if we do so." Emonai glanced over at Yugong coldly, disdain overflowing from his eyes. How dare he question my decision at such a critical juncture? Split up and give chase. Protect your soul so that you don't end up being ambushed by him. Time was running out, so Emonai had no time to waste on Yugong and simply repeated his orders with greater emphasis. Yang Kai's strength was terrifying indeed, but even he had his limits. As long as they took the necessary precautions, it would not be difficult to deal with him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 territory lords divided into 2 groups. One group chased after Yang Kai while the other pursued Feng Ying. Yugong stuck tightly to Emonai's side. Among all the territory lords present, Emonai was the strongest. If any unexpected situations were to occur, he was certain that staying by Emonai's side would be the safest option. How could Emonai fail to realize what Yugong was thinking? The very thought enraged him. Has Yugong been scared out of his wits? How is he also considered an innate territory lord? How embarrassing! However, now was not the time for internal squabbles. Their top priority was to eliminate the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. As for Yugong, he would be sent back to the no-return pass to receive his punishment after this incident. Territory lords were also needed to oversee the Black Ink clan's new conquests, so with Yugong being heavily injured, it would be just right for him to be stuck with such a tedious mission. Observing the figure that flickered around from time to time in a frantic attempt to escape, Emonai's expression turned gloomy. How could he fail to see that Yang Kai was heavily injured? That might be the reason why Yang Kai could not completely escape their pursuit. After all, according to the information from the no-return pass, he was perfectly capable of escaping the pursuit of the royal lord. There was no reason why he would have such a hard time with the pursuit of mere territory lords. This time, we might have the chance to eliminate him once and for all. No, we must get rid of him now. If we miss this opportunity, then we will never have such a good opportunity again. Emonai made a swift decision and put more effort into chasing Yang Kai. 10 breaths later, both parties traveled several 100,000 kilometers when all of a sudden, Yang Kai's fleeing figure distorted and disappeared without any warning. This situation had already been repeated many times, so Emonai did not panic. He immediately released his divine sense and investigated his surroundings. It didn't take long before he found Yang Kai's whereabouts, but frowning, he turned to look in a certain direction and discovered that Yang Kai had joined up with that woman again. What the hell is he doing? If he wants to flee separately, then why did he meet back up with her? Unable to understand Yang Kai's intentions, he could only lead Yugong and the other territory lords in that direction. Emonai could not understand Yang Kai's intentions, but for Yang Kai, the truth was simply that he could not remain separated any longer. Feng Ying would be in danger if he did not return. He could make use of space principles which allowed him to swiftly escape, but Feng Ying could not. Her strength was inferior in the first place, and her speed could not compare with the 3 territory lords pursuing her. In just a few breaths of time, the distance between Feng Ying and the 3 territory lords chasing behind her was already at the limits. If Yang Kai did not return, she would have been in trouble by now. When Yang Kai returned to Feng Ying's side, he immediately surged his world force to wrap around her. Then he continued running forward with her. After running together for some time, they separated again. This time around, the 3 territory lords chasing behind them were dumbfounded. When Yang Kai and Feng Ying separated for the first time, the 6 territory lords had no trouble splitting up to give chase. However, there were only 3 of them here right now. How were they supposed to divide their forces? Faced with an opponent like Yang Kai who could cut down a territory lord as though he was reaping wheat, who would dare to act alone? Whoever dared to move alone was bound to die. They finally figured out Yang Kai's plan at this moment. Even Emonai, who was rushing over in a hurry, realized what Yang Kai was aiming for and shouted from afar, "Forget Yang Kai. Chase the woman." There were 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, But while Yang Kai was difficult to handle, could the same be said for the human woman? They only needed to keep a close watch on the woman. After all, Yang Kai would never choose to escape alone. As long as they caught up to her, then she was as good as dead. The three territory lords stopped hesitating and immediately chased after Feng Ying. Meanwhile, Mo Na Yi changed directions and went after Yang Kai instead. A short while later, Yang Kai joined up with Feng Ying again and desperately escaped with her, but it was not long before they went their separate ways once more. Paltry tricks. Mo Na Yi coldly snorted. He firmly believed that Yang Kai was doing this in an attempt to separate them. Under these circumstances, there was no need to bother about Yang Kai though, it was enough for them to just pursue the woman. Yang Kai must be out of tricks. How can he keep repeating such obvious and childish tactics? It's not like I'm a fool. How could I fail to notice what he was up to? The same situation repeated a few more times. Be that as it may, the two groups of territory lords maintained their targets without wavering. One group of three chased after Feng Ying while the other chased after Yang Kai. An hour later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned to look back at his pursuers after repeatedly separating from and meeting back up with Feng Ying over a dozen times. Is he not escaping anymore? He must be unable to run any further. The territory lords were overjoyed. If they had to be honest, it was extremely exhausting for them to chase after somebody like Yang Kai, who was so excellent at escaping. The most important point was that they couldn't even catch him, which was an extremely annoying and vexing situation. However, Yang Kai was no longer trying to run. What did that mean? That meant that he no longer had the strength to flee and was preparing to fight to the death. Were the territory lords afraid of him? If they were alone, then they had to admit that they were scared of him. After all, it only took a moment for Yang Kai to slaughter a territory lord. His explosive power was terrifying. But now, there were 6 territory lords in 2 groups of 3. What was there to fear? As long as they guarded their souls carefully, then Yang Kai was no match for them whatsoever. Compared to the endless cat-and-mouse chase, they preferred to fight Yang Kai face to face. The distance between both parties closed swiftly, but be that as it may, Mo Na Yi did not relax his vigilance. While gathering his power, he sent a divine sense transmission to the other territory lords. Remain cautious. We should attack in unison. It would be best if we could kill him in one blow. The rest of the territory lords nodded in agreement and quietly prepared themselves. In the void up ahead, Yang Kai looked at the 2 groups of territory lords approaching him from both sides and snickered, "See you later." After saying that, the space around him warped. Is he running again? Furious, Mo Na Yi roared, "Attack!" 6 mighty attacks blasted towards Yang Kai from 2 different directions. Black ink strength surged as it reached its target, erupting with a violent explosion. Without waiting for the dust to settle, Mo Na Yi spread out his divine sense and investigated the surroundings, but found nothing at all. He had previously been able to locate the other party's whereabouts almost immediately after Yang Kai escaped, but this time, there was no trace of him or his female companion at all. Mo Na Yi looked up again and saw that the void in the direction they had attacked had collapsed. The destructive power of the joint strike of 6 territory lords was overwhelming. Even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would not choose to take such an attack directly. It was not that an old ancestor could not withstand such a blow, but that they did not need to do such things. As for an 8th Order human, this impact was more than enough to destroy their body. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-48 Hunters. Is he dead? Yu Gong murmured under his breath in disbelief. Yang Kai and that woman had completely vanished without a trace. Even expanding his divine sense to its limits, he could not sense the slightest trace of aura from them. Did that powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who killed 4 out of 5 territory lords in less than a cup of tea's time, die just like that? Is he really dead? Was he blown apart to the point where not a single bone remained? That can't be right. He suddenly realized something. The death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was bound to cause a large disturbance. Having killed countless human race masters on the battlefield, Yu Gong knew that upon death, the small universe of an open heaven realm master violently ruptured more often than not, and the greater their strength, the greater the commotion caused by this explosion. Even if their small universe did not rupture though, it would still appear briefly before burrowing into the void and becoming a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. It was true that Yang Kai and the woman had vanished without a trace, but there were no accompanying signs to indicate their deaths. Even Yu Gong had figured out this point, so naturally the others had their doubts as well. Mo Na Ye's expression was extremely solemn. His divine sense spread out like a tidal wave, constantly exploring into the distance, yet he still failed to detect Yang Kai's whereabouts. There were only two possibilities that could explain this situation. The first possibility was that Yang Kai was dead, but that was extremely unlikely. The second possibility was that Yang Kai was outside his detection range. One of the territory lords stepped forward to examine the scene, and it didn't take long before he shook his head and announced, "There are no signs of blood. He probably survived." At this moment, Mo Na Ye sensed something. Turning his head to look in a certain direction, he cursed vehemently, "Bastard!" He finally discovered some unusual spatial fluctuations that were very familiar to him at an extremely distant point. They were the traces left behind whenever Yang Kai activated space principles. How did he teleport that far? He simply could not understand. Having seen the way Yang Kai escaped earlier, Mo Na Ye could tell that Yang Kai was heavily wounded. The distance Yang Kai's figure could teleport had also been quite limited all this time. However, now, Yang Kai had managed to flee to a place that was beyond his detection range in a single leap. That was why he failed to detect the other party's whereabouts immediately. He's heading towards that universe cave heaven again. After him. Mo Na Ye was livid. Rallying the other territory lords, he sped in the direction where the universe cave heaven was located. At the same time, he sent a message to the Black Ink clan army and ordered them to form a heavy guard around the portal. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai to enter that universe cave heaven. At this moment, Yang Kai was urging his power to wrap around Feng Ying while fleeing desperately. He even coughed up blood from time to time. His injuries were severe in the first place, and after the latest battle of wits, his wounds had only worsened. It was lucky that he managed to escape the pursuit of the 6 territory lords with the help of a space beacon, otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble by now. Mo Na Ye had wrongly assumed that Yang Kai was trying to divide the territory lords by repeatedly separating and meeting back with Feng Ying. The truth was far from that. After suffering the previous losses, how could the territory lords dare to act alone so easily? Yang Kai was simply heading off to secretly place space beacons. The tiny space beacons were very difficult to detect unless one was carefully searching for them. Back at the no-return pass, Yang Kai had used a space beacon to escape the pursuit of the royal lord and even wheel around to attack again. His actions had thrown the entire no-return pass into a fog of gloom. He had used the same trick today and successfully escaped from the 6 territory lords pursuing them. Nevertheless, time was short as territory lords had great speed. If Yang Kai failed to enter the universe cave heaven before the 6 territory lords caught up again, the situation would become dire. At the moment, he might not have the strength to kill a territory lord even if they met alone. If he disregarded the consequences and used a 4th soul-rending thorn, he might stand a chance. However, the greater likelihood was that he would become delirious. He could not take such a huge risk. Therefore, he had to enter the universe cave heaven to recuperate as soon as possible. As to whether or not he could successfully enter the universe cave heaven, Yang Kai himself was not confident. After all, he did not know how many troops the Black Ink clan had stationed there. He could only hope that there were not too many. An hour passed, and from a distance, Yang Kai saw a Black Ink clan army forming a tight blockade around a certain spot in the void. Moreover, the auras of numerous feudal lords flared majestically. It's here! They had finally arrived at the location of the universe cave heaven in Acacia territory. What gave Yang Kai a sense of relief was that not too many Black Ink clan troops had been deployed here, only 100,000 or so. Although there were many feudal lords, it was still a far cry from the million-strong force posted at the 5 territory gates. In truth, Yang Kai had already guessed that not many Black Ink Clan soldiers would be stationed here. The Black Ink Clan wanted to use the trapped human refugees here as bait to lure out as many hunters as possible, so they had put on a good show. If there were too many troops stationed here, then the hunters would not take the bait. 100,000 troops was neither too many nor too few. Be that as it may, it was enough to build a solid defense around the universe cave heaven, yet still tempting enough for the courageous and daredevil hunters to risk the danger. Unbeknownst to Yang Kai, if news of his departure from profound nether territory had not spread, then only 600,000 Black Ink Clan troops would have been stationed across the entire Acacia territory. The initial deployment was 100,000 troops at the Universe Cave Heaven and another 100,000 at each of the 5 territory gates. It was Emo Na Yi who immediately mobilized all the available troops from the surrounding great territories after hearing that Yang Kai might come to Acacia territory. That was the reason why there were armies of at least 1 million standing guard at the territory gates. The individual strengths of the Black Ink clansmen here varied greatly, but most of them were nothing more than cannon fodder. If not for their overwhelming numbers, it would be impossible for them to stop the advance of a vicious fiend like Yang Kai. Furthermore, Emo Na Yi made sufficient preparations. Not only did he mobilize the nearby armies to increase his available forces, but he also requested the support of 5 additional territory lords including Yugong. It was a pity he failed to predict that Yugong and the others would have such poor luck. All the reinforcing territory lords besides Yugong were killed almost as soon as they arrived in Acacia territory, and Yugong was now essentially traumatized by the enemy. The Black Ink Clan army of 100,000 had received the message from Emo Na Yi in advance, so they knew that 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were coming to attack. As a result, the feudal lords in the lead were extremely nervous. If not for fear of being held responsible for this incident, they would have fled by now. At this moment, Yang Kai and Feng Ying were charging forward with a ferocious momentum, so how could the Black Ink Clan fail to notice them? Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. They might not be worthy opponents, but Emo Na Yi had ordered them to keep the enemy busy at all costs. 6 territory lords would arrive soon. An army of 100,000 trying to hold back 2 heavily injured 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters should not be an issue. Probably. Without waiting for Yang Kai and Feng Ying to approach, one of the feudal lords in the lead gave a loud shout. "The humans are coming! Stop them!" The words had just left his mouth when the 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the distance suddenly appeared right in front of him. The man covered in bloodstains reached out a hand and grabbed him. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning around him and his vision turning upside down. Yang Kai held up the feudal lord's head and tossed it aside with a cold snort. It was bad enough that he was being chased by 6 territory lords, but how dare a mere feudal lord challenge him? Who else was he supposed to slaughter if not that particular feudal lord? Beside Yang Kai, Feng Ying summoned her divine manifestation as 10,000 sword waves gathered and transformed into the myriad swords dragon. Unleashing her power in all directions, she massacred countless Black Ink clansmen in an instant. While she might be inferior to an innate territory lord, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have no problem dealing with these Black Ink clansmen that were no stronger than feudal lords. A portal to Yang Kai's small universe appeared behind him, and the 3 warships he sheltered inside sailed out grandly. "Kill!" Shen Ao yelled from where he stood on the battered dawning light. Following a slash of his sword, Blood Crow and the others attacked in unison. The other 2 warships had already received instructions from Yang Kai in advance and split up and moved in 2 different directions, decimating the Black Ink clansmen and preventing any chance of them coordinating their response. Since the Black Ink Clan army was stationed here, then the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven must be located somewhere nearby. As for the exact location, Yang Kai would need some time to search. After all, he had never been here before. The 3 warships contained nearly 30 7th Order level masters. Combined with Feng Ying, they surrounded Yang Kai and massacred all the enemies within range. The Black Ink Clan army were mowed down like wheat in a field, and even the feudal lords were rapidly being culled. The sudden outbreak of battle stunned the numerous figures who were hidden in the void. These people were the hunters who had been lured over. They formed groups of around 5 people each, with the largest being 10 people in total. The Black Ink Clan's plan was very successful. When they actively leaked the news about the trapped humans in Xianxia territory, many hunters from the nearby Great Territories snuck in hopes of rescuing their trapped compatriots. Before Yang Kai's arrival, many battles had already erupted across Xianxia territory. Leaving aside others, even Yang Zhao's squad had encountered several Black Ink Clan patrols. They had killed numerous enemies and even rescued a few hunters whose whereabouts had been exposed. Despite these losses, Mo Na Yi and the other territory lords had remained in hiding, causing the hunters to mistakenly assume that there were no Black Ink Clan masters in Xianxia territory. Hence, they quickly gathered around the vicinity of the Universe Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, a Black Ink Clan army of 100,000 was quite a large force, too much for a few lone hunters to oppose, so they had been trying to make contact with those hiding in the Universe Cave Heaven. If they could coordinate a joint attack with the humans inside the Universe Cave Heaven, they might be able to destroy the blockade and seek a way out. Unfortunately, their efforts had shown no progress after so long. Not daring to act recklessly, these hunters had remained in hiding and waited for an opportunity. In the end, they managed to wait until Yang Kai arrived. As soon as the battle broke out, the black blood flowed like rivers. The hunters hidden in the shadows were surprised and excited by this sudden development. What surprised them was that somebody had dared to charge into battle against the Black Ink Clan army of 100,000. On the other hand, what excited them was that the power emanating from the attacking party was very high. This kind of strength could only be shown by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. For a time, various messages spread across the void. Most of the hunters were in contact with each other already, but they had not gathered together out of fear that they might be completely wiped out by the Black Ink Clan. If they were scattered around, the risk of annihilation was lowered. It would not matter too much if one of their parties were found by the enemy, as the others could take that opportunity to ambush their enemies and provide support. What's going on? Why did a battle break out without any warning? Did you detect the energy fluctuations of an 8th Order Master? There is indeed an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master there. A division commander must have come forward. The news about what happened here must have spread to the outside. I knew the Supreme Headquarters would not ignore the situation in Xianxia territory. They must have sent some experts to rescue them. Could this be part of the Black Ink Clan schemes? It's strange that there are trapped humans in Xianxia territory. If this is all a big conspiracy, then they must be tempting us to reveal ourselves. Bullshit. What schemes are you talking about? Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has made an appearance. How can you claim that it's a conspiracy? Don't tell me you're insinuating that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is a Black Ink disciple. It's not impossible. The Black Ink Clan has one remaining Royal Lord. The Royal Lord's secret technique is not something an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master can resist. They are people from the Star Boundary. I saw Yang Xiao and the others. Do you see that white dragon? That's Yang Xiao. He is part of the Dragon Clan. One of the hunters who was previously rescued by Yang Xiao and the others sent the voice transmission. The High Heaven Palace squad? Is it really them? In that case, there's no problem. The hunters were not completely isolated from each other, and many even kept in contact, and among them, the High Heaven Palace squad was quite famous. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5549, A Turtle Hiding in Its Shell? The Star Boundary was currently the most important stronghold of the entire human race. Likewise, High Heaven Palace was also very well known. Yang Xiao and the others who came from High Heaven Palace were extremely strong, so they were naturally famous among the hunters. Not to mention, quite a lot of the hunters hiding in the shadows here had been rescued by the High Heaven Palace squad in the past. After realizing that the attacking party was none other than the High Heaven Palace squad, the hidden hunters no longer hesitated. Everyone, when else will we fight if not now? One of the hunter squads leapt out impatiently. It was hard to tell which great force the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master in the lead came from, but he gave a loud shout and rushed ahead with his companions, evidently planning to help out in the battle. It was certainly impossible for stray soldiers like themselves to contend against the Black Ink Clan army of 100,000. However, the current situation was different. 2 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were taking the lead, and 3 extremely powerful squads were with them. If they stepped forward at this time, they would be just in time to help. They had been waiting for so many days just for the sake of an opportunity like this after all. Kill! With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed. In an instant, numerous hunter squads revealed themselves from the shadows. Some raised their arms above their heads and shouted with great fighting spirit. Some remained silent, but their murderous intent blazed around them. "What a bunch of fools!" One of the other hunters lamented. "Why are they making such a racket? Isn't it better for us to sneak up and catch the enemy by surprise?" This person was clearly used to acting stealthily, thus, he was very annoyed by the actions of the other squads who revealed their whereabouts. Despite his complaints, he also rushed forward with the rest of them. There was no helping it. Everybody had already revealed themselves, so there was no point if he alone remained hidden. Out of the Black Ink Clan army of 100,000, more than 10% of them died in just 10 breaths of time. Leaving aside an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Feng Ying, the other 3 squads were also filled with talented people and there was no lack of 7th Order level masters among them. On the other hand, there were no territory lords in this Black Ink Clan army. The feudal lords were their strongest masters here, so faced with so many human powerhouses, they could only wait to be slaughtered despite having the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. It was important to note that this situation was playing out under the premise that everybody was already injured. If they were at their peak strength, then they would have butchered the Black Ink clansmen even faster. Yang Kai did not make a move as he had to find the location of the portal to the Universe Cave Heaven as soon as possible and open it. Only then could he enter the Universe Cave Heaven to recuperate from his injuries. The energy in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, which made it slightly harder for him to search for the portal. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of Space were extraordinary, so it was not difficult for him to find what he was looking for as long as he concentrated. A short while later, Yang Kai figured out the general location of the portal. The next steps were simple as he only needed to manipulate space principles to force open the gateway. Having done similar actions many times in the past, this was not difficult for Yang Kai. Before he could open the portal though, he suddenly perceived something and turned to look around. Streams of light were rushing over from all directions. Some of them were yelling loudly while others were unleashing fierce murderous intent. Hunters. He quickly figured out their identity. These hunters had been hiding in the shadows, but seeing the battle break out, they immediately revealed themselves. It was clear that they were here to help. Moreover, their numbers were not low. There were at least 1,000 of them altogether. With so many people whose strengths were fairly impressive, they were enough to form a battalion on their own. They had chosen not to enter the formal army, refusing to fight the Black Ink Clan on the dozen or so frontline great territories. This was not due to their fear of death though. If they feared death, they would not have chosen to become hunters. The dangers that hunters faced were no less than the dangers of fighting on the front lines. In fact, fighting on the front lines was not very dangerous as long as the army did not collapse. On the other hand, hunters were bound to die if they accidentally encountered a large Black Ink Clan army or a territory lord. It was just that everybody had their own way of living. Some preferred a life of excitement, some were not suitable for large-scale military operations, and some believed that hunters had higher chances of obtaining more resources to increase their strength. There were many different reasons for their choices, but regardless of their motives or methods, they were fighting the Black Ink Clan and contributing to the future of the human race. At this moment, these hunters leapt out from the shadows just when Yang Kai and Feng Ying were leading their 3 squads against the enemy. It could be said that their arrival was extremely timely. A short while later, the hunters who rushed out from all directions joined the battle. The situation of the Black Ink Clan army became worse and worse as a result, and the 100,000 troops reduced in numbers at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai ignored the massacre around him. At this moment, he was manipulating space principles to forcibly open the portal of the universe cave heaven. Thanks to his efforts, a spinning vortex gradually appeared in the void. The vague aura of another world wafted from within. The vortex seemed slightly turbulent when it first appeared. However, it did not take long for it to stabilize completely. Yang Xiao enter. Yang Kai shouted. Yes. Yang Xiao, who was killing an enemy, quickly agreed before he rushed into the portal. At the same time, the trapped humans inside the universe cave heaven were staring at the vortex that was gradually emerging in the void with solemn expressions. The portal was being forced open. For them, that was extremely bad news. The reason they were safe and sound was that the portal to the universe cave heaven had remained closed all this time. They had a chance of survival if they remained hidden inside the universe cave heaven, but the Black Ink clan would surely pour into the universe cave heaven now that the portal was forcibly opened. How many of them would survive if that were to happen? With several squads in the lead, warships floated in the air. Meanwhile, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood at the ready and communicated with each other through their divine senses. Regardless of the circumstances, if the portal was forcibly opened, then their only option was to fight. Soon, there were faint traces of somebody trying to enter the portal, so they immediately gathered their strength to teach him a harsh lesson as soon as they appeared. In the next moment, a voice came from the outside and entered the universe cave heaven. I am Yang Kai of the Star Boundary. Please do not panic. The striking voice reverberated throughout the universe cave heaven. Hearing those words stunned many of the humans gathering their strength, and then they became overjoyed. That was especially true for those standing on the warships as they all looked pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai was here. No wonder the portal was being forcibly opened. They initially thought that it was the work of the Black Ink clan, but it turned out to be the work of Yang Kai. Out of the 10,000 humans hidden here, most of them had heard of Yang Kai's name. Nevertheless, only those on the warships had a deeper understanding of his strength. That was because they were warriors who had come from the Black Ink battlefield. These squads were responsible for gathering and evacuating the humans in Acacia territory. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and failed to leave in time several decades ago. With no other choice, they could only remain hidden inside this universe cave heaven. Yang Kai was highly proficient in the Tao of space, which was not a secret on the Black Ink battlefield. He once opened countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises scattered outside Blue Sky Pass, Yinyang Pass, and Myriad Demons Pass, allowing a large number of traps and ambushes to be set inside that killed many Black Ink clansmen. If it was truly Yang Kai, then it was not strange for him to be capable of forcing open the portal here. In the next moment, Yang Xiao rushed out of the vortex in bloodied white clothes. He did not know that a Yang Kai had already sent a voice transmission through, so he hurriedly shouted as soon as he appeared, I am Yang Xiao of the Star Boundary. I am not part of the Black Ink clan. Everyone, please do not attack. It was not hard to guess the thoughts of those hiding inside the universe cave heaven, which was why he immediately revealed his identity as soon as he entered. It was to prevent himself from being mistaken for a Black Ink clansman and then being bombarded from all sides. Even if he was part of the Dragon Clan, he would not get away unscathed if he was attacked by a massive, desperate mob. After revealing his identity, he immediately activated his power to protect himself. In fact, he would have revealed his dragon form if not for the fear that he might cause further unnecessary misunderstandings. Looking around, he saw a large group of people staring at him from all directions. He even sensed the energy fluctuations coming from those who had gathered their world force, and his heart pounded in anxiety. Still, he quickly composed himself and cupped his fist. Star Boundary's Yang Xiao greets fellow brothers and sisters. He couldn't help feeling a sense of lingering fear. Thank goodness for my quick-wittedness. If I had not introduced myself immediately, I would have been beaten to a pulp by now. How can adoptive father do this to me? How can he ask me to carry out such a dangerous task? Doesn't he cherish me? One of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist, Red Sun Army's Li Ziyu greets fellow Taoist brother. What is the current situation outside? Li Ziyu of the Red Sun Army was also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Although Xianxia looked young, they were both 7th Order level masters, so it was not wrong for him to address the latter as fellow Taoist brother. Xianxia hastily answered, "My adoptive father was ordered to come and rescue all of you. The Black Ink Clan army is currently laying siege outside the Universe Cave Heaven, and adoptive father is confronting the enemy." Li Ziyu was very doubtful, but that could not be helped. After all, Xianxia was covered in blood. Not only were his injuries severe, but it was also evident that he had gone through a tough battle as his aura was fluctuating a bit unstably. Be that as it may, Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, "Everyone, reinforcements have arrived to rescue us. Follow me onto the battlefield." 10,000 people immediately cheered in excitement. They had been trapped in here for several decades now. With the Black Ink Clan army laying siege outside, they did not dare to leave arbitrarily. However, they knew they were not safe despite hiding inside this Universe Cave Heaven. If the Black Ink Clan forcefully shook the nearby void, there was a chance that they might discover the portal and the people hiding within. As a result, these people had been living in dread and anxiety over the past few decades. It was only natural for them to be overjoyed upon hearing that rescue had arrived. When Li Ziyu raised his arms above his head and shouted, he immediately received an overwhelming response. Wait. Xianxia hurriedly stopped them. "Adoptive father is planning to enter soon. Please don't be so impatient." Li Ziyu immediately objected, "They can't come in. If they come in, then we'll all become turtles hiding in our shells. While Brother Yang is fighting the enemy outside, we should take this opportunity to rush out and support him. That's the only method to escape being trapped inside here." Having been stuck in here for several dozen years, they knew the pain of being trapped inside such a small place. That was why it was not a wise move for Yang Kai to enter the Universe Cave Heaven. On the contrary, that would be equivalent to binding his hands and feet. It was easy enough to enter, but extremely difficult to leave. Xianxia sighed. How could he not know something as simple as that? But the situation is complicated. Territory lords are pursuing us. In addition, adoptive father and the others are severely injured. They need to come inside and recuperate first. Territory lords. Li Ziyu's expression changed slightly. After the crusade, all the territory lords at the time were slaughtered, so the current territory lords were all innate territory lords who came directly from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, each one of them possessing extremely high strength. If Yang Kai was being chased by territory lords, then he probably came here to escape danger. During their conversation, a constant stream of people rushed in through the vortex. As many as several dozen people emerged in the blink of an eye. Xianxia looked over but did not recognize any of them, figuring they were the hunters who had appeared out of nowhere earlier. Martial Peak, Chapter 5550, Inside the Portal Corridor. Some of the hunters were acquainted with Xianxia, so they enthusiastically exchanged greetings. Xianxia responded with a smile. Meanwhile, Li Ziyu and the others beside him turned ashen. They initially thought that Yang Kai's arrival would allow them to escape this place. However, it turned out that Yang Kai was being hunted by territory lords. Where could they escape? Not only were they doomed, but even Yang Kai and the others were doomed. For a time, they couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Inside the Universe Cave Heaven, Li Ziyu and the others were gloomy and depressed. Xianxia seemed rather carefree and nonchalant in contrast. As the hunters poured through the portal, he greeted those he knew and made arrangements for the hunters to wait by the side. The number of hunters who came forward to provide support was not low. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although the portal was open, it would take some time for all of them to pass through it. Outside the portal, Yang Kai wielded space principles to maintain the operation of the portal while he killed some stray enemies from time to time. He was secretly rejoicing over the fact that he had built up such a large amount of buffer time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with these hunters who appeared out of nowhere. They only came to help after all, so it was inappropriate for him to rush into the portal by himself and ignore them. He had to make sure that they entered before him. The 6 territory lords were not here yet, but they were bound to arrive soon, as he could already vaguely sense their powerful undulations approaching. The entire Black Ink clan army of 100,000 had basically been decimated at this point. With enough time, the human race masters here could have wiped out the Black Ink clan army entirely. Unfortunately, it would seem that they had run out of time. One after another, the hunters rushed into the portal and vanished out of sight. It did not take long before all of them were gone. From a distance, Xianxia vaguely saw the figures of the 6 territory lords, their arrival just a moment too late. "Everyone inside!" Xianxia yelled. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group of little ones from the star boundary quickly plunged into the portal without hesitation. Once they were gone, Dawn's squad finally began to make their retreat while Yu Rumeng and the others brought up the rear. Before Yu Rumeng and the others finished entering the universe cave heaven, Mo Na Ye's furious voice burst out from the turbulent black ink cloud in the distance. "Stop them!" His words were directed at the remnant Black Ink clan army, of which less than 30,000 troops remained of the original 100,000. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy casualties during that brief massacre, and the surviving troops were terribly frightened. The space surrounding Xianxia was also notably empty, as nobody dared to approach within 100,000 kilometers of where he stood. Nevertheless, with Mo Na Yu's order, they had no choice but to charge towards Xianxia despite the crippling fear in their hearts. Xianxia coldly snorted as the space around him shattered like a mirror, causing innumerable tiny void cracks to spread out into the surroundings. The Black Ink clansmen rushing towards him were all sliced to pieces before they could even approach, with only a few feudal lords being lucky enough to survive. Be that as it may, it seemed that he was really an arrow at the end of its flight. When he unleashed the shattered void mirror secret technique, the portal also showed signs of instability. Courting death, Mo Na Yi was filled with a mixture of rage and joy. He was furious that territory lords like themselves were being toyed around with by Xianxia. On the other hand, he was overjoyed because Xianxia truly seemed to be on his last legs. When the words left his mouth, Mo Na Yi raised his hand from a distance and slammed his palm towards Xianxia. The power of an innate territory lord swept out in all directions, and the shockwave was enough to destroy all the void cracks around Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became gloomy. Not daring to be neglectful, he responded by raising his hand and throwing his palm out as well. A violent burst of energy erupted, causing Xianxia's figure to sway unsteadily. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Likewise, Mo Na Ye's figure was forced backwards slightly, which astonished him greatly. The fact that Xianxia could still be so ferocious even with such severe injuries was nothing less than shocking. No wonder he managed to kill so many territory lords. His strength truly isn't ordinary. This was the first time he confronted Xianxia directly, and although it was only an exchange of blows from across a vast distance, he could grasp the depths of Xianxia's true strength. This person is too terrifying. If we fail to kill him here, there is no saying how many other territory lords will die by his hands in the future. Near the portal, Yu Rumeng's squad, which had been bringing up the rear, had almost finished evacuating. The last to leave was Yu Rumeng herself. When she saw that the 6 territory lords were about to reach them, she shouted anxiously, "Husband, let's go." Xianxia nodded and gave Mo Na Yi a vicious look. The look in his eyes was cold, almost as though he wanted to memorize the other party's appearance. Only then did he slip into the portal. Following his entry, the opened portal slowly began to close. Mo Na Yi roared, "After him!" The look Xianxia gave him just now frightened him. Thus, he became even more determined to kill him. Seeing that the portal was about to close, though, he couldn't help becoming anxious. Mo Na Yi could sense that Xianxia was an arrow at the end of its flight. After all, a person couldn't remain at their peak after killing so many territory lords in quick succession. No amount of strength could hold out after such energy-consuming feats. This was their best chance to kill Xianxia. If he allowed him to escape into the universe cave heaven and recuperate, Then killing him would undoubtedly become very difficult. No matter what, they couldn't give him a chance to heal himself. If not for the exchange of blows with Yang Kai earlier that had delayed his pace slightly, Mo Na Yi would have been the first to charge into the portal. Unfortunately, the brief delay caused by Yang Kai's counterattack had allowed the other 5 territory lords to rush ahead of him. After hearing Mo Na Yi's roar, the 3 leading territory lords plunged into the portal without any hesitation. In the next moment, the portal that had been closing slowly abruptly slammed shut and vanished without a trace. The 2 territory lords following closely behind simply passed through the empty void. The situation made Mo Na Yi's heart clench up tight. Damn it! We've been tricked again. It turned out that the portal could have immediately been closed. However, Yang Kai made a show of closing the portal slowly to entice the territory lords into believing that they could take advantage of the situation. This clearly revealed the other party's intentions. He still has the strength to scheme against us at a time like this? Mo Na Yi was filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yang Kai stood inside the portal corridor and cursed vehemently, "Why are there 3 territory lords here?" He had only planned to lure one of the territory lords inside, but 3 had managed to plunge in together. This situation was difficult, because his current condition was extremely poor. Although he could deal with 1 territory lord, dealing with 3 was impossible. In the next moment, Yang Kai kicked one of the territory lords with a ferocious roar. Space principles fluctuated wildly in response. "Get out!" Outside the portal, the 2 territory lords who passed through the empty void quickly came back to their senses. Among them, Yu Gong had a frightened expression on his face. He was secretly glad that he had been injured previously, which slowed his speed slightly. If he had been at the front, then he would have been the one to rush into the portal instead. Thinking back to the tragic deaths of his 4 companions from before, he couldn't help shuddering in fear. At that moment, the portal that had been closed opened up once more and a figure flew out with a muffled grunt of pain. The opened portal slammed shut again in the next instant. Everything happened so quickly that nobody could react in time. Mo Na Yi was stunned. The territory lord clutched at his chest with a furious expression. "I was kicked out by him." Mo Na Yi's expression became extremely hideous at those words. 3 territory lords had plunged into the portal, but one of them was kicked out by Yang Kai. What did that say about the situation? Yang Kai's actions confirmed that he was indeed a lamp running out of oil. He was no longer confident about dealing with 3 territory lords at once, so he could only retain 2 of them. It might be that he couldn't even handle 2 territory lords at once. "Break the void and open the portal by force." Mo Na Yi gave a low roar. It was not that they could not open the portal to the universe cave heaven before now. Rather, they simply didn't since they were planning to use the human refugees trapped within as bait. However, they could no longer delay opening the portal at this moment. If they missed this golden opportunity, they would never receive a better one again. Mo Na Yi was the first to take action as he slammed his strength into the position where the portal appeared just now. The other 3 territory lords did not dare to hold back and quickly joined Mo Na Yi, and for a time, the void shuddered and twisted under the immense force. As territory lords, it was easy for them to shatter space. Be that as it may, even they would take some time and effort to force open a portal that was buried so deep within the void, and it was not like the portal would simply emerge just because the surrounding void had been shattered. That would take even more effort to achieve. Mo Na Yi did not know how long it would take for them to force the portal open, but he was determined to kill Yang Kai here. With 4 territory lords attacking with such ferocity, their power was extremely terrifying. The portal corridor and the void turbulence had been stirred up as a result, causing the originally stable tunnel to warp and distort fiercely. Yang Kai was limping painfully. At this moment, he was an absolute mess. It was true that he had kicked one of the territory lords out of the portal, but the other party's last-moment counterattack had also broken one of his leg bones in the process. He could not perceive the situation outside the portal, but the effects inside the corridor were as clear as day. Suppressing his pain, he manipulated space principles to calm the void turbulence in his surroundings. Despite his miserable condition, Yang Kai was still able to control his surroundings so that he remained as motionless as a mountain. The two territory lords nearby were not nearly as lucky. Currently, they felt as though their bodies were being torn apart by the void turbulence, losing almost any ability to stabilize themselves. After seeing Yang Kai's pathetic condition, they had planned to charge at him and quickly finish him off. Unfortunately, the actions of Mo Na Yi and the others from the outside left them in an awkward situation. The impact from countless void turbulence caused their bodies to tremble violently. It felt as though they were trapped in a quagmire and continuously sinking into the abyss. The more they struggled, the more unbearable they felt. Under such circumstances, it was an amazing feat just to keep themselves safe, so where would they find the extra strength to attack Yang Kai? Mo Na Yi, you idiot! The two territory lords cursed in their hearts. On the other hand, Yang Kai laughed wildly. The territory lords outside are such good people. He felt a twinge of regret about kicking out the third territory lord now. If he had known things would develop into this situation earlier, he would have kept him here too. Nevertheless, he knew that he would be in great danger if he had kept the other party here. There was no denying that his current condition was simply too poor to take such risks. He could figure out a way to deal with two territory lords, but he probably wouldn't even have the chance to make a move against three of them. The disturbance in the portal corridor was getting stronger and stronger as the territory lords outside were probably increasing the intensity of their attacks. Mo Na Yi and the others could not be blamed for their actions. There was no denying that innate territory lords were immensely powerful, but they were completely ignorant about the Tao of space. Even if they were familiar with passing through territory gates, from their perspective, they would simply enter from one side and exit on the other, not understanding any of the mysteries behind the workings of the void corridor itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space and constantly traveled across the void, could not be more familiar with this kind of environment. Inside the portal corridor, the two territory lords had to exert all their efforts to keep themselves from being swallowed by the void turbulence, with no spare strength to deal with anything else. Yang Kai abruptly made a bold move. It didn't matter that one of his legs was crippled because he had the Azure Dragon Spear. Summoning the spear, he formed an overwhelming number of spear shadows that rained down on one of the territory lords. The power behind his attack was extremely violent and brutal. The territory lord gave a loud roar and tried his best to fight back, but blood just gushed out from his entire body after being stabbed repeatedly by Yang Kai. When the other territory lord saw what was happening, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately stepped forward to help. For a time, the aftermath of the battle spread out across the entire portal corridor. The void turbulence became increasingly violent and unpredictable as a result. All of a sudden, Yang Kai quickly retreated. Spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, he glared furiously at the two territory lords. He had never fought in such a place before, so he was shocked to discover that the portal corridor was showing signs of instability after just one exchange of blows with the enemy. Martial Peak, Chapter 55-51, Another Kill. If the portal corridor were to break apart, Yang Kai would not be the only one doomed to die. All the people hiding inside the universe cave heaven would face the same fate. Therefore, he had to stabilize this void corridor through any means possible. He could not afford to continue fighting here any longer, so he had to finish this battle as soon as possible. However, there were two territory lords and in his current state, it would not be easy for him to deal with them unless he resorted to his soul-rending thorns once more. Will I be able to bear the burden? Yang Kai took a moment to check the condition of his soul. Half a day ago, he had consecutively unleashed 3 soul-rending thorns, so his soul had been severely damaged. Fortunately, he did not face any major issues thanks to the protection and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. The condition of his torn soul had also somewhat stabilized, but he did not know whether he could afford to use the soul-rendering thorns again. If he could bear the burden, then the situation would turn around for him. He only needed to slaughter one of the territory lords as quickly as possible, then he could slowly figure out something in regard to the last one. However, if he could not bear the burden, he did not know what he might do in a state when he fell into a state of delirium. At this moment, using another soul-rending thorn would not count as him using this secret technique 4 times in a row because there was a buffer period between the first 3 uses, but the difference was not great. As expected, I'm still too weak. If only my soul were strong enough. 2 territory lords would have been nothing. I could simply hit each of them with a soul-rending thorn, then lop off their heads. While Xianxia was hesitating, the 2 territory lords began attacking him. They could clearly see his distress. Moreover, the turmoil in the portal corridor was becoming more and more obvious to them. If they attacked him at this time, they could cause further damage to this space even if they could not kill him. They were hoping that they could escape this place by shattering the portal corridor. The void turbulence was becoming more and more ferocious, so when the 2 territory lords made their decision, they released furious roars in unison. Activating their strength, they threw themselves at Xianxia from both sides. Whatever. Let's just go for it. Xianxia steeled himself. There was nothing in this world that was absolute. More importantly, nothing would change if he didn't take a little risk. In any case, he was currently much stronger than when he first left the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. The repeated tearing and repairing of his soul had also been beneficial to it. There was no denying that his soul had gotten much stronger than before. Besides, there was a buffer period of half a day, so he should be fine even if he unleashed a 4th soul-rending thorn today. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia looked at the 2 territory lords charging unsteadily towards him and instead of retreating, raised his spear and went forward to meet them head-on. A golden cross appeared in his left eye, and under the urging of the demon eye of annihilation, one of the territory lords saw his own reflection suddenly twist and distort. The territory lord reacted as though he had been struck by lightning and howled at the top of his lungs, inflicted by unimaginable pain. At the same time, the blood vessels in Xianxia's left eye burst and blurred his vision. There was no helping it as he had not completely mastered the Myriad Demons Heaven's Eye technique yet. If the old ancestor from Myriad Demons Pass had been the one to unleash this eye's secret technique at full force, this territory lord would have immediately died. Nevertheless, this was enough. With both sides suffering injuries, Xianxia ignored the territory lord he had just targeted and with a tearing pain in his soul silently unleashed a soul-rending thorn at the other territory lord. In the next moment, the other territory lord screamed in agony and terror. The pain in his soul was far greater than any physical pain he had ever experienced. In the blink of an eye, both territory lords were severely injured. Meanwhile, Xianxia had already arrived with his spear in hand. Thrusting out, the Azure Dragon spear stabbed into the territory lord who was struck by the soul-rending thorn. Various Dao strengths wove together at the tip of the spear, causing both time and space to become distorted and disordered at that moment of impact. The territory lord didn't even have time to react before the Azure Dragon spear pierced into his head and caused it to explode, his aura swelling up before fading out of existence. Xianxia had no time to rejoice as, currently, the world was spinning around him. He felt so dizzy that he feared he might lose consciousness at any moment. Biting the tip of his tongue, he barely managed to maintain a sliver of clarity in his mind. Despite the half-day buffer period, he had truly reached his limit after using a 4th soul-rending thorn today. He couldn't use a 5th anytime soon. Unfortunately, there was one more territory lord. The surviving territory lord was now frightened out of his mind. What happened to the assurance that Xianxia would be helpless against us as long as we worked together in pairs? Bullshit. There were 2 of us in this damned place, yet he still managed to kill one of us so easily. At the juncture of life or death, the territory lord responded purely on instinct and desperately threw his fist out. Xianxia was thrown backwards and slammed into a cluster of void turbulence that almost drowned him. After this territory lord threw the punch, the already unstable and turbulent portal corridor shattered, tearing open a large hole in the relatively stable stretch of void. 3 powerful masters had battled for their lives in the portal corridor, and 4 territory lords were trying to shatter this section of void from the outside. It was only natural that the portal corridor had a hard time maintaining stability. Seeing the hole in the portal corridor, the remaining territory lord was overjoyed and plunged into it without any hesitation. Not far away, Xianxia struggled to climb out of the void turbulence with a strange expression on his face. Although he had a splitting headache and trouble focusing, the actions of the territory lord had not escaped his notice. That territory lord? Did he perhaps assume that a hole in the portal corridor would be a means of escape? There was no other explanation for why he would plunge into the hole so quickly. Regardless, that made things easy for Xianxia. Xianxia had no wish to fight the remaining territory lord at the moment. The truth was that he could no longer move a single muscle. He had been wondering about what to do for his next move, but it would seem that there was no need for such trouble anymore. That hole in the portal corridor was anything but a means of escape. It was impossible to escape from this place as long as the portal corridor was not broken from one of its ends. On the contrary, a hole in its walls would simply lead deeper into the void. That was why void cracks were said to be extremely dangerous, as even a master could be trapped inside forever if they accidentally lost their way. Xianxia watched the territory lord disappear into the hole and did not bother to give chase. In any case, this territory lord would not be able to find his way out within a short time after falling so deep into the void. Xianxia decided to come back and kill him after recuperating for some time. Retrieving the Azure Dragon Spear, he manipulated space principles and traveled along the path of the portal corridor and quickly emerged inside the universe cave heaven. Husband. Young master. Adoptive father. Big brother. A burst of shouts came from all directions as it seemed like all the people who entered the universe cave heaven earlier rushed forward to greet Xianxia. Xianxia was covered in blood that had yet to dry, and new wounds had been added to his previous ones. After seeing his condition, how could they fail to realize that he had encountered another strong enemy? He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Waving his hands dismissively, he answered their calls with an ashen complexion. "I'm fine." Among the crowd, the soldiers headed by Li Ziyu and others stared at Xianxia in shock. Isn't that the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Has Xianxia advanced to the 8th Order already? They knew about Xianxia. After all, they had fought on the Black Ink battlefield in the past. Xianxia's name was famous there, but it was also well known that he was just a 7th Order Master. It was not until meeting him today that they learned he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. For a time, Li Ziyu and the others burned with motivation. They had wanted to rush into battle earlier because they were afraid of being blockaded inside the universe cave heaven by the Black Ink clan again. But now, with two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Xianxia and Feng Ying leading them, they might just stand a chance against the Black Ink clan. The universe cave heaven trembled, and the sky was covered in countless cracks that crisscrossed each other. It was a horrifying sight. Moreover, the ground split apart as though the end was upon them. It felt as though the entire universe cave heaven could collapse at any moment. The 4 territory lords outside were bombarding the void with all their might. There might even be other Black Ink clansmen who had joined in to attack the void. It was impossible for these attacks to not affect the universe cave heaven. If they were left alone to do whatever they wanted, it would only be a matter of time before the Black Ink clan broke open the portal and rushed inside. In fact, they might even destroy the universe cave heaven entirely, causing it to break apart and drift into the void. At that time, the void turbulence would wash over everything and everyone inside the universe cave heaven would be swept away. There was no saying how many of them would survive such an ordeal, but even if they did manage to hang on to their lives, they would still be lost inside the void. Fortunately, they were not powerless to deal with the current crisis. At this moment, Zhao Yibai, Su Yan, and Lu Yan were urging their powers to stabilize the space around them. These 3 were not the only ones, as there was also another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master helping them. Space principles surged around these 4 figures, and the trembling of the void was repeatedly smoothened out, which stabilized the universe cave heaven for now. There was no need to say anything regarding Zhao Yibai, as he was taught the Tao of space by Xianxia himself, and his attainments in it had reached impressive heights. Meanwhile, Su Yen had an ancient Ice Phoenix Empress source while Lu Yen had a Fire Phoenix source. The Phoenix clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Space. In the past, these two had failed to reveal their talents in the Tao of Space, primarily because their bloodline power was not strong enough at the time. After cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land for many years though, their bloodline power had improved vastly. Not to mention, the Phoenix clan had brought out the immortal parasol tree after the no-return pass was destroyed. As a result, Su Yen and Lu Yen had both entered their respective phoenix nests and cultivated in retreat for some time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Space, Su Yen and Lu Yen were not inferior to the current Xiao Yi Bai, which was the advantage of their bloodline talent. The other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was somebody whom Yang Kai did not know. His strength was inferior compared to the others, but it was naturally better if even one more person was to contribute at this time. With these 4 people working to stabilize this space, the universe cave heaven would not be destroyed for some time. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The situation could be considered safe for the moment. Nevertheless, it simply resulted in another troublesome matter now that he had entered the universe cave heaven with so many people. It was exactly what Li Ziyu had been worried about earlier. After entering the universe cave heaven, they were no different from a turtle hiding in its shell. That was why Yang Kai initially did not want to seek shelter here. It was unfortunate that the Black Ink clan army had blockaded all the territory gates in Acacia territory, so he had no choice but to seek temporary shelter here. Be that as it may, he was happy to see the territory lords outside keep up their constant bombardment. Attacking non-stop at such intensity would be a huge drain on their energy. If the territory lords exhausted themselves, then he could easily stab them all to death once he recovered his strength. After considering everything, Yang Kai sent a divine sense transmission to Su Yen and the others. Don't bother trying to stabilize this place entirely, just keep things from deteriorating to a critical point. It would be best if you can keep the universe cave heaven right on the verge of destruction. If he wanted the territory lords outside to continue their onslaught, he had to give them some hope. If the results of their attacks were suppressed to the limits and the space in the universe cave heaven was completely stabilized, they might not even bother to continue attacking. Su Yen and the others immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions while Zhao Yi Bai was filled with admiration. Honored master has great forethought as usual. Such things would never occur to me naturally. Yang Kai then glanced at the hunters. These people had stepped forward to support him in battle, proving that they were quite courageous. In any case, they were now trapped inside the universe cave heaven with him. Then, he turned to the other side and was secretly astonished. Why are there so many human race masters here? Looking around, he discovered that there were nearly 10,000 human masters gathered inside the universe cave heaven. The Supreme Headquarters had only received news that some humans refugees from Acacia territory had been trapped here, but they did not know the specific numbers. Judging from the current situation, it would seem that those trapped inside the universe cave heaven were not just those from Acacia territory, but probably others from neighboring great territories as well. Otherwise, there would not have been so many of them.